Can you hear me? Yeah, that's great. So good morning, everyone. Good morning or good night, it depends on your head. Depends where are you, where you are. Well, today we have a case study on the fashion industry. It is the best practice for the fashion industry, and we're going to present the case of Lunelli. And also we have Katia, Mariana, Vanderlei to discuss the case and to have the comments. They will present the case. Cassis from Mackenzie, Mariana and Vanderlei from Lunelli, and they will explain the case, and Cassis will give some insights from the academy. And of course, I'm going to comment some of that as well. And as you know, it is a big challenge for the fashion world to change and to have the best practice, and we're going to have the experience to get to know one of the case. So it's with you, Vanderlei. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vanderlei. I am here representing Lunelli as manager of the corporate governance, sustainability, and audit. And as Maria said, we are here to present the ESG best practices at Lunelli and the work we have been doing to create a positive impact in fashion business and in our community.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Mariana, Sustainability Specialist at Lunelli, and we will bring some background information too about Lunelli, and we hope the presentation I will speak here can inspire you to make a better world with us. So let's start our presentation. Lunelli is a Brazilian textile company that had been operating in the industry and retail. So here you can see our ideology, our vision, our mission, our values and purpose. For us, making meaningful fashion means improving people's lives. So when you buy a piece from Lunelli's brand, you take more than just a new outfit. You take a story and professional and personal achievements too. So every cloth of our brands come with a tag, with a testimony and a photo about an employee behind the process to talk about the experience and what is make meaningful fashion for there. So we're very confident that your choice today in our vision of our future will lead us to a sustainable growth. So it's some informations about Lunelli. I would like to highlight some numbers to give you a better idea about our operation. So our headquarters are in Guaramirim. It's a small city in the state of Santa Catarina. It's a state in the southeast of our country. We operate with 14 factories in Brazil and Paraguay. We have more than 4,800 employees, and in 2023 we achieved 319 million in revenues. So we are very focused on caring about our people, so align its action with our ideology. We share 3.2 million in profits with our employees. Another point I would like to highlight is directly connect to our internal commitments with sustainability. In 2023, we had a 12% of reduction in waste sent to landfills and over than 2,300 tons of textile waste sent to recycling. So this is a result of our work and a very special project we will talk about further ahead.
Lunelli makes meaningful fashion for children and adults, and with these 7 brands, we offer a wide range of products to our customers. And our clothes are manufactured with 99% of BCI certified cotton and 100% of responsible viscose, reinforcing our commitment of developing sustainable products. Here we have the market presence. Lunelli has more than 21 active customers, and we also are operating in the retail sector with more than 30 franchise stores and 7 owned stores. We are also developing our international presence with aiming to bring the Brazilian fashion to the world. And currently we export to 21 countries on 4 continents. And here we will show you a video. Then you can see more about the company, our people, our beliefs. And this video was made to celebrate the 40 years of Lunelli.
Uma semente, por menor que seja, já traz em seu DNA todo o potencial da planta que se tornará. É dali, daquele pequeno grãozinho, que uma vez cuidado e tratado, germina a principal matéria-prima do nosso negócio. Nestes 40 anos de Lunelli, a semente que germinou e sustentou o nosso desenvolvimento sempre foram as pessoas que estiveram e estão ao nosso lado, que trazem em seu DNA um potencial incrível de criação, colaboração, dedicação, cuidado e geração de resultados. Só chegamos onde chegamos porque sempre contamos com as melhores sementes. A partir da valorização de nossas raízes e dos valores sólidos, é que podemos transformar o mundo ao nosso redor. Hoje somos uma família que cresceu, valorizando a simplicidade, o entusiasmo e buscando o crescimento e o desenvolvimento de todos. Juntos, a cada gesto, a cada ação, temos a certeza de que estamos semeando um futuro melhor. Somos a Lunelli, com muito prazer.
So now we will go into more details about our sustainability vision. Having in mind the concept of meaningful fashion and also the Lunelli's ideology combined with the sustainable development concept and also the ESG concept, we defined our sustainability vision as making meaningful fashion that promotes a positive impact in the world and for all. Considering the importance of sustainability at Lunelli, the area is directly linked to the president companies, and it is part of the corporate governance and auditing. With this structure, we can assure that the sustainability is part of the business strategy and also the company's development. And as you can see in the slide, the sustainability platform composed by the policy, strategy, plan, and materiality matrix allows us to organize our structure, our work, and also provide accountability for the area.
So with that, we can move on to the actual planning of actions, and these are connected to ESG. So for us, this connection is very important. We include an extra E, and when we reinforce the economic pillar of the sustainability concept of the triple bottom line. So our objective is to promote a balance between the economic, environmental, social, and governance pillars. So at Lunelli, we work with EESG. It's important that business is economically viable so that the other pillars can stand. So it's by looking for these 4 pillars that we guide the company's sustainability journey. Aligned with our sustainability vision and our pillars of ESG, we create our strategy and we define 5 axes and 8 initiatives to direct and address our actions by macro themes. So, based on the structure of axes and initiatives, we define our internal commitments and review the alignment with the SDGs. So here, for example, we have the Axis 4, which is about innovation and sustainable products and materials. And we have the initiative of development sustainable products. Here work to develop and offer to the market options with lower environmental impact. This axis is connected with SDG number 12, and it's about responsible consumption and production. So this is a logic of our strategy.
At Lunelli, we work hard to minimize our negative impact on the environment, and so through our environmental management system, Lunelli's environmental project and efforts are focused on 4 themes: chemical management, climate and greenhouse gas emission, waste management, and responsible source and materials. As you know, fashion connects a long chain of businesses, and Lunelli, it is in the middle of a chain of suppliers and customers that create a great impact in the fashion market. Lunelli has a verticalized production and then impacts in all the value chain, from the extraction of the materials through the processing fabric, manufacturing, distribution, promotion until reach to the final customers. So because of that, we have a great responsibility in promoting sustainability project considering this great network.
So this brings to us the Circular Fashion Initiative. We talked about this theme yesterday. So here we want to show more details and information about this initiative. If you remember from the beginning of our presentation, talk about the reduction of waste and reduction of and the increase in the send to our textile waste to recycling. So this project is a result of our actions. Regarding our conscious fashion program, I would like to share more information about each project. For this, we have 2 initiatives. One is for the surplus fabric, which is focused in using leftover of material, and another for recycling scrap material to make a new cloth. So from this, we are extending the life of the material, recycling, and reintroduce the material in our manufacturing process, which is different ways and on the pre-consumptions process. So I would like to show a little more about each project to you. The first one is for the surplus fabric. So in this slide we can see when the process starts. And we create the brand Villa Flor in 2016 to promote the using of leftover of trimmings and fabrics was manufactured in our process, and to add great value to raw material. So the concept of reusing textile waste and surplus not only reduce waste, but also reduce the demand of new resources, so contribute to environmental preservation. In a context which the circular economy is becoming more relevant, this initiative help us to minimize the fashion environmental impact and encourage the reuse of the material that would otherwise be discarded. So it's a good initiative. The second initiative I would like to share with you is for recycling scrap to make a new cloth. So here we can see where the scrap process, the scrap is collected and the secondary process start. We have this process with sorting by color and type of fabric, defibration process, new spinning, weaving, and come back to the process to cut and make a new cloth. So this supplier which make this process have the GRS certified and which is verified the use of recycled materials, and these new clothes with recycled materials are in our fashion brands too. So in this picture we can see an example for the result of our process through circular fashion. So this process will be able to see in the next video to share and show more details about how the process works and a good explanation about our stakeholders and partners in this project.
Na Lunelli, nossa visão de sustentabilidade é fazer moda com significado que promova impacto positivo no mundo e para todos. E como parte da nossa jornada de sustentabilidade, buscamos desenvolver produtos de menor impacto ambiental, como é o movimento Moda Circular. Nós desenvolvemos peças utilizando fibras têxteis recicladas, transformando o que era resíduo em novos produtos. E é com esta iniciativa que impulsionamos a estratégia de sustentabilidade e o eixo de inovação em materiais e produtos sustentáveis.
No dia a dia da Lunelli, buscamos minimizar a geração de resíduos têxteis em nossos processos, através da melhor eficiência dos encaixes e das melhores práticas de produção. Mas, quando ocorrem sobras em nossas operações, enviamos 100% para a reciclagem. Separamos os resíduos no local de geração e encaminhamos aos locais de armazenamento interno, no qual é coletado por nosso parceiro. Trabalhamos com parceiros que nos apoiam na transformação dos resíduos têxteis em novos materiais, com diferentes aplicações na indústria têxtil e para outros setores.
Nós apoiamos a Lunelli e diversas outras empresas na gestão dos resíduos, coletando esses materiais nas plantas industriais, essas aparas, trazendo para a nossa planta, onde nós vamos fazer a classificação por tipo e cor de materiais, transformando essas aparas em novas fibras recicladas. Posteriormente em novos fios reciclados, sem a necessidade de uso de água nem produtos químicos em todo o seu processo. Importante reforçar que todo o nosso processo ele é certificado pela GRS. É uma certificação internacional que chama-se Global Recycle Standard, que tem por objetivo organizar os padrões de reciclagem têxtil a nível internacional.
Após a fiação e tecelagem dos novos tecidos feitos com fibras têxteis recicladas realizadas por nossos parceiros, nós passamos para a etapa do desenvolvimento de coleção. Nessa etapa, nós analisamos toda a cadeia como forma de reduzir os impactos ambientais, desde a escolha da matéria-prima, lavanderia e aviamentos. Para nós, a sustentabilidade é uma etapa essencial do nosso processo criativo, pois buscamos refletir na peça o nosso compromisso em fazer moda com significado.
Mais do que uma iniciativa, o movimento Moda Circular fortalece o nosso compromisso em promover um ciclo virtuoso de responsabilidade socioambiental.
So, we understand the significant environmental impact on the climate change and also Lunelli's responsibility. So, based on the GAG protocol methodology, since 2021, we have been conducting the greenhouse gas inventory In the first year, we started with one production unit. And the next year, we increased the number to 5 units. And in 2023, we increased the inventory in 19 units. And in 2024, we will achieve 100% of our operation to be inventory. And we believe that in 2025, we will be able to define our commitments and goals to reduce our impact on the greenhouse gas emission.
So we can move on to the social pillar now. And at Lunelli, the care comes from the inside out. So based on our ideology, we seek to ensure the care of value of people connected with us and engaging our stakeholders for a meaningful fashion culture. So in the social pillar, we work with social responsibility, responsible communication with our stakeholders, and diversity and inclusion. And for this presentation, we would like to share with more information about our diversity inclusion project, named Respect, Inspire, Respect. We started this program in 2022. We do many interviews for listening our representative employees and making workshops with managers and board to collect information and to understand the internal environment. So this project, we hired a consultant to help us in the process, especially to conduct the interview, to make the process more transparent and to make our employees feel free to talk about this agenda. So after this process, we define our priority topics and our manifest for diversity and inclusion. We also launched our internal communication campaign to engage our employees. And for the first stage this year, we built a diversity inclusion policy to present to our representative groups and our leader. So was in a collaborative process, they could suggest and some changes and needs to improve our policy. Also, we promote some trainings to the groups, representative groups and leaders. In our regions, we have product units to make this process more collaborative. And for the 2025, we continue our internal communication campaign, and we will launch the policy and training our employees in this document. For this process, I would want to show some results for this collaborative process. We collect many informations and suggestions from 61 employees, representative groups, and 120 leaders suggest too. So we also have 65% of our leaders training in unconscious bias. It's a very important theme. And in here we have some pictures about this process and about our people. Here we have an example of the campaign carried out internally with our employees as protagonists of our campaign. We have our priority topics too, which are generation, gender, race, LGBT, and people with disabilities. The first campaign was launched in 2023, and for 2025, we continue with a new story being told about their experience to each diversity inclusion topic. So Here we have a video to share with you with testimony about our employees telling us about the word respect, which is the flag of our project.
A palavra respeito significa para mim liberdade, sabe? A liberdade de você ser quem você é, como você é, da forma que você quer ser.
Eu me aceito, na verdade eu estou me aceitando que eu estou envelhecendo, eu estou fazendo 54 anos e eu quero seguir normal, como tudo acontece, as mudanças no corpo normal, para mim vai ser assim.
Eu fui em busca de muita coisa que eu própria achava que eu não tinha essa capacidade. Aqui dentro eu vi um mundo totalmente diferente e eu consigo também levar isso para as pessoas que eu convivo lá fora.
É um ajudando o outro e a gente vai chegar lá. Cada dia vai ter um desafio, só tem que saber ouvir, respeitar o tempo de cada um.
Eu acho que o respeito em si, quando você se respeita, você dá ao outro respeito. A forma com que o respeito ele se relaciona com as pessoas é a forma com que se vivencia o amor. Se você respeita, você ama. Se você ama, você respeita.
Eu acho que respeito ela é uma palavra que não precisa de significado, é um sentimento. Respeito ele está dentro da gente. Se eu quero respeito, então eu tenho que transmitir respeito aos demais.
O respeito, sabe, do nome social tá no seu crachá e você poder bater no peito e falar sou eu. Me chamem assim, sabe? Não me chamem da forma que me constrange. E ver isso hoje tudo acontecendo é maravilhoso. Principalmente para mim, no caso, que faço parte da comunidade, é realização, que a gente só quer o respeito.
A gente aprende no dia a dia. Nosso dia a dia é uma escola, né? Onde a gente ensina, mas a gente também ganha uma lição.
O respeito, ele acontece no dia a dia quando você dá o respeito ao próximo, com as pessoas que você viva no seu dia a dia. Então não adianta eu, como alaô, querer cobrar respeito da outra pessoa se eu mesmo não pratico.
Aqui ninguém me trata com diferença. Todo mundo são amigos, eu sou muito bem querida, até porque eu sou bastante popular, né? Adoro fazer amizade e gosto mesmo de aprender, sabe? É tudo que bota para fazer, eu faço com o maior carinho, porque aqui, graças a Deus, eu me identifico, né?
O que eu posso deixar é pra gente cultivar essa via de mão dupla, respeitar para ser respeitado.
E aqui a gente trabalha respeito, inspira respeito. Muito bom.
No? Yes? Okay. Thank you. It's a very beautiful video. These employees are part of representative groups and participate with our workshops and training. So it's a very good project. A result of our actions in our internal commitments for this agenda, we have had an increase of people evaluate of our actions about diversity and inclusion. So every year we ask for our employees this question. On a score of 0 to 10, how would you evaluate Lunelli's diversity and inclusion action? So in 2023, we had 42%, which I score of 10. It's a good evaluation. In 2024, we had an increase of almost 6% in this evaluation. So in this year, we had about 80% of our employees evaluating between 8 and 10. So its result is very expressive. We are very proud of this project. In addition, we receive a new certification. It's a great place to work. As one of best companies to work in state of Ceará. It's a northeast state of Brazil. And you maintain our certification in Santa Catarina. It's a southeast state of Brazil. And aside from the certification, we receive a mental health certification. It's a recognition of our actions and initiatives to care of our people and improve a psychological safety environment for all. So.
And last but not least, we have the governance pillar. At Lunelli, the principles of governance are essential for the sustainable development and to create an environment of trust and respect, both inside of the company and also with the relationship with our stakeholders. Our governance programs and efforts are focused on certification and association programs and also in the stakeholders management. Lunelli is part of a network of industry association and organization that certify and support our work and guiding our sustainability growth with standards and best practices and that improve our management risk and also our compliance. And here we have some examples of the association and organization that we have relationship with. Now we will talk a little bit about the productive chain development project. Considering the impact of Lunelli and its responsibility in the fashion industry chain, we create a project named Productive Chain Development for small business in our community. In partnership with SEBRAE, SEBRAE is the Brazilian Micro Small Business Support Service, a non-profit private entity with the mission of promoting sustainable and competitive development of small business. Then we launched this project, Productive Chain Development, to promote a development for our partners and them to increase productivity, quality, monitoring the indicators, and best operating practices, people management, and financial balance. As the sponsor of the project, we analyze the needs for these suppliers, and then we defined 4 areas to work with them. That is the productivity, the quality, punctuality, and sustainability. And also we establish some goals for each one. And with this project, we expect to have a strong and engaged supplier chain, and also together to improve the sustainability issue, the sustainability action. So for 18 months, these 24 supplier services will receive full training and support from SEBRAE in various issues related to the business management. And here we would like to emphasize the impact of this project that impact more than 490 people and 12 different cities in the state of Santa Catarina. The main suppliers that will be part of this project are small business and who have up to 20 employees and have been in the sector not more than 10 years. This project is part of our ESG agenda, where we engage in supply chain for a sustainable growth and to create a positive impact. So we have here also a video, then you can have more information about this project. Here we will see how the project are doing, then just to keep more information for you. Okay?
Orientados pela nossa missão de melhorar a vida das pessoas através de oportunidades, produtos e serviços, iniciamos o projeto de encadeamento produtivo com as nossas oficinas de costuras parceiras, onde, junto com o Sebrae, promovemos o desenvolvimento e o apoio aos nossos parceiros no aumento de produtividade, qualidade, acompanhamento de indicadores, melhores práticas de operação, gestão de pessoas e equilíbrio financeiro.
A parceria da Lunelli entre o Sebrae veio para atender as demandas que eles têm na melhoria do processo das oficinas de costura em ações como produtividade, melhoria do faturamento, aumento da competitividade dos pequenos negócios. E no processo como um todo, é um projeto que dura em torno de 2 anos aproximadamente. Nós iniciamos com um diagnóstico nesses pequenos negócios para a gente entender o que essas empresas precisam, e por meio desse diagnóstico nós desenhamos aí as ações que vão ser traçadas durante o período de 18 meses.
Então nós, como consultores do Sebrae, a gente faz uma avaliação inicial da empresa, né? Entrando por vários aspectos da empresa, né? Então quando eu falo aspectos a gestão financeira, recursos humanos, a parte de produção, toda a parte comercial. Então a gente entra dentro de uma avaliação de várias perguntas sobre cada setor, para justamente entender o que o empresário está passando, o que ele entende do mercado, né? E fazer a avaliação de como está a empresa dele naquele momento.
O Leandro, a primeira visita dele aqui já foi assim ótima. Ele levantou várias questões da empresa e ele já deu também um parabéns para a gente, porque a nossa parte de RH é muito boa. E ele já visualizou essa parte nossa de conhecimento, de querer crescer. A gente tá junto, né? Então o que eles vão falando para a gente para querer melhorar, a gente vai fazer.
Mensalmente nós vamos nas empresas, visitamos e verificamos os apontamentos dos indicadores. E o legal da ferramenta que a gente tem, a plataforma onde eles apontam os indicadores, que é que conseguem comparar o resultado dos indicadores de uma forma confidencial com a média do segmento. Então também a gente começa a ver, você está abaixo da média do segmento, vamos traçar um plano de ação para melhorar o teu prazo de entrega? Vamos analisar criticamente mais a ordem de produção quando chega para ti, para você verificar se a tua produção vai atender, se você está classificando essa peça como uma básica, intermediária ou elaborada corretamente.
Isso fez com que a gente tivesse uma visão geral da nossa empresa, de números, de documentação, e assim, aí a gente viu que precisaríamos de melhorias, né? E também a gente viu que a gente também tinha alguns pontos positivos, né? Então isso foi o primeiro diagnóstico que ele nos deu.
Conseguiu resolver a nossa maior dificuldade, que era o gargalo na revisão, onde a gente sabia que poderia ter uma produção maior, mas a gente não conseguia achar um motivo, porque não estava sendo uma produção maior. Então a gente usou ali os indicadores e os métodos que eles passaram para a gente, e a gente conseguiu aumentar a nossa produção ali em 20%.
O projeto faz parte da nossa agenda ESG, onde engajamos a nossa cadeia de fornecedores para o crescimento sustentável e a geração de impacto positivo.
Está sendo bem valioso a gente estar fazendo esse projeto, a gente ficou muito feliz. Depois da gente iniciar, a gente vê a importância desse projeto para a nossa empresa.
A gente fica tão dentro do nosso mundinho que a gente acha que vir aqui de manhã trabalhar, ir para casa no horário, no outro dia vem, parece que o crescimento já é esse o crescimento, e não, né? A gente pode muito mais além, e às vezes só falta um empurrãozinho.
Que não é só uma coisa que vem aqui e trata só
só um problema e vai embora, é uma coisa completa. E isso eu vou colher frutos lá na frente, tenho certeza disso.
Criar uma rede competitiva, capacitada e engajada, com certeza, é do nosso interesse, é do interesse da nossa organização, é do interesse da nossa sociedade e é do interesse de cada um que se relaciona nesse elo aí de parceria da nossa cadeia produtiva.
Este é mais um movimento onde fortalecemos a nossa relação de confiança, parceria e respeito com os nossos fornecedores, o que nos enche de orgulho.
So that is our presentation. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring. Very interesting because you have to divide by parts and tackle all the issues that come up. Really nice to know. Now let's hear a little bit of Cássia, and Cássia is from Mackenzie, from an institute, an academy, and an institute for public policy. She's going to explain. And Cássia, tell for us more about this program, the sustainability, how the difficulties and the challenge to implement this in a company, and your comments on that.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you, RTCC, for having me here. And I would like to congratulate Lunelli, because this is really a very inspiring, as Maria was saying, and also the scope of the work that you are doing in ESG, and of course including the economy, otherwise the company is not going to exist, right? So you need some profit as well. So this is amazing. So I haven't heard any company doing such a extensive work as you are doing. So congratulations to you. And yes, so Maria, you know that I have been studying public policies for several years now, both regarding public organizations, but also private organizations and its protocols. Maria and I have been working together with regulatory and flexible rules as well, and protocols for organizations. So when we get what you are doing here into numbers and also comparing to other industries, I would like to say a few words. First of all, is that we are living in a time that we have to learn to navigate very rocky waters and in a rocky boat of decarbonizing the industries and also any process, economic process that we are. And the fashion industry is not easy to do so. We know that. If we go back some decades, like 70, 80 years ago, our grandparents would have just a few clothes, not much clothes, but they would last, right? And if you are over 50 years old, as I am, you remember that when you were a kid, you had the Sunday clothes, right? Which were like the good clothes, the beautiful clothes to go to special occasions, like going to church on Sundays, right? But nowadays, everything is so different. We just see that it's so easy to go for a single-use clothes or single-use plastic, single-use anything, right? But we know that the planet is not going to last if we don't change our behavior. So this is something about changing the behavior. And this change of behavior was started like after the Second World War, and now we have to shift it again. And we have to do it fast, right? And we can see some examples. For instance, France just launched a set of rules that from 2025 on, all publicity for fast fashion is going to be forbidden in France, right? But a few a few years ago, until some years ago, in the United States, they were using labor from inmates, from prisoners, for free for this fast industry, fashion industry. So these are different behaviors that we have to analyze and see how we can make it different. I don't know if this is, yes, it is, okay. So is it? It's strange, but sometimes it doesn't count. But anyway, so what I would like to say is that these principles of ESG, they have to be imposed, or they have to be self-regulated, or in a self-protocol. But in the fashion industry, it doesn't work quite that. It's not easy or common to see a company that is doing by itself, starting a set of rules. So it's much easier or important if you have a company or a legislation coming from the public policies. So regarding the public policies, we also have either the carrots or the stick, right? So the thing is, what works better for the fashion industry? Works better the carrot, which means incentives, or even protocols, or an easier way of mandate? Or do you need a stick, which is like a tax, or some kind of tariff, and it could be both ways. It could be both ways, but especially if you have a set of rules that works for everybody, for all the fashion industry, then it's going to be fair. If you're talking about transparency, fairness, labor, and even the discard, and how the client works, and the price and everything, the rules has to go through all the industry. Then it's going to be fair. Because if you start by your own, and I'm sure that you can tell us about this, in the first run, or in the short run, it was much more expensive and less competitive with other industries than if you were not doing this set of rules, and all this commitment with the environment and with the social and your employees as well. So, but if we look in the short run, right? So I would like also to understand how it was for you, because this is a good example to show to other competitors that they can also change, right? And I think this could be a good incentive. But regardless of this, I think that for the fashion industry, if we have the public policies for everybody, imposing some better and beautiful behavior, then we would have a fairness, and go into this slow motion industry, and going back to better behavior and pattern standards of quality and all. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Cássia. And do we have some time for questions? Yeah. So let me ask you some of the challenges that you had, because you got all the things at the same time, because sometimes we see company doing just one part, just to scope one, or just the energy, or just that. What do you think has been the most challenging thing to change? The behavior, or the accountancy, or the culture as a business?
I think the most challenges is to keep a balance of all the environmental, social, and governance, we have a challenge, a big challenge about the culture. We need to prepare the people. We need to prepare. We need to train our employees. We need to give them support and also information. What is sustainable? What is the concept of sustainable, and also what is the sustainable concept of the company? And for example, next year we will launch a culture program for sustainable that reinforcing for our employees the culture of sustainability.
That's very interesting because I study a lot of organizations in general, and culture and mission is always the difficult part. But most of the times is even difficult for the high level, for the CEOs and so on, because they think it's just another thing to do, and then you don't pass. That got my attention as well, the way you started from the top, and this independence, the governance, actually, the structure. And you work with sustainability just in the fashion world or different sectors? I don't know if you work just with fashion. Yeah. That's just Lunelli. Yeah, so just the fashion, that is your speciality. How do you think you can manage the resource itself, like water, for instance, that is a challenge thing for everyone nowadays, if you can share a little bit of us. I think for the fashion industry, it's really a point to the use of water.
This is a big challenge to improve our process to make fashion more sustainable and offer to the consumer new options to give the choice with lower impact. So the consumption of our resources, water and energy, is very difficult to improve this process, but we now are the most the bigger digital printing on fabric in Brazil. So we are working hard and improve our process to reduce our environmental impact, to offer our clients and our customer more options and care about our resources. And it's interesting to emphasize too. Lunelli has a ISO 14000 certified, so environmental management system is a way we work in our industry. So it's part of our DNA to produce environmental fashion product. So that's it.
Yes, I would go.
Well, no, yes, because we were talking about the initial costs and for all these changes, and she was talking about energy and water. But I think energy also has a huge impact and can help if you change the source of energy that you use. It can also help reduce the price of and the cost of production and help to make all those changes that you are doing, right? And even the carbon, the low carbon achievement can be helped and achieved by the change of the source of energy, right? Have you ever thought about using like biogas or biomethane? Because I know that in this state has a lot of biomass, or even change from from diesel to other sources, or electrifying with a good source of electricity in Brazil.
For our production, we source renewable energy from we call a free market for energy, so we can have a lower impact in energy and consumption for this, and we use biomass to promote some process and from states of our production. So we have a lower impact in the energy, and to water we are improving to recycle water and reintroduce the water in our process. So in Brazil we have this sources. Resources very renewable, so it's advantage. So.
We have one more question here.
Hello, Vanderlei and Mariana, and also Cassia. Thank you so much for your very interesting presentations, okay, especially from the point of view of policies, your pure program on sustainability. And I really liked Respeto, okay, the initiative. There was something which I would like really to address, okay? I know you are still in the road. You know, the road is very, very long. And I know what you are doing is just fantastic, as we say in German, okay? Having said that, I have seen about the gender, I have seen about, the total inclusion, diversity, but I didn't see about the faith, religion, okay? Because it's very, very sensitive and very important point, okay? So we have to, of course, embrace any religion within our workplace. Because I have seen, I do some studies, some research about the workplace and the biggest challenges which are faced in just last 10 years maybe, are if you are different from the religion perspective, you are not accepted. And especially, I have seen the women, they have been basically sacked because they wear the cross, okay? I have seen other women, they have been sacked because they choose to wear the hijab, okay? So I would like from Nuleli to introduce this, because Rispetto is absolutely fantastic concept. And congratulations again. And next year at the COP30, you will bring maybe some more initiative to Rispetto. And thank you so much also for your very, very, very excellent initiative. And I hope that all the fashion sector will follow your footsteps, okay? Because it does also remind me of a film, Philadelphia. It was a big film when the judge, basically the lawyer, he was asking some questions, and the judge told him, look, here in my court, we are all, the law is above everyone. But what he said, the lawyer, unfortunately, your honor, because for the judge, we do not live in this court. What I mean by this, it's not everybody who is working within the fashion industry lives in Lundendi. Okay? That's my last message. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all. It's really inspiring. Thank you, Nicole, as well. Thanks.
Test. Okay. Welcome everybody to the ICESCO Pavilion, the second thematic day, the Energy Day. It's very happy to have all of you here. Good morning to everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this very important session on advancing renewable energy solutions through environmental monitoring and solar mapping. We are gathered today to explore how cutting-edge technologies and innovative strategies can optimize solar energy production, helping us to combat climate change in a more effective way. This session is organized jointly between ICESCO and SEDARI, both of which are committed to promoting sustainable development and renewable energy initiatives in the region as we face, of course, the growing global challenges that we are facing from global climate change. Today, I'm very honored and pleased to have esteemed panel of experts with me joining us today who will share their insights from their extensive work in the field of renewable energy. And let me just briefly introduce our set of panelists. Let me start with Ms. Sarah Al-Harthi. I'm very happy to have you here, Executive Manager for Business Development and Investments at Aqua Power, who brings a vast experience in advancing large-scale renewable energy projects. Very happy to have you, Sarah, with us on this panel. Allow me also to introduce Mr. Baber Majid, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Information Technology Board in Pakistan, who is also at the forefront of integrating digital technologies to drive sustainable energy solutions. Very happy to have you here, Baber, and I'm sure that we're going to learn a lot from you today. And last but not least, Dr. Omar Al-Badawi, the Regional Land Resources Program Manager at SEDARI, who will also present on the development and applications of environmental monitoring systems to enhance solar energy production. Very happy to have you, Dr. Omar, with us, and also to co-organize the session with us. And allow me to introduce myself, Dr. Hisham Al-Askari, Professor of Earth System Science and Remote Sensing at Chapman University in California, and the advisor to the DG of ICESCO. Before we get started here, we are going to be having like a couple of presentations that will be done by myself and by Dr. Omar, but allow me first to start with Sarah and ask her, in your capacity at Aqua Power, we know that Aqua Power is a leader in renewable energy space. It would be great if you can share with us how your company utilizes environmental monitoring to optimize solar energy. Like, give us a brief about Aqua Power and their actions towards solar and towards renewable.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham, and really appreciate. I'll take this off so I don't hear myself. I really appreciate this opportunity to join you, and thankful for ICESCO for this kind invitation. So in Aqua Power, we are a developer and investor and operator for power generation and water desalination and green hydrogen. And when it comes to power generation, we mainly focus on renewable energy, although we do have gas power generation, which is a transition fuel that helps us to decarbonize the economies for the countries that we work for. When it comes to power generation or water desalination, renewable or water desalination, it is very much understandable that we're trying to harness natural resources for capital gain. And when you're trying to do that, you need to understand and look at how are you doing that while protecting the environment and ensuring the minimal impact on the social setting and the environmental setting. So our business model in Aqua Power is based on public-private partnership. And we always have our financing partners and our public governmental partners ensuring that we apply the highest standards when it comes to harnessing that natural resources, whether it be it water, whether it be it the sun, whether it be it the land that we build our assets on. So we do leverage different technologies when it comes to monitoring and understanding environmental attributes. First, when it comes to the development phase, all of our projects, we do the environmental and social impact assessments, where we do really understand the current status of the land that we are trying to build our assets on. On top of that, once we build our asset and we have our very rigorous environmental action plans, we ensure that we deploy technology into these sites. So we have satellite imagery that we utilize, whether be it on the development, pre-development side, monitoring during the project execution or the project operation. We use as well different sensors across the plant so we can measure all the important data and our impact on the environment. When it comes, for example, for water, we started now deploying solar energy on water desalination. And one of the important things is ensuring that we have a minimal impact on the sludge that comes out of our water plant. So we do implement technologies to ensure that we monitor how much we are ejecting to the water and what's the quality of the seawater sludge, and ensuring that we really are looking at not contaminating the environments that we work on. Similarly, when it comes to renewable energy, we have sensors and we have a real-time data analytics. On all our sites and all our projects, we have centralized energy centers to ensure that we monitor all of these important data across the operation of our projects. So that's how we are integrating technology. And now we started working also with AI, looking at how do we harness AI for monitoring our projects.
Great. This is all great information. What Aquapower is doing, and in the forefront of environmental technology as well, which is I'm quite happy and impressed about the kind of sensing techniques and methodologies and the data analytics that you mentioned, because this is going to be the future. And I'm happy that you are also touching on equity and inclusion, which is also part of how we can move forward, how we can make sure that there is justice in the usage of resources, which is very important. That will take me to Mr. Baber, who I want to touch on with you on your background and what Pakistan has been doing.
Antenna?
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. So I wanted to touch on different aspects, like at regional and global level. But before we do that, let me get some of your knowledge and some of your current work in Pakistan. We are all aware that Pakistan had made strides in leveraging technology for renewable energy. How has the National Information Technology Board that you chair contributed to this transformation at the national level? Then we are going to touch on some regional and some global perspective as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sham. Thanks for giving a chance. I'll give a brief overview of how we are having digital interventions in renewable energy and similar sectors in Pakistan. We have recently established a National Information Technology Board, and the purpose of establishing this is the digital transformation of how we can leverage the technology to fill in the gaps that have been left. So one of the examples I will give you is the data, because with the digital interventions and with the modern technologies like AI, we can only hone upon them when we have reliable data. This data intervention, for example, integration with the solar GIS mapping to identify the best sites for the solar locations. This is one of the initiatives that we've done. Then similarly, IoT-based technologies, and again, it can only happen when we have the digital infrastructure. So at NITB, what we have done recently is, first of all, establish the digital infrastructure, where the velocity, variety, and volume of such data can be leveraged for applications in GIS mapping, for applications in analysis. And when an interesting thing that has evolved is when we have established this facility, it has given us interesting use cases. For example, policy making. So it is really helping us, and now when we are integrating with AI, the AI infusion is giving us some very interesting scenarios which were not there before. And then recently, just before coming to this conference, last week my team was working on a research part of it, and what they've come up with is like when we give the similar problems to the generative AI ChatGPT, we are not able to have the answers which are futuristic because the LLMs are based on the current data. So this new unique data set, which is now emerging out of our own individual context, is going to be a treasure because now based on this, we can actually generate scenarios which could be helpful not only in policies and GIS mapping, which I gave you an examples of, but it can also be helpful in managing the optimal operations of those facilities. So these are just the few examples which I just wanted to highlight. And these are specific for now to Pakistan, but yes, at a global regional level, we can see that similar learnings are emerging as well. Thank you.
I can't agree more with you, and I'm fully aware of the power of data. Now they are calling that data is the new oil, and we can see the different kind of value-added products that we have from data when we talk about AI or machine learning or even now deep learning. So it's just opening a huge black box that we were not even aware of, and that's actually a very good segue for what I wanted to share with everybody. Some of the work that we did using satellite technology, using Earth observations, and using AI tools in order to address some of the solar impacts. And maybe can somebody bring my presentation, please? My presentation. So we are going to share with you some of the projects. Actually, one of the projects that we did before in Egypt, which is related to the creation of the dynamical solar atlas, and in this project here. In this project here, of course, we are talking about the scenarios. Everybody was talking about the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario, which is far-fetched, I think, and we are going to be exceeding the 2. But the different kind of warming worlds that we are living in, and because of that, we have witnessed lots of dryness and lots of droughts, which is the worst in the past 900 years. This is a satellite image from Geopotential satellite. It's a gravity mapping coming from a satellite called GRACE, showing you the amount of dryness and drought in North Africa and in Southern Europe, which is telling us that, with the changing climate, we are going to be facing more and more desertification. So you are going to have lots of more particles in the atmosphere, which will have massive impact on solar irradiance. That's why it's very important for us to be aware of mapping of dust sources, high-resolution mapping of dust sources, to see the impact of dust particles and aerosols on the scattering of the solar irradiance, so that when we are doing different kind of projects, it will be manageable. This is a video footage from Iraq showing you the size of dust storms, which might be even happening more frequently in the future, and you can see a walking wall of debris. How it's advancing very, very fast pace, and this is in the middle of the day. And I want to share with you the impact and the magnitude of things like this, and how this can be quite impactful on solar-related projects, from complete daylight to complete darkness in a few minutes because of the extent of dust storms. So that was something really that we wanted to look into to make sure that we are prepared in our models. So we know there's a huge, large impact of dust on different kind of sectors, different kind of ecosystems. But when it comes to energy, we are talking about radiative energy balance. We are talking about the impact of clouds and precipitation, the impact of the atmospheric composition and chemistry. All of this are quite important for the solar different kind of projects. We had a project which was funded by the EU, in order to establish the dynamical solar atlas. And this is the ecosystem of the whole mechanism, which involve optimization of data using satellite observations, using CAM services like related to aerosols, using OMI products for clouds, using radiative transfer models, using a lot of neural net, because we had terabytes of data in order to work with. And the whole idea was to quantify the impact of dust particles on the solar irradiance, be it for PV projects or CSP projects, and you calculate that for different lands that are assigned. And the idea behind it that you are mapping dust sources and you are looking into different levels of dust concentration, and you calculate the amount of the attenuation and the scattering which is happening at different regions of the spectrum, be it the UV, the visible, the infrared, and so on and so forth. So now you quantify how much is lost when it comes to projects on the ground, so that you can calculate, so you have a complete value chain. You are aware of how much energy is going to be produced and how much it's gonna cost you. That's very important. In that regard, we were able to do that with the government of Egypt, and we were able to provide them with all the different kinds of lands which are used for solar projects, and that was a very successful project. That was very successful collaboration, and we had the full support from the government. That's just like, in a nutshell, a project that we did utilizing Earth observations and satellite technology, which was quite successful in that part of the region. So maybe, through ICESCO, we can expand such a project for different nations, different countries in the Islamic world. Now we are going to bring the second presentation for Dr. Omar Al-Badawi, who is going to elaborate on the impact of environmental monitoring systems that have in the solar also and in the Arab region. If we can have the second presentation, please.
Thank you, Dr. Samia. Thank you, Dr. Hisham, for your presentation. Thank you, Sarah, and all the presenters. I will talk about the introduction of environment monitoring system, because it's essential tool to design and calculate and analyze data about environmental conditions that will help us understand and manage natural resources efficiently. If we can see that this can help us in the data play key role in tracking environmental data efficiently and enable assessment of air quality, water quality, and environmental data. And this, when integrated with IoT sensors that give us efficient and real-time monitoring. An example for this is Sirocco project, which is enhancing the in-situ environmental observation across the under-sampled deserts. The Sirocco project object vision aims to innovate environmental monitoring through advanced technologies, enhancing our ability to observe and respond to ecological changes. In Egypt, the objective of this project is to install, operate in situ low-cost sensors with post-project commercialized in mind, and to establish network in under-sampled desert area and ecosystems, and also develop data processing service based on ICT infrastructure, and provides research data to enhance climate change model and future support. this comes through different pilot in different countries, and I will concentrate in the pilot of Egypt, which is in Bimban Solar Park, to make modeling and planning for renewable energy system. This is the process of Sirocco project, that all pilot data comes to the hub, and we will enhance the low-cost sensors with the data comes from the satellite and the Earth observation, and then make the models to have a monitoring system. And each data plays a critical roles in Sirocco project. We have the in situ data, provide the most accurate and local information, but is limited in scale. And we have the satellite data offers broad coverage and consistent temporal data through the lower resolution. And the model results help and predict future tenders and integrate diverse data, but their reliability depend on the quality of the data inputs. So we have the three layers of data become give a good resolution with low cost. And this is an example of in Bimban Solar Park. We have these low-cost sensors around the area, and this in situ gather the needed site information, like solar radiation, wind speed and direction, temperature, dust and air pollution, soil moisture, and different, etc. And this, when combined with satellite data and models, give us the ability to plan the environment, the solar, the renewable energy. And also with this is a type of the solar data comes from the satellite, as Dr. Hisham mentioned in the Solar Atlas of Egypt. This is one product that we are very proud of, that Dr. now comes the official document in Egypt, produced through our efforts, Dr. Hisham efforts on them. And this is solar. So with this the data, in situ data and satellite data and modeling, we can plan the solar energy. And this is implementation steps comes from to assess the environment, select the sensors, cross renewable energy source, and ensure proper data management. And this is this comes to sustainable and eco-friendly. This is the future renewable energy source for sensor power. This is sustainable and eco-friendly, reduce operational cost, and enhance system reliability. So we enhance the energy production with IoT and renewables. I'm go very some fast. So this is the benefit of integrated monitoring system is real time and data collection, enhancing sustainability and cost efficient operation. I want also to mention another. This is efforts comes in the Gayason. We involved different universities in Africa, give the students IoTs and sensors, and make them make a project, and they have a competition and give them prize. The winner will have the prize, and this comes every year. So we have in this year we have teams from Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Ghana, Morocco, Senegal, Togo, and Tunisia. And also the gender we try to as much as possible to have a balance in gender balance. And this is examples of the activity that happens in the year 2024. And this is the winner. We give the winners of each team in each country. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. I think my presentation, Dr. Omar, is shed the light on some of the current projects, some of the tries and the efforts in order to find solutions to utilizing renewables and solar. I'm going to go back to Sarah and ask you. You know and you see that there is a rapid expansion in solar energy, and there is utilization, and also rapid expansion of utilization of renewables in general. But with such an expansion, if it's not contained, if it's not calculated well in a good way, we are going to be facing challenges of scalability and how we can grow these kind of efforts. So if you can shed some light and share how Aquapower is doing that, what kind of challenges you are facing in scalability and expanding your projects, and how you deal with it.
Thank you so much. So in Aquapower, we're one of the largest providers of renewable energy, water desalination, battery storage technologies, and the first mover when it comes to green hydrogen. So when we are as a Saudi private company that is multinational, operating in the global south across Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, and China, we're faced with a quadrilemma, which is how can we supply to our clients affordably, securely, sustainably, but as well with speed. Especially when you look at where the world is right now, and everyone wants to triple renewable energy by 2030 or by 2050. So one of the challenges that we face is supply chain, for sure. There is a huge demand on critical minerals and huge demand on energy technologies, where the current market is unable to supply that demand at the speed that we need. We're looking at working in these markets where Africa is driving its work to go to renewable energy, but then there is the lead time to mine a lot of these critical minerals is years, and these projects need to be constructed in months. Some of our projects we constructed in 18 months, in 12 months. In Saudi Arabia, as an example, now we're working on our vision to have 100 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. So that's a really huge demand on supplied equipment. That includes panels, that includes wind turbines, that includes wire, which needs all these critical minerals. We've been able to achieve by now in Saudi Arabia and in partnership with the Public Investment Fund almost around 10 gigawatt, but we have to ramp up that very quickly. So supply chain comes as number one, as one of the bottlenecks. The second bottleneck is financing. In Saudi Arabia, we're privileged to have a setup where financing is easier, but we work across different regions, like in Africa, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, where rapid financing is required for us to be able to establish these projects. We cannot go alone as the private sector. We need to do it in collaboration with the public sector, with financial institutions, and unless we're able to make it easier to access financing for renewable energy, it remains as a bottleneck. So I think these are the two major, let's say, issues that hurdles our speed. But we remain very committed in ensuring that we work closely with our partners to deliver on our promise of having a green energy, sustainable energy, and a just transition for the countries that we work with.
Thank you, Sarah, for the very thoughtful answer. Commitment is very important, and it's like what keeps us going day after day. I had a conversation with Baber, before our session, and we were just brainstorming and talking. Who's going to fund that? who's doing all the funding? Like, we are cheerleading for everything. We as scientists or as activists or as people involved in private sector or interested about the well-being of our planet, we are concerned, but we offer solutions. But who is funding this? What kind of challenges did you face to promote this in your region? And what's your thoughts about that?
Thank you, Hisham. Yeah, that's a very interesting question, actually. I will first give you a brief of how we are doing the interventions from a technological perspective first, and then how, because when we talk about Pakistan, so there are advanced technologies, data infrastructure, which is available in the center, in the capital, in Islamabad. But what about the remote areas and how those will be funded, how those will be sustained, and what interventions can be done? So from the technological perspective, from the digitalization perspective, what we're doing is we're following a technology-based as well as a community-based approach, because we can't do it alone. We have to take everyone along. Right? So from the technological perspective, the interventions that we're doing to make this happen is, first of all, coming up with the solar panel-based energy poles. Like, we have done a pilot project in Islamabad as well. In CDA, we are doing it, which is the Capital Development Authority. So we have deployed a pilot for solar-based poles which are IoT enabled, and so precisely we understand what are the best optimal locations to install those poles. So this is one. Then secondly, coming up with microgrid programs. So with the microgrid program, we have done again a pilot in remote areas like Balochistan and in Sindh. So a microgrid project is the answer to it as well. So this is working fine as well. But on the other side, there has to be literacy and energy literacy in utilizing it, and a digital literacy in enabling it. So we've partnered with the provincial governments as well as some private organizations to run the literacy-based campaigns. So this is how we are taking everyone along in evolving this innovation. Now the question remains still open, as I can see in other forums here at COP29 as well, is how is this all going to be funded? Because the government budgets are always limited. So we are working on different models. First of all, you can't run this all on government budgets. So we are coming up with innovative PPP models in Pakistan as well, public-private partnership models. So far, they're working fine. Yes, we are also looking at some funded projects from World Bank and from others, but I don't think that is a sustainable model. For sustainability, the answer has to come from the PPP. And this is what is being evolved in Pakistan as well. We recently have a PPP authority as well. They are coming up with models. And so the way it is working is technological scopes are being evolved. Community and governments are on board. Literacy programs are happening. And PPP models are being explored to make it a sustainable effort so that it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Baber, for the very thoughtful answer as well. That's great. Let me go back to Omar and ask him, in your capacity at CDARI, CDARI is dealing with different sectors, with water, agriculture, food, energy. The nexus, it's one of the most important things which are everybody's talking about. Can you just shed a little bit of light on different kind of efforts or initiatives or projects that CDARI is leading in this kind of partnership between the three pillars, water, food, and energy?
Thank you, Dr. Hisham. It's very important, it's crucial that doing the nexus approach between water and food and energy, because for instance, agriculture is the most consumable of water, and also energy needs water for pumping. Water also, energy is essential for water for pumping and desalination and such that. So this is we realize this importance and the linkage between the food and which is comes from the agriculture and the water. It's essential for water for agriculture and also energy, and we have a lot of aware efforts in this in Sidari in this matter, in capacity building and training, and we also have different projects dealing with this, like Al Muruna project. This is comes with IUCN and in different countries in Jordan and Egypt, and dealing with things with natural-based solution. And also we have another project, Search, comes with a platform for all the efforts and experts and in this matter. We have a lot of things, but I don't think the time is allowed us to elaborate more.
I think you shared enough on that regard, and that's good. I want to acknowledge the presence of people with us here, and I'm going to open the floor very shortly to some questions from the audience, and I want to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Ambassador Zakaria, DG of ComSats. Very happy to have you with us here. Thanks for your attendance. Sarah, we have been talking and we have been witnessing the massive strides that Saudi Arabia is doing in terms of digital transformation, and how they are leading by example, like, in changing or transforming their face. Like you were sharing some experience with me, like, offline, about what's happening in that regard. In Aqua Power, I know that you guys are at the forefront of integration of different kind of technologies. How you ensure this kind of integration to be successful and to be efficient at the same time without losing the time that you are highly needing, right? Like, how you manage this, how you tackle such a problem?
So in Aqua Power, part of our DNA is innovation. So we really take into heart in the way that we do our business on how do we innovate, not only in our investment model as an investment company, in our operation, but as well in the technologies that we utilize and the work that we do, whether it be on a corporate level or an asset level. So when it comes to innovation, we have actually an innovation center in collaboration with KAUST, one of the biggest research institutes in Saudi Arabia, where we look at bringing new technologies, piloting it on our assets, and then ensuring that we deploy it on the 90 assets that we have across the world, ensuring that it's approved, researched, and then implemented. So we don't only talk, but we walk the talk by ensuring that we do integrate new technologies in our work. Recently, we are working now with the Shanghai government to have another research institute and innovation center in Shanghai, where we will work with our supply chain into ensuring that we work with our suppliers on understanding some of the challenges that we have, whether be it on our solar assets, hydrogen assets, or water, and look into solutions and innovating together. We cannot do this alone. It has to be done in partnerships with the research institutes, with the academics. And through that, we were able to start working on battery energy storage, which is now, it is still new when it comes to the Global South. And deploying it in the Global South is something new, innovative, and it requires a lot of work, especially with the different conditions that we have at our regions. As well, green hydrogen. We are one of the first movers on green hydrogen. This is a new novel technology, and the innovative way of introducing this new technology was our ability to build the first largest project in the world based on building the structure of that project in a novel way, and through integrating of renewable energy with the electrolysis process, deploying it at scale, and then producing ammonia from it. So innovation and new technologies is very much an integral part of our success as a company, and we don't see our future as a company continuing if we don't embrace it instead of standing against it.
Talking the talk and walking the walk. That's very important, and I commend you on that. Did your model prove to be efficient when it comes to cost? Like, if you can just in few seconds, like if you can shed the light on that as well, cost efficiency in terms of integration of new technologies, how it's working.
This is a really good question. So we pride ourselves as Aqua Power that we deliver the cheapest electricity and energy to our clients. So we have to do that looking at our bottom line all along and ensuring that it's the most efficient and the cheapest solution that is still very effective. So far, we've been able to do it in collaboration with different parts of our ecosystem and still making sure that we still remain within a cost that is ensure that we deliver electricity as the cheapest cost possible. For example, in our green hydrogen. So this is the first green hydrogen project in the world that is at this large scale, and it will be cheaper than blue hydrogen and grey hydrogen. And you will see it hopefully soon when we start groundbreaking that project.
Looking forward to that, and that's quite exciting. Baber, you gave us in your recipe a few minutes ago a way out, and you said PPP. Share with us any success story and tell us how ICESCO, as a serving entity for the Islamic world countries, how we can capitalize on your success stories, how we can learn from that, what happened in Pakistan and other places, how we can take this forward and move with it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Hisham. That's a good question. The thing is, the PPP model, you're right, seems to be an answer because the sustainability has to be, there if the success is targeted, of course. Now, in Pakistan, I'll give you a few examples of the success stories. One is, first of all, the data-first approach. This whole effort working in remote areas as well as bringing in the efficiency, innovation, this all generates useful data. So the data is the gold. The data is the oil, whatever we say. So, first lesson that ICESCO can do is adopting a data-first approach so that we collect the precise, contextual and localized, because the solutions have to be localized. So we have the data-first approach first, and this is what we are doing in Pakistan as well. Now, the PPP success stories is number one, we've partnered with the telecom providers and integrated our solutions for the GS mapping. So we understand now what are the best sites for microgrid, solar-based microgrids. And that is where we are doing the pilots. Now, this generates data, and this is where the innovation triggers as well. So this goes back to the R&D and the research, and we see how we can optimize the usage while minimizing the costs. Then the next thing that can be learned from here is providing affordable solutions. So this is again the digital intervention here. Like we have come up with simple pay-as-you-go models, some simple billing solutions where the communities where affordability is less, for example, in Balochistan and in the rural and in the remote areas. So we have come up with unique billing solutions there. So pay-as-you-go model, and then we leveraging the data and the partnership and technology intervention, we also are now able to monitor the usage and efficiencies, so we can best utilize the resources as well. So a combination of this, so how we can replicate this to all other member countries as well, is that ICESCO, first of all, adopting the data-first approach. So we need to come up with some innovation where we can hone on these. Number two is the PPP model, that to make it sustainable. Then the number last is the literacy. Again, I would like to emphasize on that, because as we come up with the innovative solutions, but to implement them, and we need to take along everyone. So all this community-based approach, so I think that gives the answer that we can replicate.
This is great. Thank you so much, Baber, for the again, very thorough and very detailed answer and a recipe for success and moving forward. ICESCO is all about innovation, and this is our bread and butter. And when we talk about with our DG, he is looking for innovators. That's usually the message that he's trying to instill in our member teams at ICESCO. Let me open it for the floor, to get some questions or feedback or comments. I would really ask you kindly to make it limited, 30 seconds to 1 minute at the most. Introduce yourself first, please, and go to your comment or your question right away. Ambassador Zakari.
You already introduced me. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My question is that what is the attitude of the countries, developed countries, towards transferring the technology? Because this is where one of the impediments I see, not just the financing and also the solutions, because for solutions you need technology. So technological know-how, if the developing countries they don't have, which is a reality, then in that case, what is the attitude of developed countries? What is your experience? She talked about investment into technology, but I want to understand that what does that mean? Are you having your own indigenous technology? Or because innovations will come if you have indigenous technology. Innovations will be very hard if you have a borrowed technology. So that's my question is.
Who wants to take this question?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think you touched on an important point, which is the attitude and behaviors. And, it's really hard to change behaviors and attitudes. And I think even within the negotiation here, when it comes to technology mechanisms, it still remains a tough negotiating point. I think for us, the Global South, it is important for us to come with our indigenous technologies and innovations and to have a South-South collaboration, not from a protectionism point of view, but because we collaborate better with each other. And it's really hard to get over all the, all the issue when it comes to security of information from these technologies and ensuring that we break these barriers when it comes to these elements, but we still try to engage very proactively. We in Aqua Power, for example, when it comes today in the green energy, all of the green energy equipment is coming from China. And China is a global South country that is willing to collaborate with the on a South-South scheme. We've seen a very open attitude to share information. We're not faced with all of these legal documents that says we cannot share information, and we collaborate with each other. So I think it's always important to think about the partner that we bring in the table, that is willing and open to work with us and understand that we need to share the knowledge and we need to share the technology. For example, in Saudi Arabia now, we just signed with 2 leading Chinese companies to establish their facilities in Saudi Arabia. And that's how you build the know-how, that's how you build the supply chain, by ensuring that you localize these equipments. That's number one. Number two, we're ensuring in most of our contracts, this is a government mandate, that we have a certain threshold of localization. I think if an international or a foreign country that wants to come and work in our country, we need to put this level of saying we need this number of local employment, we need this number of localization of the supply of these equipments, and that's our way to stand, in front of ensuring that we really add value to our economy and we're not just extractionist economy.
Great, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, and I agree with that. Just a little part I would like to augment here is to answer the question. Look, the answer to this is yes, innovation, a local solution to the problems. So what everyone has to do is to come up with innovation, local solutions, but the innovation happens in collaboration. So we can't manufacture everything in terms of the devices, equipment, and technology, but we can't rely on outside solutions to come and solve our problems as well. So it's a combination that has to be done. So I like the localization approach as well, because this is how you ensure an element of local innovation is there. So, and an essential ingredients of such an innovation is the collaboration working with others. So it's a combined model.
I think we still have a couple more questions from the floor. Let's make them fast. We are beyond our time.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Rahil Kamal from ICESCO. I have a two-part question. First of all, we know in the case of agriculture, if we supplement the satellite data with IoT data and with drone data also, we get a much better predictive model. So is that not the case in your scenario also? Can we not increase the predictivity of our model using drone data also? Secondly, we know that the sand has a higher albedo effect as compared to urbanized areas and all that. So is your model equally applicable on urban areas also, or do we have to do some adjustment for the albedo effect? Thank you.
I think I have to answer this question. Good points, Dr. Rahil. Yes, I agree with you. Definitely, wide range of observations, wide range, the integration of different kinds of technologies, including IoT ground sensors and drone observations. It definitely help the predictive models, and this is the direction right now. Not even that, but also nanosats, nanosatellites, and CubeSats, which will allow you to have coverage at the level of daily, if not even hourly, observation. That's going to be huge in terms of having more and more reliable data that can be integrated in our systems. So yes, I agree with you on that, and definitely this should be the future, and this is the future currently. In my previous position as the vice president of the Egyptian Space Agency, we were promoting a lot of CubeSats and nanosats. This is the kind of thing that we are doing. In terms of the albedo, as you are aware, the absorption of the solar radiation, different regions of the spectrum vary based on the land use, land cover. So when it comes to urban land or urban areas, definitely the albedo is going to be a very important factor that needs to be taken into account when it comes as compared to high reflective domains like deserts. So 2 points are well taken. I think we have one last question because we need to close this session for the following session.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sami from the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health. My question is about the use of renewable energies for water. As you spoke about, for example, solar energy for water treatment, we all know that scientifically speaking, the yield of this technology is a little low, and using it for water treatment makes a little shorter because of the capex that you are already investing to treat this water with a low yield. So how can you, for example, imagine this kind of implementation? Because we are still speaking about upscaling. What not about downscaling that we are now, for example, doing at the Catalan Water Partnership and in collaboration with the Swiss Institute?
So for us, in Aquapower, we're the largest water desalination company in the world that provides water to the markets that really need it. We are faced with water scarcity, and I'm not preaching to the choir here. So water desalination has been the start of the success story of Aquapower. And I think we're the first and only company that started integrating renewable energy into water desalination. The first project that we did was in the Red Sea, a new tourist development city, where we've built a microgrid that is totally renewable, that is supplying water desalination, sewage treatment plants, municipal solid waste management plants, and supplying electricity to that city. So that was our first success story. The second success story is building almost a 45 billion USD cost of a project in Saudi Arabia with almost 50 megawatt to power a power plant partially with solar energy. But we successfully built the first total renewably powered water desalination plant in UAE and the largest one in the world. And we've seen it come with a novel design and a success yield and an outcome. And I think when it comes to water desalination, this is the future. Because water desalination historically has been very capex incentive and energy intensive. And now for this region, renewable energy is the cheapest source of energy. We were able to drive the price down to sense levels. And I don't think anywhere else in the world it's comparable on how cheap it is. So looking at it from an economic perspective, it's more economical. Technically, it have shown success. So I think now we just need to see it run for 5-10 years and see what are the challenges and how can we tackle these challenges. I get your point on downscaling, but today as the population grow, there is no chance for downscaling these plants. If anything, we need to upscale and integrate renewable energy. I think, probably the question would be whether to have renewable energy at site only to supply these projects, only to supply the water alone, or to have a grid that is 100% renewable, or to a high capacity renewable to supply that plant. And I think this is here where it comes the question. Do you go on a utility scale or you go at site solutions?
Great. I think Dr. Amr had something to add.
Yes, I agree with you very much, and I want to add something. We had a study for assessment of sustainable agriculture practices in Egypt, and we found that especially in remote areas, people find renewable energy is the cheapest source of energy in the remote area, because if he wants to get the energy from the grid, it will cost him a huge money. So the renewable energy was most effective in these areas for pumping and desalination and etc.
Great, Dr. Amr. Thank you so much. I think we came to an end of our session. It has been quite enlightening, and I really want to thank all of our speakers. And I can summarize everything that we heard today in a few words, which is the two faces of sustainability, if you allow me, where we can see that there is a pathway to close this value chain by the integration of the private sector, governments, and academia. I'm an academic, so I'm biased, of course, which is very important in order to develop marketable products, like products which are sustainable, useful, which are innovative, integrate technologies or integration of technologies. All of that will make sure that you have a closed value chain where you can have the breadth or the depth of the science integrated, but at the same time you will want to ensure that you have economic feasibility. Otherwise it's not going to work. Allow me to thank all our esteemed speakers here: Dr. Omar Al-Badawi, the Regional Land Resources Manager at Sedari, Ms. Sarah Al-Harthi, the Executive Manager for Business Development and Investments at Aqua Power. Finally, last but not least, Mr. Baber Majid, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Information Technology Board in Pakistan. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks everybody for your attendance, and looking forward to see you in more sessions with ICESCO. Thank you so much.
تالي I am on board. أنا معاكم.
اهلا دكتوره، انا مع حضرتك وانتي موجوده دلوقتي معانا، هتقدري تعلقي والناس
أنا
هتسمعك عادي.
موجودة بس فيكم تمرقوا الفيديو بعدين إذا بنهاية
في الاخر
إذا بتحبوا تفتحوا الفلور إذا في وقت. I am ready. D'accord.
طيب.
I will speak in English maybe to make it easy.
Yes, it will be way better.
Okay, تمام شكرا.
Amin, shall we start? يلا. Hello everyone, we would like to welcome you again at ICESCO booth at Baku, Azerbaijan, COP29. We would like to welcome all the attendees with us and of course all the speakers who are attached with us and they are also joining and following our session. Actually, our session today is gender balance and enhancing resilience in facing climate challenges. Yesterday we had a long discussion about resilience and how can we ensure making our state members more resilient towards many things, toward not only climate change but in the labor market, in education, in even our culture. How can we survive and be more resilient facing culture shocks? So today we are tackling resilience from another perspective, which is gender balance. Actually, gender balance could be considered as main enabler for resilience. And today we are very delighted and honored by having a group of leaders in not only in the Islamic countries but worldwide. First of all, I would like to start with the co-organizer for this valuable session, which is Her Excellency Professor Dr. Fadia Kiwan. Dr. Fadia Kiwan stands as a visionary leader, and she is leading the Arab Women Organization, and she used to champion the cause of women's empowerment and gender equality across the Arab world. With her extensive academic background and deep commitment to social progress, she inspires transformative change and uplifts women's voices throughout the region. May I ask our team to play her first video?
أود بداية أن أشكر منظمة الأيسسكو بشخص مديرها العام معالي الدكتور محمد سالم عبد المالك على هذه المبادرة المهمة جدا بالنسبة للنساء، وهي البحث على مستوى عالمي في موضوع المساواة بين الجنسين. وقد يتساءل البعض ما دخل قضايا المرأة والمرأة تحديدا بقضايا التغيير المناخي، وجوابنا بسرعة كبيرة هو أن النساء معنيات كما الرجال بتداعيات التغيير المناخي على الكرة الأرضية وعلى الناس أجمعين. فالنساء يشكلن ديموغرافيا حوالي نصف المجتمع إن لم يكن أكثر، هذا من الناحية الديموغرافية، ولكن من ناحية الأدوار التي تعود إلى المواطنين في مواجهة تداعيات التغيير المناخي للنساء بدون شك دور كبير وبل كبير جدا. ولكن بداية دعوني أذهب إلى أبعد من موضوع النساء والتغيير المناخي، وأن أتحدث عن سمة لسوء الحظ محزنة جدا طبعت العالم العربي في العقدين الأخيرين بصورة خاصة، وهي سيادة الحروب والنزاعات المسلحة وما رافقها من قنابل واستعمال أسلحة جرثومية وبيولوجية وكل ما أنتجته من دخان ينفث السموم على الناس. ولسوء الحظ هذه النزاعات المسلحة والحروب ما زالت مستمرة إلى الآن، ونتطلع أولا وقبل كل شيء إلى أن تتوقف، ويجب أن تكون عيننا ساهرة لدينا عينين، عين يجب أن تكون ساهرة على موضوع عودة الهدوء ومن ثم الاستقرار ووقف الحروب والانتقال من الحروب إلى المفاوضات لإيجاد تسوية للنزاعات والخلافات السائدة منذ عقود، وفي نفس الوقت عيننا الأخرى تكون متجهة نحو السهر على أدوار المواطنين جميعا وبصورة خاصة النساء في موضوع مواجهة تحديات التغيير المناخي. بالنسبة لوقع النساء، أولا هن ضحايا للتغيير المناخي، هن ضحايا مثلهن مثل الرجال، ولكن في بعض الأحيان تكون النساء ضحايا بنسب أكبر لأنهن تكون جاهلات لحدوث التغييرات المناخية لا سيما في الأرياف، وخاصة كذلك بالإضافة إلى الأرياف ما يحصل إزاء الكوارث الطبيعية التي تحصل بوتيرة أسرع بسبب التغيير المناخي المتسارع. إذن علينا أن ننظر إلى النساء كرافعات لتوعية ولتثقيف ولتربية ولسلوكيات مجتمعية تكون أكثر ملائمة للتغيير المناخي، وفي نفس الوقت تكون أكثر ملائمة لكي تكون سلوكيات البشر أكثر حرصا على البيئة من أجل درء كل المخاطر على البيئة والتي تزيد من حدة التغييرات المناخية. أبدأ بواقع النساء في الموضوع التربوي، في الحقل التربوي، لأقول أن الفتيات يجب أن يدخلن بالطبع المدارس كما يدخل إليها الفتيان بدون أي حظر وأي قيود، ويجب أن توجه محتويات تربوية توعوية للفتيات كما للفتيان في موضوع التحديات التي تواجه البشر من جراء تغيير المناخ، وكذلك التحديات التي تواجه البيئة الطبيعية وكيفية اعتماد سلوكيات تكون صديقة للبيئة. أنتقل إلى موضوع دور النساء في التربية. دورهن في التربية عظيم لأنهن يبدأن بتربية الأطفال والناشئة في البيوت، ولهن دور كبير جدا في الأسر، وبالتالي يطبعن بحسب أقوالهن وأفعالهن أفراد الأسرة وخاصة الأطفال والفتيان من بينهم، تتبعهم النساء بما تكون سلوكياتهن وأقوالهن. إذن دورهن كبير جدا على مستوى التربية الأسرية، ومن ثم النساء تحتل مساحات واسعة من القطاع التربوي والتعليمي، وهنا أيضا دورهن عظيم. دورهن عظيم كذلك في حملات التثقيف وفي إنتاج ثقافة صديقة للبيئة بصورة رئيسية. ثم أنتقل إلى موضوع لا نرى مخاطره لكنه بدون شك له مخاطر كبيرة على البيئة، هو إدارة النفايات. السلوكيات السليمة الصديقة للبيئة تشجع على اعتماد نهج في إدارة النفايات المنزلية بداية، وهنا دور النساء كبير. يجب أن يكون هذا الموضوع في صلب اهتماماتنا كمنظمات محلية وإقليمية ودولية مهتمة بالقضايا العالمية برمتها، ونحن كمنظمة عربية متخصصة بقضايا المرأة نضع هذا الموضوع على أجندتنا من أجل تهيئة أجيال جديدة من النساء القياديات اللواتي تحملن وعي كبير للمخاطر المحدقة بالبيئة ولأسباب التغيير المناخي ولتداعيات هذا التغيير على البشر، وكذلك تعتمدن سلوكيات وتنشرن من حولهن سلوكيات تكون سليمة وتؤدر وتساعد في تخفيف المخاطر على البيئة وتواجه فيها البشر التداعيات المتلاحقة للتغيير المناخي بشكل سليم بالنسبة للبشر. نحن لا ننسى من خلال كل ما نقوله الآن أن نلتفت إلى أن أسبابا رئيسية للتغيير المناخي المتسارع تعود إلى السلوكيات الصناعية وإلى السلوكيات الحربية وإلى الخيارات التي تقوم بها لسوء الحظ فئات هي صانعة القرار على المستوى العالمي، والتي هي عدوة للمناخ وعدوة للبيئة وعدوة للبشر. ونعرف أن علينا أن نكون كذلك مهتمين جدا وضاغطين من أجل أن يكون هناك قرارات على المستوى جيوسياسي، على المستوى الماكرو سياسي، لكي يكون هناك خيارات حتى على مستوى الإنتاج والتصنيع وإدارة الخلافات على المستوى العالمي. تكون كل هذه الأمور تأخذ بالحسبان موضوع تداعيات أي قرار قد يتخذ على البيئة وكذلك على المناخ. نحن ندعو إلى دور ناشط للنساء وأن تنتقلن من السكون إلى النشاط في مجال مواجهة هذه التحديات، ونتطلع إلى العمل معا مع منظمة الآيسيسكو من أجل أن نساهم، وهذا واجبنا في مواجهة تحديات العالم في زمننا الحاضر الصعب جدا على الجميع.
Fadja Kiwan, thanks for the outstanding vision that you are not only talking about it, but you are demonstrating in all the actions and activities that you are executing at your organization, the Arab Women Organization. And actually, I know that Her Excellency, she is following us, and inshallah, we will have time to discuss with her. And if any of our attendees would like to make comment or pose any question, they are most welcome once we will finish by the end of this session. So Her Excellency highlighted a very important point, which is the role of women in all what we are doing today in the climate change. Why gender equality is crucial, why it is important, and how also the gender equality could be a great enabler to achieve our transition toward the green economy and the more greener future. Women are the pillar of culture. They are the first educator of young people and for society. So as much as we invest in those women, we are ensuring that we will be able to accelerate our transition into a green future. And now, of course, we will listen for Her Excellency, Ms. Bahar Muradova, as we are at Azerbaijan. Of course, Her Excellency is a tireless advocate for families, women and children, and she brings unwavering dedication to her role as chairperson of Azerbaijan State Committee for Family, Women and Children Affairs. Her work strengthens the foundation of social equity and inclusion, making a profound impact on the lives of countless individuals across Azerbaijan. And before we give the floor to her speech, we would like also to congratulate Azerbaijan for the great success of this version of COP29. If we can listen for her speech.
Dear Ministers, Head of ICESCO, representatives of the Arab women and other organizations, we are pleased to welcome you to the Republic of Azerbaijan. In the modern time of globalization, the impacts of climate change affect not only nature, but also social and economic issues. It makes the situation more difficult for vulnerable social groups such as women and girls. According to data from UN Women, women and girls account for more than 70% of the global population living in poverty. The responsibility for family obligations and domestic duties often falls more heavily on women. As such, the consequences of climate change not only expose women by physical risks, but also reduce the time they have for education and personal development. Extreme events can increase the burden on women, making these responsibilities even more challenging. Research conducted in 45 developing countries shows that 76% of water collection for household use is carried out by women and children. Women and girls spend more hours collecting water for irrigation and domestic needs the challenges they face related to water in agriculture, and household tasks negatively affect their education and reduce their employment opportunities. In the document Azerbaijan 2030, National Priorities for Socio-Economic Development, the Great Return to the Liberated Territories, a clean environment and a green growth country are being implemented through significant efforts and projects focused on the reconstruction of the liberated territories and the development of smart infrastructure. In accordance with Azerbaijan's international commitments and the duties outlined in the country's legislation, the draft National Action Plan on Gender Equality has been prepared. One of the main priority areas of the National Action Plan is considering gender equality in the fight against climate change. Under the priority adaptation plans and programs for climate change will take into account the risks that climate change poses for vulnerable groups such as women and children. Educational activities will be conducted as part of efforts to reduce an inventory. Greenhouse gas emissions. Initiatives promoting gender-responsive approaches in the use of renewable energy sources and energy efficiency to mitigate environmental impacts will be assessed. Problems such as hunger and poverty contribute to an increase in domestic violence, which disproportionately affects women. This fact highlights the urgent need to address the problem in a comprehensive manner. In the Low Emission Development Strategy report for Azerbaijan, conducted by the European Union and the United Nations, sectoral and overall gender perspectives have been analyzed in relation to national policies and programs on national climate change. Addressing global challenges, creating real opportunities for implementing climate change mitigation measures, and overcoming barriers to progress are key objectives in achieving gender equality in Azerbaijan. I call everybody to take on this path of great significance and put their efforts to strengthen gender equality in the fight against climate change.
Actually, I would like to address a great thanks to Her Excellency Ms. Bahar for the great effort that they are doing in this specific regard. And actually, her word came as a great demonstration of what was already presented yesterday for the resilience report for labor market. And actually, we had the opportunity to see the great success that Azerbaijan have done in this regard. And one of the main success stories that it enabled them to make this improvement was the gender balance. So yes, they have made great effort, and truly it had a great impact on their competitiveness and on their international KPI for resilience at their labor market. And again, we would like to congratulate them for their commitment for the climate change initiatives and for all the effort that they have done to conduct successfully this version of COP. And now actually we are moving to Jordan, and the Jordan speech and the experience will be presented by Her Excellency Engineer Maha Ali. Her Excellency combines her engineering expertise with her passion for women's rights, serving as a powerful force for gender equality and beyond. as the main Secretary General of the Jordanian National Commission for Women and representing the highest association for women at the Arab Women Organization Executive Council, she pursues policies and initiatives that advance opportunities for women throughout the Arab world. And we would like now to leave you with her word.
بداية أن أبدأ بتوجيه التحية والشكر لمعالي الدكتور سالم المالك المدير العام لمنظمة الإسيسكو، ولسعادة الأستاذة الدكتورة فادية كيوان المديرة العامة لمنظمة المرأة العربية على تنظيم هذه الندوة الهامة، والتي تتناول موضوع المساواة بين الجنسين وتعزيز المرونة في مواجهة تحديات التغير المناخي. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، يشكل التغير المناخي تحدياً عالمياً يؤثر على جوانب الحياة والتنمية المختلفة، وتعتبر النساء من أكثر الفئات تأثراً بالتغيرات المناخية في العالم وكذلك في منطقتنا العربية، لا سيما أن التغير المناخي له ارتباطات عدة بالأمن البيئي والمائي والغذائي، والذي يترتب عليه تحديات صحية واجتماعية واقتصادية تؤثر على المجتمعات ككل، وبشكل خاص على النساء والفتيات، حيث تحد من فرص التعليم والوصول إلى الخدمات الصحية وفرص العمل. كما أن دمج قضايا التغير المناخي في أجندة المرأة والأمن والسلام هو خطوة هامة نحو بناء مجتمعات ومؤسسات أكثر استعدادا واستجابة للتحديات المستقبلية المرتبطة بالمناخ والموارد وتداعيات الكوارث الطبيعية والأزمات. وهنا تبرز أهمية توفير آليات الوقاية والحماية الفعالة للنساء والفتيات، بما فيها تلك المتعلقة بحمايتهن من العنف بمختلف أشكاله. وبالتوازي فإن المشاركة النوعية للنساء في مواقع صنع القرار في مختلف المجالات تعزز من وضع السياسات والاستراتيجيات والبرامج المراعية لاحتياجات النساء، بما في ذلك في عمليات بناء السلام وفض النزاعات وتعزيز السلم المجتمعي. على المستوى الوطني خطى الأردن خطوات هامة في تمكين المرأة وتعزيز مشاركتها الفاعلة في مختلف المجالات، مدعومة بإرادة سياسية قوية ورؤية جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني المعظم، التي ترجمت في مسارات التحديث الثلاث للمملكة: التحديث السياسي والاقتصادي وتحديث القطاع العام، والتي أولت جميعها اهتماما واضحا بتمكين المرأة وتعزيز مشاركتها. ووضع الأردن الخطة الوطنية الأولى لتفعيل قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 1325 حول المرأة والسلام والأمن في العام 2017، وساهمت الخطة في تحقيق إنجازات على مستوى الأهداف الاستراتيجية لها، وشهد القطاعان الأمني والعسكري زيادة في المشاركة النوعية للنساء في المواقع المختلفة وفي بعثات الأمم المتحدة لحفظ السلام. وتم إقرار الخطة الوطنية الثانية في العام 2023 من قبل مجلس الوزراء، ويجري متابعة تنفيذها من قبل اللجنة الوطنية الأردنية لشؤون المرأة بدعم من هيئة الأمم المتحدة للمرأة وعدد من الشركاء الداعمين، وبإشراف اللجنة الوزارية لتمكين المرأة. وتشمل الخطة الوطنية الثانية 4 أهداف رئيسية يندرج ضمنها مجموعة من المخرجات والمبادرات يشارك بتنفيذها عدد من الوزارات والمؤسسات الرسمية، إضافة إلى مؤسسات المجتمع المدني. يركز الهدف الأول من الخطة على رفع المشاركة الفاعلة للمرأة في القطاعات الأمنية والعسكرية وفي الدبلوماسية والعدالة، ويتناول الهدف الثاني رفع المشاركة الفاعلة للمرأة في صنع القرار في مجالات الوقاية من الأزمات والاستجابة لها والتعامل مع تغير المناخ والكوارث الطبيعية والأوبئة، فيما يركز الهدف الثالث على تمكين النساء والفتيات من الوصول إلى الخدمات الأساسية والإنسانية، بما فيها خدمات الإيواء والخدمات الطبية والنفسية والقانونية والحماية الاجتماعية. أما الهدف الرابع فيركز على الحد من العنف ضد المرأة والتمييز والتطرف العنيف. وفي الختام، من الصعب ونحن نتناول دور المرأة في مواجهة التغير المناخي وبناء السلام ألا نتطرق إلى معاناة المرأة الفلسطينية والمرأة اللبنانية في مواجهة العدوان وتداعياته الجسيمة في وسط كارثة إنسانية غير مسبوقة وحرمان من أساسيات الحياة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We cannot just pass this speech without highlighting the very important role that Jordan and many other Arab countries and Islamic countries they play for helping refugees and all women refugees and all the societies that suddenly they discover themselves prohibited from the minimum services that should be provided for granted, like education, like having safe houses, like having basics for food, and all the basic rights for children. So actually we have a lot of Islamic countries like Jordan. They are working tirelessly to ensure that they are helping in this crisis. And actually from the outstanding work that is happening from those countries, we can understand how they were able to survive regarding the resilience of our state members. Therefore, and this is also resonates with what Her Excellency Fadia Kiwan mentioned at the beginning, that whenever we are talking about climate change, we cannot ignore the problem of violence, war, and its impact, huge impact on climate. So this is also a very important topic that we need also to not forget while we are talking about climate. And now we move to Nigeria, that will be presented by Her Excellency Ms. Amina Buba Haruna. She is a dynamic leader in Nigeria's development landscape, and she is at the forefront of the National Planning Committee's Agile project, where she fosters growth and empowerment for women. Her strategic insights and dedication drive impactful programs and that uplift women and strengthen national planning capabilities. And I will leave you now with her speech.
Hello everyone there. Good morning, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. This is Amina Buba Haruna, Director and also the National Project Coordinator of Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, Agile, Nigeria. Here I am. Thank you for organizing this conference on gender balance and enhancing resilience to climate change challenges that is taking place today. I'm very glad to be here and also want to say how we've been handling this issue in Nigeria. Gender balance and enhancing resilience to climate change are deeply interconnected issues that require attention from multi-perspective, social, economic, and environmental. Addressing this gender inequality while building resilience to climate change not only improve the effectiveness of climate action, but also support the sustainability development. Here is how the two intersect, and improving gender balance can contribute to resilience in Nigeria. We are looking at issues like gender and vulnerability. We are also going to look at the climate change itself, then the gender responsive and climate, then access to resources and education, and we are also looking at climate adaptation and gender equity. Then we are also looking at economic opportunities, then cultural shift, and societal resilience. So here in Nigeria, what we are looking at is to ensure that disproportionate impact of women and marginalized groups. We are looking at women, especially in the development country, where my country also is a developing country. We often see faces greater challenges in coping with climate change. They tend to have fewer resources, less access to education, and few opportunity for decision making. And therefore, there should be a paradigm shift to all these actions, all of which limit their ability to respond effectively to climate-related shocks like flood, drought, and also storm. Bearing in mind that women are often primary caregivers responsible for food, water, and energy management in household. To this, we are also looking to see how we can have inclusion of women in decision making, including them in climate decision making process, ensuring that policy and projects are designed to meet the needs of the entire population. Now we have seen this showing that when women are included in leadership roles, resilient of effort are more effective. Gender balanced leadership promote more equitable and sustainable solutions, as women often bring different perspectives on managing resources and addressing these risks. Now, to enhance resilience, it is crucial to ensure that women have equal access to education, they have equal access to training and technology. This can include training women in sustainable agricultural practices, renewable energy technologies, and women economy empowerment can also significantly increase their ability to adapt the climate impact. And this is where our First Lady of Nigeria, Mrs. Remi Tinubu, CON, has said that women must be seen at the forefront of campaign for food security in Nigeria. She initiated every home a garden competition, which to encourage every woman farmers. This will enhance food sufficiency and food security. This competition must submit their video featuring details. Now, this is an opening whereby women can have access to speak or to make their own contribution when it comes to decision making. So therefore, empowering programs such as this program that she has brought to our country, I think there's going to be a paradigm shift from where women are not part of decision making. So we are looking at a lot of things that can empower women to take leadership roles in adapting strategies. For instance, women in rural areas may be trained to use drought-resistant crops or engage in sustainable water management techniques. This increases community resilience by diversifying livelihood and reducing dependency on vulnerable sectors. Now we are looking at a lot of things that we should ensure that
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ms. Amina, actually she tackled very important points, which is the access for women for many areas, for technology, for decision making, to play an active role in the sustainable development, which is very important. Women cannot only stay at the receiver perspective if we would like to really empower the community and have more resilient community. And we know that we started with a lot of women. They are at the top representation of the women causes at their countries. But for gender equality also we are inviting a very active player who is His Excellency Dr. Muaz Doreid. Dr. Muaz Doreid, with a distinguished career dedicated to gender equality for both women and men, and especially women. Dr. Muaz Doreid serves as a beacon of progress in his role as UN Women's Regional Director. His visionary approach and commitment to inclusion guide transformative initiatives that empower women and create lasting change across diverse communities. And we have to say, if we are talking about gender equality and to support women's causes and playing active role in transforming the society into more resilient society, so of course women cannot do it alone. Only by the men support we can reach this objective. So now we will leave you with His Excellency Dr. Muaz's speech.
Distinguished representatives, dear colleagues and friends, it's a pleasure to join you today, even if virtually, at COP29, to address a pressing issue that affects millions of lives in the Arab region and indeed across the globe: the intersection of climate change, conflict, and gender. These challenges are not isolated, they are deeply interconnected and demand an urgent, integrated response. The Arab region is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change, while at the same time has been a hotspot of conflicts during the last decades. Over the last 30 years, the Arab region has experienced various climate events that have affected 50 million people and caused significant economic losses. The situation is only expected to further deteriorate. We are at a tipping point, as the region is already facing rapid temperature increase at twice the global average and is home to 13 of the world's 20 most water-stressed countries, with about 90 million Arabs at risk of water stress by next year. Climate change, in combination with governance issues and structural inequalities, can worsen the severity of existing conflicts and increase the probability of future ones. In 2020 alone, 6 fragile and conflict-affected countries in the MENA region were hit with severe climate hazards. Pre-existing gender norms aggravate the environmental pressure and impact of conflict, as women's capacity to ensure personal and family food security and a decent livelihood is hampered. Women are estimated to own less than 5% of assets in the Arab region, while heading 40% of households in conflict settings. Lack of access to land in conflict settings makes them more likely to fall into poverty. The profound unfolding crisis in Gaza is further worsening water security, disproportionately impacting women and children. Since October 7, 2023, Gaza's 2.3 million residents have been grappling with an acute water crisis. According to the WHO, each individual has access to less than a gallon of water per day, far below the 20 gallons needed for basic hygiene. The destruction of farms and agricultural land, with 22% of the fields in northern Gaza razed, has intensified food insecurity, leaving nearly 300,000 people, especially pregnant and lactating women, vulnerable to malnutrition. It is critical to understand that the overlapping effects of climate change and conflict are not gender neutral. The situation is even more dire for women, who are bearing the brunt of the water and food shortages, as they are often responsible for collecting water and caring for their families under increasingly dangerous conditions, where they are at risk of facing gender-based violence. The current conflict, combined with the region's deteriorating climate conditions, has intensified the hardships of those already struggling to survive. Gaza now represents 80% of the global population facing catastrophic hunger, the majority of whom are women and children. Despite these impacts of climate change, especially on those experiencing prolonged conflicts, climate financing continues to fall short. The Arab region needs around $570 billion by 2030 to fulfill its climate financing needs and to meet its climate targets. However, However, the total international financing received by the region to date amounted to only $34.5 billion, with conflict-affected countries like Yemen, Syria, and Iraq receiving less than 0.5% of global adaptation financing. It is crucial to understand climate finance could catalyze women's empowerment. Yet despite these challenges, women are not just victims, they are also agents of change. Women have proven time and time again their resilience and ability to lead in times of crisis, contributing to peace building and restoration of justice. Moving forward, we must ensure that women have a seat at the table in all climate-related negotiations and peace processes, ensuring their specific needs and priorities are met. A comprehensive development and humanitarian approach is needed, integrating climate needs into response plans and adopting policies that facilitate access to financing for affected communities, including women. Let us work together to build the resilience of conflict-affected communities in face of climate crisis through targeted programs, initiatives, and by strengthening legal frameworks to protect women from the disproportionate impact of climate change and conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Muaz. We have to say that Dr. Muaz is one of the main players in this cause across the whole region, and he have been working all the time to ensure giving equal opportunities for women to all their cases. And yes, we have to admit that climate change will affect us all, but climate change causes, they are not gender neutral. Yes, women are more affected, and this also leads to many social phenomena, which is the gender-based violence that we would like to work together to ensure that it is limited. So last but not least, we will have from Turkey, Her Excellency Dr. Didin Duman. She is the head of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration and Democracy University. She is a champion for democracy and civic education. Her leadership shapes future generations and policymakers, instilling values of integrity, equity, and public services that inspire students and researchers alike. We are following her word.
Honored guests, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished members of the audience, greetings from Izmir, Turkey. It's both a privilege and a huge responsibility to stand before you today, well, even virtually, and to discuss an issue that is both timeless and urgent, the importance of gender balance, which is essential for fostering inclusive, resilient, and prosperous societies. Now, let's begin by clarifying what we mean by gender balance. It basically refers to a fair distribution of power, responsibility, and opportunities between genders, and it goes far beyond simply assuring that men and women have equal numbers in decision-making roles. It involves creating environments where they are all valued, heard, and empowered to contribute to society. I would like to ask you if you are familiar with the name Olympe de Gouges. Well, she was a French playwright, writer, and a political activist of the 18th century. And do you know why she was sentenced to death? We are all very well aware of the French Declaration of the Rights of the Man and of the Citizen, aren't we? And we scholarly accept it as one of the most important predecessors of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that we have today. Olympe de Gouges was sentenced to death because she denied the reference to men in the name of the French Declaration, and instead she wrote down the Declaration of the Rights of Women and of the Female Citizen by just changing the he pronoun into a she one. and she was executed. Well, this is the reason why I refer the gender balance as timeless and that should be achieved urgently. Gender balance is not just a matter of fairness, actually, it's a matter of effectiveness. When we remove obstacles that fall into the path of women empowerment and ensure their equal participation, we improve the quality of decision making, the strength of social bonds, and the resilience of communities. Well, it leads to a more comprehensive solution across multiple domains such as economic prosperity, social injustice, leadership, governance, global challenges, which includes today's topics, the climate change and peace building. Let's begin with the intersection of gender and climate change. Well, the climate change, it does not impact all people equally. Even vulnerabilities are gendered, actually. However, well, it's essential to recognize that women are not just victims in the face of climate change, they are also the agents of change, actually. Women's traditional knowledge of resource management, their leadership in communities, alongside their ability to innovate in the face of adversity, make them key players in developing climate solutions. And women have shown time and again that they possess the resilience, creativity, and practical expertise required to tackle climate challenges. For all these reasons, well, it's not surprising that both the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change underscore the importance of gender equality in achieving their goals. And in fact, the UN Sustainable Development Goal 5 calls explicitly for the empowerment of women and girls as a means to achieve all other global goals. And let's focus on peace building briefly. It's widely accepted that inclusive peace is much more sustainable more sustainable peace. And research shows that peace processes involving women are more likely to result in lasting agreements. Statistically speaking, UN studies indicate that peace agreements are 35% more likely to last for at least 15 years more when women are involved in the negotiation process. And women bring perspectives that are often overlooked in traditional peace negotiations and emphasizing social cohesion, community healing, and long-term stability. Yet, despite the evidence supporting the effectiveness of women's participation, women remain underrepresented in peace talks. According to the UN, once again, women make up less than 25% of peace negotiators globally, and they are even less likely to be included in peacekeeping missions, unfortunately. The inclusion of women in peace-building efforts is critical for various reasons, and besides, it's not just an aspiration, but an essential part of building peaceful and stable societies. For instance, in post-conflict reconstruction, gender-sensitive policies ensure that both women and men have equal access to resources, decision-making roles, and opportunities to contribute to societal rebuilding. And when women are included, communities are more likely to recover, heal, and build resilience both to future conflicts and to climate shocks. Well, in concluding, if we are to make meaningful progress in tackling climate change, peace building, and ensuring sustainability for future generations, we must ensure that gender balance is woven into the very fabric of these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We would like to thank all speakers who have been with us today. And I know that Her Excellency Fadia Kiwan, you are still with us, Your Excellency, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So can we have Her Excellency on camera, please? Can we have Her Excellency Fadia Kiwan on camera? Okay.
I can speak without camera as well.
Okay. So just to conclude today, actually,
may I?
Yeah, of course,
yes.
You have.
So even without camera,
yes.
If my voice reaches you,
everyone. Okay, everyone
yes.
here
yes.
can.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sally. Thank you very much, ICESCO, for giving us this opportunity to raise and develop all these aspects related to climate change and gender equality. I will not make a new speech, but I will try to give our attendant some takeaways. There are 5 concepts that have been elaborated by the distinguished speakers. I think that comprehensive approach is a must if you want to tackle either gender equality or climate change, and conflicts and rebuilding countries and building peace after wars. Then inclusion is a concept that we should take into consideration. Inclusion when it comes to providing opportunities, girls and boys, men and women. Climate change is not gender neutral, so we have to uh, build on the intersectionality between climate change and the participation of women. And by talking about gender equality, we should always underline the fact that women should be active and no more passive. And by being active, we should grant them the right or recognize the right to access to school, to have their education with all opportunities are there as their brothers, and then to enter in the market, in the economy, and to participate in all fields in social life. We have three added concepts to keep in mind when it comes to gender equality. The first one is to allow girls to go to school. It's a message for all. Second, to give them all opportunities, to have equal opportunities as men in society. Third, to empower them because there is a gap at the moment. We have to empower specifically women who are active today to develop their awareness and their skills in order to be able to succeed in their participation in all fields. And last but
Thank
not
you.
least, gender issues are not feminine, it's a societal issue. So we should extend to man this issue of gender equality linked to climate change. Thank you so much for all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thanks for the great effort that you have done to gather all the great speakers and the representation of all those countries to find to just present the value or the topic of gender equality at climate change. We have to conclude this session because we have another session now. But definitely the resilience will continue with us. The role of women and the role of gender equality definitely will be continued, and we will have another platform to discuss it. I would like also to thank all the attendees today. Thanks for your contribution and for your time.
Test.
Good morning. Do you hear me well? Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to this session. You hear me still, yeah. It's about towards just and inclusive energy transition. Okay. Toward just and inclusive energy transition in the Islamic world. So we have distinguished speakers with us today, and we will start with some brief presentation on the topic of this session. So as you know, all the Islamic countries are embracing the era of shifting from fossil fuels to renewable energy, and this shifting shouldn't obviously impact negatively any socio-economic development or the environment. So obviously this transition to clean energy is not only about technology, it's also about human. How can we provide the access to energy services to all the population, including the vulnerable population, and how can we also not disrupt the working force or the economic model in a way that we contribute to the economic growth of our countries. Fortunately, we have a very ambitious target in our Islamic countries in terms of achieving a high share of renewable energy in the mix of energy, and we have a lot of efforts in terms of energy efficiency and the decarbonization of different economic sectors, but still a lot of work to be done. So in this session, we will focus mainly on the socio-economic dimension of the energy transition. How can we succeed to do it in a way that we leave no one behind? How can we also include everyone? Because it's a matter not only of politicians, government, but also of research institutes with scientists, but also of civil society organizations. The financial institutions should be involved. So all these actors should be involved to make it a successful, just and inclusive energy transition in our Islamic world. So without further delay, I will give the floor to my colleague, Professor Hisham Al-Askari, who will give a brief introduction from the side of ICESCO. I take the advantage to thank ICESCO for hosting us in this beautiful pavilion. Obviously, also thanks to RICRI, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, and ECO, climate change think tank that I represent here. So I forgot to say my name, Jawad Al-Kharras. So I'm representing the ECO climate change think tank, which is based in Milano. So thank you very much. I will give the floor to Dr. Hisham Al-Askari.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jawad. It's a pleasure and honor to be here, and thanks for everybody who is participating and joining us in today's very important session about the just transition of renewables to the whole Islamic world. I would like to acknowledge your presence here in the ICESCO Pavilion, and we thank everybody who's participating in this session. And I don't want to take a lot of the time because we are running, we already, we are past the time of the beginning of our session. I'm sure we are going to have great discussion, and we have a lineup of great speakers who are going to share their vision and their thoughts on the just transition of renewables and of clean energy. And I'm going to pass it back to my friend Dr. Jawad Kharaz in order to start the moderation of the session. Thank you so much, Jawad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham. So before starting the panel discussion, I will give the floor to my colleague Fatoma Hanini. She is from RICRI, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. So she will provide a short presentation just to set the scene and give some figures on the energy transition in the Arab countries. Thank you, Fatoma. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jawad. It's a pleasure to be with you. Dr. Jawad was our ex-director, and it's really weird to be on the other side of the panel. Hello, everyone. So I'm Fatoma Hanini. I'm a Senior Planning and Business Development Specialist at RICRI. And today I will give you a brief insights about just energy transition, their impacts with a focus on the Arab region, because they constitute our member state at RICRI. I will also give you a brief introduction on RKB. We are an intergovernmental organization. We have 17 country members from Arab region, and our mandate is to accompany these countries in their energy transition, and especially a just energy transition. So we will go through the importance of energy transition, challenges, opportunities, how to implement just energy transition, the importance of renewable energy, and then the TerraMed initiative that we are supporting. So to ensure a just energy transition, we have, first of all, to ensure an equity. A just energy transition should ensure the benefits of all people, to ensure the transition is equitable and well distributed between people, and to avoid the creation of new inequalities. And we have to ensure also the inclusivity. We have to ensure the participation of all key stakeholders of the countries. Also, a workforce transition is essential, as we have to provide a pathway for the workers in the fossil fuel sector in industry to a sustainable transition. Environmental sustainability is a key factor in the just energy transition. It's not just about the environment, it means ensuring transition in a sustainable way for communities and economies. There are a lot of opportunities, but a lot also of challenges in the MENA region. We have financial constraints, especially when it comes to financing the infrastructure for renewable energy and all the just energy transition related things. And then we have also skill gaps. There is a significant skill gap in the workforce. It needs to be addressed. The policy and regulatory framework also need to be developed comprehensively in order to make a just transition inclusive, and it's a critical challenge. Community engagement also is a key challenge, as it has to be an effective inclusion for the community, and trust building is essential to ensure the transition is accepted by the community. There is also a lot of opportunities, especially in our region, because our region is abundant of renewable energy. We have a lot of opportunity that can be harnessed to power their economy sustainability. We also can benefit from green economy, with green finance. Access into green finance can provide the necessary investment to support the energy transition. Innovation and technology also can be adopted, especially for the quick development of technology, so it will be speeding our transition. The global partnership is essential. The partnership can provide technical support, resource needed for successful transition. Here are some key facts from our member states. So in our member state we have 13 countries that have already their strategy, and all the countries have already submitted their NDCs in 2021, and it will be updated in 2025. 11 Arab countries have already their NEAP. Despite of also relying on the oil and gas sector, there is a great potential of renewable energy project, but it needs to be financed. That's why 10 Arab countries have already established a financial mechanism. So implementing a just energy transition need to take in consideration few things, like prioritizing community engagement, workforce development, investing in workforce, in developing critical ensure that the transition is not just inclusive, but it will not leave any worker behind. Policy and regulation need to be robustly developed, and it's essential to guide the transition and ensure equitable sustainability. International cooperation also is a key to ensure that Arab region countries have access to necessary resource and support for successful transition. The importance of renewable energy in just energy transition. So we have three levels of importance. First of all, it's the economic growth and development. So it will bring a lot of jobs, job creation. The RE offers significant and potential of do you hear me? Okay, great. Hope everything is well. So we can carry on the economic growth and development related to renewable energy and just transition. The renewable energy can ensure energy security by diversifying the energy mix with renewable energy sources, so it can reduce dependency on the oil and gas imported by these countries. We have also the investment in renewable energy that can drive technological innovation, fostering competitive edges in emerging market and developing countries that constitute our countries from Arab region. We have also an environmental sustainability. So, of course, one of the biggest thing to take in consideration is the reducing carbon footprint. Transition to renewable energy sources in the Arab region is crucial for the reduction of carbon emission, mitigating climate change, and safeguarding the environment for future generation. We have also the water conservation. Water constitute a very important resource. Renewable energy technology typically consume less water than traditional power plants. We also preserve biodiversity. Renewable energy have a lower impact on biodiversity. The air quality improvement, of course, reducing reliance on fossil fuel will significantly improve air quality. Also, social inclusion and justice. Access to renewable energy will provide electricity and clean energy to remote and underserved and rural areas in the Arab countries. The community empowerment is essential, that in a way that it empower local communities by giving them the control over their energy resources. Gender equality is important because as you were, I don't know if you were present in the last session, we were talking about gender balance. So the RE sector offers a lot of opportunities to women in leading, also in decision making. Environmental justice, a fair transition for renewable energy addresses historical injustices, ensuring that the benefits of cleaner energy are equitably distributed. So we are at RICRI supporting the 1 terawatt initiative, the TerraMed. So we noticed that according to the preliminary elaboration, the gap to 1 terawatt is 600 gigawatts. The investment to fill the gap is $700 billion, but it will ensure around 3 million new jobs only in the solar wind supply chain. So that's all. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, I will be glad to respond.
Thank you very much, Fatoma, for this very insightful presentation. And I think it was good to see some figures also from the Arab countries where we are in terms of the energy transition, but also the impact on the socio-economic development. And also you mentioned the environmental aspect and also biodiversity, which is also a tricky issue when it comes to deployment of renewables. So now we are going to pass to the panel discussion. So I would love to invite our distinguished panelists. I will start by Dr. Imad Adli, the General Coordinator of RIDE. So thank you very much, Dr. Imad, for making it. Be careful, please, with the stair. I will also call Hajar Hamlishi from PAI. Thank you so much, Hajar, for making it. Also, I will call Siddiq Sabahi from IRESEN, Morocco. Thank you very much. I will call Gianni Caneta from Green the Island from Italy. Thank you so much. Dr. Ahmed Mahina, the first Undersecretary of the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy, may join us. He's in another session. As soon as he finishes his session, he will join us probably. Dr. Hisham, please also join us, please. Thank you very much. So we have, as you can see, very diversified expertise. So also in terms of representativeness, we have a representative from the civil society organization, Dr. Imad Adli. You know, the Arab Network for Environment and Development, very active network in the Arab region. And I would love to hear from Dr. Imad how can energy transition be managed to minimize potential negative social impacts such as job displacement or environmental concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jawad, and thanks for inviting to be part of this panel. It's really an honor to be here, and also, Hannah? Okay. It's an honor to be among this distinguished panel and talk about the civil society engagement in the energy transition in the Arab region. I was very glad to see the presentation that was done, because you put the map for the what we need to achieve, because the challenges that we are facing, it includes also not only the engagement, but also the needs for the energy transition, especially for the vulnerable communities when it comes to climate risks that we are facing. From our experience in the Arab region, we found that the engagement of the civil society, especially when it comes to young people, youth, women, disabled, this was a very challenging and also one of the opportunities that we find in the process that we do in the region for the transition. Because maybe 20, 30 years ago, when we were talking about renewables, people were thinking about that renewables is not economic for our communities. But now, I think with the very high price of the fossil fuel, and also with the decrease in the pricing of the renewables, especially when it comes to solar energy, there is a great opportunity for our communities to be fully engaged and benefit from the energy transition, and also getting the renewable energy as a good alternative for their economy, for their livelihoods, for even when it comes to communities that are affected by climate risks, by disasters, when it comes to flooding, when it comes to drought and so on. You can find that having the renewable as an alternative, it becomes one of the areas related to loss and damage, and also one of the solutions that relates to loss and damage when it comes to communities affected by disasters. And this is why and I know that we are going to hear from Hajar about the TerraMed, but we are very glad to be part of the TerraMed initiative, in which we are trying by having the dialogue between the different actors, different stakeholders, government, local authorities, academia, civil society organizations, women, youth, media, all this to come together and to discuss how we can achieve this goal by 2030 to triple the installed renewable energy in our Mediterranean Arab countries, and also in the remaining of Arab countries, to become, the dream achieved by the 2030. So 1 terawatt is very feasible, is very achievable, but all what we need to do is just to think outside the box and to take all the opportunities that we have and to respond to the recommendations that came from our people. The recommendations are not coming from outside. Actually, when we organize the different sessions in Egypt, in Tunisia, in Algeria, in Morocco, we discovered that we have the solutions, and we have very clear ideas about how these solutions could be achieved. So all what we need to have is our governments just to respond and to take actions on this. I'm very happy also that in the ICESCO we are discussing this, because when it comes to the Islamic world, it is part of the Islam as a religion, to provide the people with the decent life, and the renewables and the energy transition is also to help them to get a decent life, because it is becoming very expensive for the people, especially for the poor, to get to live without renewables. And I think it is part also of the solidarity, and it's not only, I'm talking about Islamic countries, it's also all the people in the Islamic countries, including Muslims, Christians, Jews, and everyone, to be part of this development and also this progress. We all hope that, by having the civil society engagement, not only in the discussions and also in the dialogue, but also in the implementation. Because when it comes to, small villages and very small communities in the different areas, coastal areas, desert areas, rural areas, or urban areas, you discover that, linking the governments and linking the overall strategies to the local communities, you have to have the civil society fully engaged in this process. So this is why I'm very glad to be here, and I'm happy to see that, we are together, the partnership that we are having among the different actors, regional organizations, local organizations, national organizations, that we are getting one step forward. And I'm happy to see that here in the COP29, the TerraMed and this kind of initiatives are very well taken care by the different actors, and we hope that we are going to achieve this dream, which I think normally when we talk about dream, we say, oh, maybe we achieve 50%. Our dream is very logic and is very realistic, and even it is below the real dream that we could achieve. It is very simple and very achievable. So this is why we have to work together. Thank you very much, Jawad, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imad, for this very insightful input from the civil society aspect or side. Definitely, I think the role of civil society is pivotal in the energy transition, not only in sessions like this or conferences, but also in the implementation. And I can recall many projects in the region that were developed in rural areas without civil society organization. It couldn't be really successful. So like, for example, solar pumping for agriculture in some areas that I witnessed it in Jordan, in Syria, etc. So the role of civil society organization is pivotal in the implementation of renewable energy project and related energy transition project. So now from civil society organization, we move to a different kind of actors. So probably the international or the pooled fund on international energy, PI, that Hajar Khamrishi is representing. I would like to ask you, I mean, which kind of initiative that you are supporting, and it make it, I know that you are keen to support this participatory approach and involving everyone. So if you can highlight some of the initiatives that you are developing in the region and any lessons learned or recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jawad. Shukran for setting up this event and inviting these multiple stakeholders to talk. Let me start by introducing what is philanthropy. PI is a philanthropy, climate philanthropy. So climate philanthropy is non-governmental organizations that really drives, supports, brings us resources to support systemic change towards resilience and sustainable future for mainly. So we are conveners and bring together businesses, government, international organizations, civil society, and private sector investors towards the climate initiative and support development. So our key contribution mainly, of course, granting and supporting regional and national initiatives, and also driving the necessary change. Before going directly into the main initiatives, let me just recall how the big potential and complement Fatuma for what she was presenting to us. One of the main figures, let's say, that we have a potential on wind and solar in the MENA region collectively around 3.5 terawatt. Okay, this is our only MENA region. In Pakistan, we have 150 gigawatts only for wind as a potential. And not talking about a lot of potential in Central Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa along. Knowing that only Nigeria now is unlocking a vision of 200 gigawatts in the coming future. So strategizing towards it. Yet, we have all a great potential, and we are more of us developing countries that thrive development and really need to uplift the communities' well-beings and economies. In this sense, and as most of you may know, last year in Dubai, there was a consensus and a commitment of more than 130 countries to triple up the energy, renewable energy capacities, and double down the energy efficiency, and which means to reach out 11 terawatt to 2030. We gathered together multi-stakeholders, multiple partners from civil society, think tanks, industry associations, and some of the international organizations afterwards, and started thinking, how could we regionalize and territorialize in some way this big target? How can we contribute as a region? Because we know as one country, each and only country has several challenges and many other ambitions. But coming together is a strength. We believe on the power of the collaborative approaches and the power of really succeeding together rather than going alone in that part. not to repeat the famous quote. So we brought together stakeholders from North Africa and some of the event and south of Europe, and we built up a vision for the Mediterranean region, which to reach out to 1 terawatt towards 2030. So this discussion started in Istanbul last July of last year, and we are very much happy how all the collaborative effort and all the stakeholders and partners that jump up into this initiative to make it a vision that in the lastly international organization added like IRENA, Global Renewable Alliance, Union for the Mediterranean, and some of the countries really enjoyed the support. We enjoyed their support to it, like Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, Turkey, Greece, Spain, Italy, Portugal. All of those countries are already set up a way to discuss this future. So not to repeat, this type of regional initiatives or projects drives are transformative, revolutionary for the countries. You have seen the potential to drive more than $700 billion in investment, the potential of having 3 more million jobs, and avoiding 600 tons of CO2 towards 2030. That's immense. So rather than that, the TerraMed is a success story of how it started from an idea, a spare idea, to a collective vision, to now a real roadmap that we are now working straightly together for COP30 to bring the political endorsement we got, thankfully, alhamdulillah, on the side event on the 12th from the countries. We want to have it on the COP30, but as a commitment. So next step is we'll be working with the countries interested to supporting and develop the commitments of each country and the necessity of investment. Not just here, let me say there is other potentials. The renewable energy is now for our Islamic region around is an opportunity for a new economy. Like Oman now is developing this, decarbonizing the steel industry and making it a new vision. This is one of the main great strategic opportunity that for the Middle East, on the Gulf countries somehow, and also it can drive to the MENA and all around Africa. Because we don't want to be exporting the energy at raw to Europe. Or I don't want to say the word that civil society is using a lot lately, which is the new green colonization. We want to have to really make it a driver for our economies, like the industrial opportunities, like electrification of the industry, greening the industry, electrifying the transport. They've really overcoming the energy access and energy poverty in so many countries. The TerraMed is our main thing, but we have other initiatives that are developing, covering the other parts of the world. We are now really with some strategic partners as well developing the West Africa Power Pool, which is a similar iconic project to the TerraMed, but for the West Africa and covering from Morocco to Namibia. So there is a big, nice group working towards that. There is another group working for developing idea or vision for Central Africa, but let's say the one we see a good potential coming in would be the next TerraMed would be the West Africa Power Pool. There is an opportunity that I'm here. I can allow myself to call upon action for the Caspian Sea. Why we cannot have a similar initiative by, like the TerraMed, raising up the ambition on the countries around the Caspian Sea. Why we gathering Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, all around there with new corridors now that are on work by Azerbaijan. Potential of all around the Caspian Sea would be a brilliant idea to go, and we will be happy to, of course, support and put our efforts into driving. Thank you so much. There is a lot. I would love to go on to Southeast Asia as well, but it's too much.
Thank you very much, Hajar, for shedding the light on the TerraMed initiative. And as you said, hopefully we can have many other TerraMeds around our Terra, something in other regions of the world. And you mentioned the Caspian region. Today at 5 o'clock in the Pavilion of Azerbaijan, there is the launch of ICESCO Center, which is very similar to RICRI, but covering the Caspian countries. So maybe we can, bridge or link to them to probably promote similar initiatives like TerraMed. And obviously TerraMed is just started. So as Hajar mentioned it, so we need later to work with each country to have their commitment and work closely with them. How can we ensure the need needed financial resources to increase this capacity of renewable energy to reach this 1 terawatt, hopefully together with the Mediterranean countries by 2030. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to my friend engineer Siddiq Sabahi from IRISEN, the Moroccan Research Institute for Solar Energy and New Energies. I know the IRISEN very well. You are doing a great job in terms of R&D and innovation. So from your perspective, what is the role of research and innovation to boost this energy transition and this just and inclusive energy transition in our region? Thank you.
Thank you for inviting research institutes such as IRISEN, the Moroccan Research Institute for Solar Energy and New Energies, who specialize in supporting applied research and innovation in new sustainable energies and decarbonized clean technologies. So I would like to say that research and especially innovative applied research play a crucial role in developing infrastructure that meets the needs of underserved regions. For example, in 2022, in Morocco, we lived the earthquake in the countryside of the region of Marrakesh, and before that, there was the massive earthquake in Turkey and Syria. But also, we don't forget the people under attack, displacement, and damaging infrastructure in Gaza, but also in Sudan. Those regions under huge needs have the needs for innovative, renewable energy solutions and decarbonized technologies or engineer adapted technologies that meets the specific climates and also the societal needs of those regions. I would like to highlight an example. In 2022, we have the World Power to X Summit that is organized every year in Morocco. It's about the green hydrogen value chain. In 2022, that was just days after the earthquake. So we were thinking just before we will maintain or not the summit, but after that, thinking with our government, we maintained the summit and adapted it to the situation, and we launched an initiative called Power to People. So we gathered the institutions funding by IRISEN initiatives to showcase the specific solutions such as local microgrids and portable renewable solutions. As we know, renewable energy play a crucial role in those regions to power hospitals, to power shelters, and also telecommunication networks. So, for example, the doctoral thesis and engineers projects should be oriented towards finding the solutions specific to those need for people in underserved regions.
Thank you very much, Siddiq, for this insight on the IRISEN work and the role of R&D and innovation in energy transition. Now I will give the floor to my friend Gianni Caneta from the Green Islands Foundation. So another perspective, I know you are doing an amazing job with the islands around the world, and specifically the Mediterranean. Probably the islands are sort of laboratories for probably future solutions. So if you could maybe shed light on some of the success story that you are developing, and especially what kind of socio-economic benefits that you are providing through your renewable energy project in the Mediterranean islands, at least. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Jawad, for the introduction. Thank you, ICESCO, for this kind invitation. The organization represents Green the Islands. Indeed, is focused on islands as laboratory of innovation, and we have a program called 100% Renewables Islands, where we are testing not only the nexus of the technologies between different renewables and the storage and also grid, the smart grid, but also the nexus with water, with mobility, that has been mentioned by Fatuma before, no? The nexus as well, but also as a model to develop a strategy for 100% renewables, because in our methodology, we have the first point is to engage the community with the government and we all the stakeholders, the industry association, etc., in sharing the strategy and give input for the energy strategy of the island. And this can be applied in the Mediterranean. So, in fact, tomorrow at 10, Jawad will be also guest in the Greek Pavilion. We have a session in the Mediterranean with Chios, Greek island that just joined in our topic. I represent also in the panel. I'm the secretary of board member of Global Solar Council, which is the global association of the solar industry, and we did run a program called Solar to People, which is a similar name to disseminate and. Also, I also am head of the secretary of the Global Alliance on Sustainable Energy, which is an organization promoting human rights, sustainability, biodiversity in the growth of the renewables. And there will be an event in GRA Pavilion on the 20th, right at 10:30. And I'd like to stress also that Green the Islands is among the TerraMed initiative, among the promoter, and is in charge of promoting climate diplomacy through the Mediterranean dialogue on sustainable energy and climate. We launched a call to action reaching more than 40 endorsements, and in order to act in different points of aspect, from policy to regulation to community engagement, but mainly cooperation on the diplomatic way among the countries, because climate change is not seeing any tension between countries, which is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gianni, for these insights. I planned to go for a second round of questions, but I don't know, for the matter of time, maybe I can, if there is any question on the floor, and then I can give sort of a wrap-up or 1 minute for each to at the end. So maybe I can give the floor to first question.
My name is Professor Rahil Kamar. I am from ICESCO. First of all, on the outset, let me say that renewable energy is really the way to go forward. And Islam also teaches about al-mizan, to have balance in life and everything. And I agree that we need to protect our environment and we need to ensure a clean world for the future generation. But, Fatuma also mentioned that the Arab region generates 80% of their electricity from fossil fuel. And isn't it a little bit unjust to ask them to switch to renewables when they have a cheap energy source? I'm from Pakistan. I know in Pakistan we have one of the largest coal reserves, but we could not secure financing to exploit it because of it not being clean and all that. And when we go to Africa also, we talk about renewable energy and investing in plants over there and solar panels and all that, and they say, we burn wood, which is free to us. Why should we switch to renewable energy? So unless the technology is cheap enough so that it can be implemented, and unless we provide incentive to these nations, I see a difficulty morally justifying switching to renewable energy. I would like your all's thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Hajar wanted to respond. Can anyone?
Okay, go first.
Thank you, Professor. Well, it's very tricky and triggering, your question. This is, justice is not. I really get your point. Like why the developed countries got the chance to develop using their fossil resources, and yet us developing now, we don't have the same right to that development. But this is not ethics, maybe, but because the ethical and moral thing is where this industrial development, this use of resources took us. They took us to a bad place. It's where we are today. We are in very that's Pakistan, Africa, and we are suffering the worst effect of climate change. And yet we are not building that. We don't have the means to build that resilience to it. So looking at renewable energy is now fostering our new development in the ethics of Islam, which in the framework of al-Khilafah, because we are khulafa fil ard. We are the most responsible to keep this earth, well-being of this earth, rather than them. So really, the ethics is to this linkage to this side, not to the side that we need to use it to develop. So this is where our way of thinking it. But yet we don't have to we need to use our renewables, but use it to our development as well. And this is a very important file conduct that is switching now, because we are hearing all around how all the developing countries encouraging the developed countries encouraging developing countries to do renewable energy to export it to them. And this is unfair and unjust. This is not something that we should allow, and we shouldn't let ourselves being used, because there is potential now with all we can have. That go to industry, that go to local economy, that go to transport. It's more equitable and just to do it nationally first, and then export at higher supply chains. To really be treated as peers in this global community, and not another type of extractivism that might go. Here, while you are talking about the finance, we know that the finance is the trickiest point around. And the money, we have all the feeling that the money is all up there, but we cannot pin it down. Either from the MDB's Multilateral Development Bank, the International Financial Institution, or the commercial local banks. But Islamic finance could be a big turning point to this game. What the green sukuk, green bonds, Waqf endowment, or so on, can help to support this renewables development in accordance with Sharia and Islam principles and our ethics toward the earth and the communities. I think this is very important lever for us. They are more than $1 trillion on asset on Islamic finance, and yet we are not looking at it and giving it the right attention so far. So I think you are not going to be so. I see the moderator rolling out to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hajar, for highlighting the Islamic finance. Definitely something that we need to look at. And the main challenge actually is the upfront cost, or the capex. So once there is some kind of finance, definitely the solar and wind is very cheap. And we see that in Egypt or in Saudi Arabia or Morocco. Electricity from solar is 1 cent or 2 cents dollar per kilowatt hour. So it's very, very competitive. But obviously, I know for rural areas, for farmers, etc. So we need some leverage. So maybe we can use this kind of financial mechanism to support this. So as far as we are over time, but I can give you a last minute recommendation from yourself before giving the floor to Dr. Hisham. After what you listened to, you can give us your perspective. Thank you so much.
Okay, I would like to highlight briefly the roles that plays Iran as bridging the gap between the academic world and the industrial world. So we launch calls for projects to fund innovative projects to reach the technology readiness level with participants that should be a consortium with at least one from the research and one and a company. The second role is building with our partners pre-industrial platforms such as the Green Energy Park and Green and Smart Building Park in Ben Guerir, especially with the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, and the next projects that would be the green hydrogen and applications in Jorf, but also the Green Energy Park in Côte d'Ivoire, which is a country with Muslims majority in Africa. So we are contributing in this collaborative work in the Africa region, in the MENA region, and throughout our Islamic countries. So the role is to promote and to the capacity building to have young people able to work in these new industries, sustainable technologies. Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to give another perspective, a feedback to the question raised before. And I like also to recall a sentence, I don't remember the name who made it, because the age of the stones didn't finish because we finished the stones, no? And now we have, anyway, you have availability of oil, but you have availability of solar and wind at a cheap cost today. And let me say, without allowing, and agree with Ajar anyway, a new colonialism on the renewables should not be permitted. And we have the opportunity to jump to this new technology in a faster way than in Europe, for instance. Because Europe has invested a lot in, let me say, obsolete infrastructure. And you starting in some area from scratch, you can go much faster, avoiding all the mistakes and Europe made, and taking the learning on regulation, policy, technology, etc. And you have a huge opportunity, no? That now even Europe we started with a big plant, and now the small plant, householding, energy communities are developed, and but it took decades to get there, and you can have this in a few years. That is a great opportunity you need to take immediately, even if the oil is well. Norway have the oil, sell the oil outside, but in the country is investing in renewables and electromobility. So.
Thank you very much, Gianni. I will give the floor to conclude to Dr. Hisham Al-Askari.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jawad, and thanks for all the esteemed speakers and all your thoughts. That was quite enriching, and I personally learned a lot about a lot of initiatives. But being an academic and my background in remote sensing and Earth observations, I can see no way forward for any of these initiatives without technology, without advances in sciences, and how we can have a just transition or just usage of also science and available technologies for those who are under-equipped. And I see a role for organizations like ICESCO, for instance, to leverage this, through the member states and all their partners, how we can participate in this kind of transition, how we can make equitable usage of science and technology. When we talk about satellite technology, for instance, it's one of the most important technologies for energy transition and for renewables. We personally used satellite technology for one of the solar projects in Egypt, in Bimban, and we also developed the first dynamical solar atlas for Egypt to highlight all the locations which should be used and the most appropriate based on these observations, and take into account all the climatological effects and all the climatological impacts. So how we can transition this to all member states, to all partners who are not yet there, who are not equipped. And that will also touch on what Hajar mentioned about the resources and use the different funding scenarios. So it's all about how we can make sure that we have solutions which are sustainable, which are marketable, which are promotable. We can market them, we can make them revenue generating in order to maintain their sustainability. I think that was a very good session, and they give us a lot of insights about energy transition and the just way of doing it for all countries. I would like to thank everybody. Thank Dr. Jawad for his great moderation and very thorough and very great insights to all the partners. And I think that would conclude our session. And thank you so much for everybody being here. Thank you so much. Let's take ممتاز يلا.
Check. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. We are going to immediately start the next sessions because we are running out of time right now, so we can cover these important sessions as well.
معرض السيره النبويه وهو ليس موجود في الرباط مازال ما لم ازوره بعد ارجع من قبل.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. We have a great sessions from the morning, and now we are going to do the next sessions. Today's is the important panel discussion as well. We are going to discuss about disaster risk reductions and early warning system. As we may all know that climate-related disasters are becoming increasing based on the UNDRR data. I wanted to say the figure here, like it has affected 4 billion people globally, causing about 2.97 trillion in economic losses. So what's even more concerning is like 90% of these major disasters are linked to water-related hazards. So also the most vulnerable communities, particularly in developing countries, which is most of our member states are located, is the one that hardest the hit. So without further ado, I would like to open these new sessions. Could you please take your seat so we can start the sessions? Doctor, if you don't mind to take your seat, please. Okay, without further ado, first I would like to introduce the opening sessions. I would like to give a floor to Professor Dr. Rahil Kamar, the Head of Science and Environment Sector, to give up a few words of opening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fehman. I think I'm going to jump right into it. Welcome, everybody. I think we are discussing a very important topic here today in this session, that what are the current advances that will help us in DRR, disaster risk reduction. There is no doubt that we have destroyed the environment completely, and the hazards that we have created are are very much detrimental for our future generation and all that. Realizing this, we established in Oman 2 years back a chair, ICESCO chair on machine learning and GIS, concentrating on DRR and DRM. So disaster risk reduction is not the only aspect that we need to look at. Also, how to manage the disasters once they occur. Certainly, we are generating good climate models and using especially AI and all that. But what we cannot control, and what the problem is, the extreme weather events. We saw day before yesterday, one of our speakers from Kenya mentioned that in 2022, they had a massive drought in the country. and which resulted in death of a lot of livestock and everything. But in 2023, they had so much flooding that horses and cattle, they had to climb on top of the roofs in order to save their life. So, and also we saw the floods in Libya, and recently, just a few days back, the snowfall in Al Nafud desert in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These are the things that you cannot predict, and these are the events that you cannot control for. So we need to develop definitely much better models in order to talk about extreme weather events also and how to control them. And I think, using Earth observation and using IoT-based data gathering, we can do a much better job. So let's hope that today's discussions will come up with fruitful points in how to address these changes. Thank you very much and welcome everybody.
Thank you, Professor, for the insightful remarks. Today, we are fortunate that we have a distinguished panel of experts from diverse fields. Each will bring a unique perspective to our conversation. So it's now my pleasure to introduce our panelists. First, we have Dr. Moy Mojtahedi, Senior Lecturer from University of New South Wales. Unfortunately, he will not be able to be here with us physically, but he's joining us virtually. The second one is Dr. Ziad Abu Nada, Head of the College of Project Management, Built Environment, Asset and Maintenance Management at the School of Engineering and Technology, Central Queensland University. He's also joining us online. The third one is Dr. Hesham Al-Askari, Professor of Remote Sensing and Earth System Science, Director of Earth System Science and Data Solution Lab, and ex-Vice President of the Space Agency and Advisor to the DG of ICESCO. The fourth one is Dr. Douda Ndiaye. I think he's at the moment not present. Maybe he will be coming very shortly. The third one is the next one is Mr. Khalifa Salim Al-Saudairi, Director of Meteorology Research and Development Department, Civil Aviation Authority, Sultanate of Oman. Welcome, sir. And then the last one is we have a youth participant and also from civil society. We are glad to have you here, Ms. Jocelyn Ezekiel Mirashi, Executive Director of Vision for Sustainable Africa and co-founder of EcoPulse Network Tanzania. Please, welcome. All right, to start our discussion today, I would like also to mention that our sector is preparing in an important policy document. It's called Development of Best Practice on Disaster Risk Reduction and Early Warning System. So today's our conversation also will be as giving an input to our work in progress research report. And I would like to welcome Dr. Moy Mojtahedi as our expert for this report to present and set the stage of today's discussions, to present the initial findings of the document. Dr. Moy, are you with us?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Fahman. How are you today? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please open your video, please?
It's not. You need to give me access. The host has stopped it.
Okay, let me just take a minute.
Yep. Sure.
Just a minute. Our technical team is working on it right now.
Let me share my screen also. Can you see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
Perfect.
All right. In the meantime, I think you can start presenting your presentation.
Yeah.
If you can also make it full screen so we can see it clearly.
Right.
Please go ahead, Doctor.
Sure. Again, hello everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Fahman, for your introduction, and it's my pleasure be part of this report and development of the current advancement in disaster risk reduction and early warning systems. So I want to be very direct into the points and the findings, but before that, I really want to re-emphasize that the natural hazards and disasters are becoming more frequent, and the impact of the disasters are devastating these days. We had, the recent floods in Spain or in Indonesia, the volcanic eruptions, and what I did, I look at the MDAT data, international database for disasters, and I look at the ICESCO states members, the yearly trends in disasters, in natural hazard occurrence. If you can see based on the different natural hazards. So flood is one of the prevailing and more frequent natural hazards that's happening for ICESCO state members. From 2000, this data shows from 2020-24 over the past 24-25 years, and also earthquake and storms, also the second important one. I did another research. I look at the disaster types for the ICESCO state members and with different countries. If you look at here, you can see that the Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Iran, Somalia, or they are the highly affected country against the disaster, natural hazards based on different types of disaster. Like in Indonesia, you can see the earthquake and floods and also volcanic activity. We've got same in other ICESCO countries. But interestingly, I look at the human impacts of disasters on these ICESCO members states. So although the Indonesia was the highly impacted by the number of natural hazards, but was not the highest in terms of the human impact. So Bangladesh and Pakistan are the highly most impacted countries in terms of damages for the human and also infrastructure, roads and bridges, and housing and other infrastructures. So these data shows that we definitely need to reduce the impact of natural hazards in ICESCO's countries. That's even every year is getting worse and worse. So what are the solutions? So in disaster risk management framework, we've got disaster risk reduction section, disaster management section, like mitigation and preparedness in disaster risk reduction, response and recovery. If you look at the prediction, warning, and also again warning in preparedness and response, are the research again shows that $100 spent on disaster, unfortunately $97 spent in recovery. So we are waiting that natural hazards happen, and then we start restructuring, restoring, and refurbishing and rectifying. But this is not correct. So we only spent $3 out of 100 for preparedness, prediction, early warning system, disaster risk reduction. So definitely one of the gap is lack of resource allocation and finance and funding on early warning systems. Early warning systems are very, very important. Again, research shows that effective early warning systems definitely crucial because it reduces the impact of natural hazards, can helping save lives and reduce the impact of disaster on infrastructure. Early warning systems can be effective and successful. We have a lot of different, I will talk a little bit later, we've got different types of early warning system these days, but most of them are not effective, unfortunately, because they are not they haven't engaged at-risk communities directly. They are not promote public awareness and education on risk. They are we need to make sure early warning systems timely and effective for dissemination of the warning and communication to the vulnerable community, and also support ongoing preparedness to enable rapid response when needed. So there are different measures should be taken for early warning system, but these measures require informed policy decisions based on accurate data. Another gap that I want to mention today is the data that we collect for early warning systems are not enough, are not accurate. So the data should be accurate about hazards, exposures, and vulnerability, 3 dimensions. Early warning systems are crucial policy tools. Early warning systems are not policy, but it's a part of policy as a tools. So I'm not going, in order to save time, I don't want to mention that World Meteorological Organization, a strategic plan, also mentioned a lot about the early warning systems. But again, I did a research to see what are the challenges to implement early warning system for reducing the impact of natural hazards. Limited access to reliable data, again, observational data, limited access to accurate data for feeding the early warning systems, insufficient multi-hazards monitoring and forecasting in developing countries, in ICESCO countries also, gaps in 24/7 operational capabilities, and restrictive legal frameworks for implementing early warning systems. Recent advancement in disaster risk reduction and early warning system from technological innovations, AI-driven technologies. We need to pay attention on this. It's really, really crucial, and it's really impactful. We need to collect data, big data, machine learn them, and use the AI technology-driven technologies to predict the pattern of natural hazards before they become really disaster. So we also need to look at the remote sensing and satellite data. It's expensive. Satellite data and collecting this data is not that cheap, but we need financing, we need funding to have the remote sensing and satellite data. And then all those data can be an input for machine learning framework for AI-driven technologies to predict the natural hazards much earlier, to give the warning to the community much in advance before a disaster happen. Internet of Things, sensors, implementing and installing the sensors in different, like in the built environment for predicting the earthquake or the level of water in different areas in the roads and bridges that stop the vehicles and cars going to the flood area. And in regions that we've got wildfire, again, Internet of Things devices is really helpful and can reduce the impact of disasters significantly. These days, there are a lot of expensive tools. However, they are very useful. Robotics and unmanned aerial vehicles like drones to help for evacuation when the disaster happens, when we need to evacuate the community. Drone systems can be very useful, and also autonomous underwater vehicles for predicting the tsunami and earthquake, also another useful tools. These are very modern technologies, but they are not used often. We need to invest significantly in this type of technology. There are other 2 things that I have separated: quantum computing, AI-driven technologies. When we've got big data, it's not easy to run. We need quantum computing, fast type of machine, fast type of computers to analyze data quickly, because the issue of natural hazards, they are happening quickly. Floods happens in less than 24 hours. Earthquakes sometimes unpredictable. So quantum computing is a solution. We also have got the metaverse, which is again very high-tech platform, virtual, immersive, and interactive digital world. Is very useful tools for educational and for training community when floods, earthquake, or other types of disaster happens. I look at recent advancement in disaster risk reduction and early warning system from policies advancements. What I learned that we have a lot of climate change adaptation policies and disaster risk reduction policies separately. They need to be integrated together. The second advancement is inclusive and community-centered policies, that we need to start creating the policies from the community, from vulnerable community, not from top down, from bottom up. So financing mechanisms, resilience and resource allocation is also the policy advancements these days. From practical perspective, the recent advancement in disaster risk reduction and early warning systems are community-based early warning system, and also the public-private partnerships framework. We need to engage private sectors significantly in developing early warning systems, risk communication strategies, and also, as I mentioned, data-driven resilience planning. So equitable access strategies for early warning system is crucial. As I mentioned, these early warning policies, disaster risk reduction strategy must address diverse community vulnerabilities, cultural and linguistic adaptation, accessibility for people with disabilities, social dynamics, technological barriers and access for some sort of communities, gender sensitivity, local engagement. These are a big gap in the equitable access strategies for early warning system. The goal is to make early warning systems fair, inclusive, and actionable for everyone, and particularly for vulnerable community. Early warning systems, and an example research. I just did a research in an area that I at the moment I live in Australia, in New Zealand, in Kaikoura earthquake. The private sectors develop a tool working with the government for rapid response damage mapping, where private sector tools improve response time through real-time data sharing. What this example shows, the public partnership with the private sector, private-public partnerships can be very important for developing early warning systems. In Fiji, partnership with mobile networks support tsunami warnings, improve communication via network, extends for robust emergency alerts. Again, I want to emphasize more on the private and public partnership for developing disaster risk reduction tools and early warning systems. I wanted to save time as I tried to cover the most important findings out of this research and for the development of the disaster risk reduction and early warning systems policy framework and documentation. However, I want to just stop share and I leave it to Dr. Fahman for any questions, or I'm more than happy to be part of the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faye, for the very insightful presentations. One thing that I can note from this is, like, we have a lot of challenges. That I can mention is about the data challenges and also financing challenges. And there are a lot of policy gaps in a lot of member states and countries. So maybe I will come back to you with what do you think, what we need to do to address these challenges, but I'll come back to you later. So I'm now going to talk with all other panelists here. I'm going to start with Mr. Khalifa Salim Al-Sudairi from Oman. So when we see also from the presentation that the technology itself is rapidly advancing, especially for also in your area of meteorological forecasting. So what is the recent development which is very helpful for Oman's ability to provide this early warning system for these extreme events, and how are these advancements making a difference in risk reduction efforts in Oman?
Thank you, Farhan. Thank you for all of the teams here. I am pleasure to have with you in these discussions. Yeah, forecasting or meteorology side is not that easy to predict. There is a lot of challenge, and even the technology with the climate change, we need to adapt our technology according to the climate change. So we try our best through developing the infrastructures that could follow what is going on about the climate change. So in Oman, we have invested this last 2 years in to develop or to more synoptic stations to cover most important area in Oman to have good predictions Also, we maintain and update our 5 weather radars to catch any rainfall in our area, so we can make a warning to the peoples, because most of the hazard in Oman coming from flooding. So the flooding, we concentrate too much on that. Most of our lost lives from flooding, so we give it mostly priority. Also, now we upgrade also to satellite image that we received to the MTG-3, the last updated with EUMETSAT and with coordination with WMO also. Also, last year we update our supercomputer to running numerical modelings to have high resolutions to detect the convective CBs in Oman, and to give good prediction about tropical cyclone tracks, the movement also. You know, Oman have a lot of tropical cyclone last 10 years, so this is also make for us a lot of problem in the predictions. Also, we implement the fire bloom modeling and dispersion modeling. You know, the area now have multi-nuclear. So if there is any accident in nuclear bomb, we need to trajectories these. You know, the weather who's derived the radioactive. This is, so we need to predict which area will be affected, and any infrastructure need to stick by stakeholders. And the last one now, by the next 2 months, we implement the upgrade the flash flood warning system, and we also have the application to easy to communicate with the peoples, because if the message is not delivered to the peoples, all our works is not useless. So most of the people now ask for the applications, so we try to deliver the message through applications. This is in brief the last.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalifa. So I would like to stress also this about the flood, which is Oman is very happening, like focusing on, and maybe from the past disasters that is happening all around the globe. For example, just a few weeks ago, the flash flood that is happening in Valencia, in Spain. So we can really learn a lot from what is happening here. Like in Spain, they say that the whole year of rainfall just happening in one day. So we have to be really prepared for this kind of disasters to come. We have also now the expert of Earth observation. I will come to Dr. Hisham Al-Askari. So this Earth observation is revolutionizing the disaster risk assessment and early warning system. Could you please highlight the latest development in this remote sensing, and that are particularly effective in high risk and hard to monitor area, and so also to introduce about the problem with the data that we get from the last presentation also, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fahman, and let me commend both speakers on their shared thoughts. And when it comes to Earth observations, or when it comes to remote sensing, we have to be aware of what is the science question we are trying to ask here. And in order to address that, we start looking into different regions of the spectrum. There has been a lot of advancement in satellite technology in terms of resolution, in terms of temporal resolution, or spectral resolution, or spatial resolution. So as Mr. Khalifa mentioned, when you talk about downscaling for the models, you need places where you can initialize your models. You need information that can be used so that the models can be downscaled, from a global one, from 40 kilometers all the way to 8 kilometers or 1 kilometer in your case. And I can tell you, that you need to downscale more than that as well, in order to be able to address, flash flood impacts at the county level or at the city level. Remote sensing not only cover optical regions of the spectrum, but there has been a lot of strides in the SAR technology and the radar technology, where cloud penetration is a must, is a piece of cake. You don't worry too much about cloud cover. You don't worry too much about areas where you have a massive amount of clouds, and you will not be able to quantify the amount of precipitation happening. I hear Dr. Fahman saying that in some events like Valencia, you receive the amount of rain know, that you get in 1 year in 1 day, which is true. And this is exactly what happened in Libya in the storm Daniel, where they received 240 millimeters of rain. And just to put it in perspective, Alexandria, the city that I originated from, I came from Alexandria, Egypt, receives 220 millimeter of rain per year. So Libya got this 240 in 1 day, and we saw what happened. 25,000 people lost their lives, 40,000 people got displaced. Satellite technology is able to show us the places where I can do a vulnerability risk assessment. I can know what are the areas which are highly vulnerable when we do a SWOT analysis and do soil water assessment tool. And I'm sure Mr. Khalifa is aware, I can see, like, you know, the different kind of drainage networks, the flash flood basins, the areas which are susceptible to high risk, so I can be more proactive. Global climate change or early warning system does not work on the fact that you need to be reactive as the things is happening. No, it takes a lot of time to understand global climatology, global drivers. It is not only like, you know, what's happening in this region, in this part of the world. I can tell you it's driven by El Nino, like, you know, which is a global phenomenon, and nobody is really focused on that. Nobody is looking at that. And this is what you need to be looking at. And when we are talking about tropical cyclones, when we are talking about things of that sort, sea surface temperature is your key driver. So you need to be observing sea surface temperature and the warmth of the water, and you need to be looking into the trends and the frequency of these kind of warming events, because this is how the convective motion is happening. This is how the clouds are being formed. This is how the tropical cyclones or tropical depressions start to develop. So satellite technology is able to help you with all of that, and the integration of different kind of systems and the platforms at different levels with different information can help you to overcome one of the most important issues that face the modeling community, which is the false positives. You don't want to issue a warning for something that doesn't happen. And the more you have false positives in your system, the more you are not going to be trusted, the more you are not going to be believed, the more you are going to be under pressure. And I know the world of meteorological organizations and what's expected from them. I know how their hands are tied because they can do that much. But when it comes to looking into the future and trying to forecast what's happening, we have to be very careful with that. We have to educate our community the difference between climate and meteorology. I can give you with high accuracy what's going to happen 100 years from now, but I cannot give you in high accuracy what's going to happen next week. Like, you know, there is a huge difference between sudden abrupt changes, which are by default are sudden. Like, you know, those meteorological events, hurricanes happen on the east coast of the US every single year. I think everybody here listening to us would agree with me that we can very carefully predict, and we can say that hurricanes are going to happen next summer over the east coast of the United States. Nobody will deny me this statement, and I'm predicting it 100%. But once the hurricane is happening as we speak, and it is moving across the Atlantic and picking up all its moisture and about to make a landfall, all of a sudden it can change its pathway. It can, like, you know, it can deviate from one location to another. Why? Because it is driven by local meteorology. It got initiated by the climatology that we are aware of, but it is driven by the local meteorology, which can change at the very last minute. Satellite technology, with the advances that we are having in terms of resolution, in terms of accuracy, in terms of temporal or revisit time, can help us to overcome such issues, and can help us to have like the least number of false positives. We have accurate estimations and accurate, I would use the term forecast instead of prediction, because, by the way, there is a difference between forecast and prediction in terms of accuracy and in terms of reliability. And I can continue with the next round.
All right, thank you for the brief information and examination of the latest development in this Earth observation, which is like very, very important technology that we need to adapt to address this disaster risk reduction and early warning system. Now, I would like to have from another angle with Dr. Ziad Abu Nada. Hello, Dr. Ziad, which is joining us online. Hello, Dr. Ziad, are you with us?
Thanks, Dr. Fahman. How are you?
Fine, thank you. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ziad is the expert in the infrastructure and project management. I would like to ask you, Dr. Ziad, the infrastructure, the resilience it's very critical in terms of the disaster preparedness. How can the project management and asset maintenance strategies be improved to ensure that infrastructure in high-risk areas can withstand the potential disasters?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Kamal, for this very interesting question. And I would like to thank the panel members who have spoken just before me. I think they've added a very good insight on what we are dealing with right now in terms of resilience and preparedness. Indeed, if you look at what the main issues and main items that the project management and asset management are bringing, it's mainly about improving the ways how the decision-making process is going to be made by improving the information available and the data available to the decision makers themselves. This means that more rigorous ways of predicting things, which means we need to be in a better position to identify risks. Probably, the previous speaker was talking about we definitely know something is going to happen next year, but we don't know when and how, which I totally agree, because this is part of what we know, but we don't know how it's going to happen. And I think the disaster is going to happen when we don't know what we don't know. We don't know that there might be an earthquake in some area that we wouldn't predict, like what happened in Turkey last 2 years ago, but we didn't know that this is an area where it might be happening in this case. So project management is a key component if you look at the project management framework in terms of identifying the life cycle of the project or the life cycle of a product, of an asset, which means that before we design the asset, we need to understand all the surrounding circumstances that probably we can predict at early stage, so we design against these things. So probably I do agree as well that it is a national thing rather than a global thing, which means that every area is unique. And I have to second what the previous speaker just talked about, that we probably need to work very actively on the local level. Then we go to the city and the state, and then we go to the federal, and then we go to the whole region, for example. Because I think the risk is very unique from one area to another. It's not only environmental risk bringing climate change things, but even the socio-economic structure in that area plays an important role in how this risk is going to be developed and how severe this risk is going to be happening. I think that Dr. Moore was talking about the involvement of partnership, which I totally agree that the stakeholders and the community at a very basic level should be having really some input in order to decide how it comes. Our experience in risk management prediction tells us that community and socio-economic structure is one of the key important. If we have 6 main factors and we try to rank them, community and community culture and stakeholders and the social structure in that area is among the top factors that can contribute to the frequency of the risk and the significance of the risk. It happens in different areas. I'm going to talk about it on some examples later on, probably if the time allows. But the socio-economic structure is one of the things. And project management is trying to understand these concepts by trying to identify at early stages, when we are at the initiation phase, what are the potential risks that we may encounter in this one. And then, as I said, risk is not a unique task or a standby task that we can undertake at the beginning of the project. If you look at the project management framework, and if you look at the PMBOK, which is the project management body of knowledge, you will find that the risk management is an ongoing process all over the whole project life cycle, which means that project management is a framework, is improving our understanding of the risks from the initiation phase until the closing or even the service phase. In another way, actually, project management has been in the last few years considered as the main, let's say, dominating aspect in any successful project. So we will view the success of the project from the 3 main pillars, as everyone understands, from the cost, from the economy, from the cost, and from the environment, and then from the time. If you look at these three main components, it's also looking at the resilience of the product that we are looking at. There are lots of emerging technologies, including the artificial intelligence, the agile, the sustainability. They are all embedded in the project management now in terms of how we can start managing things. One of the projects that we've been dealing with, we started to use drones in order, for example, to manage a project where we need to measure and have real-time data for the moisture content of the soil in order to understand the potential of the bushfire in the long run. So when you know that bushfire and rainfall is very much going together, when there is less rainfall, it means like there is high potential for a bushfire. One of the things that we started to study and using the technology of the drone and some sensing data, and that's why I'm talking about big data, like what the first speaker, Dr. Mo, was talking about, that the big data is part of the resilience and preparedness, because when you have real-time data, it means like you've been up to the level of this data. I just wanted to mention something, Dr. Fahman and like esteemed guests, about the data. I heard one of the points that probably we have a problem in getting enough data to analyze and process our decisions and how we would manage things. This is true to some extent, but I have to say that in some occasions, we have a flood of data. We have so many data points. We have even more than what we need, but we haven't got the capacity to analyze the data because of two things. First, because if you look at the revolution, the technology revolution in the last decade, it's going faster than the human absorption, which means that we have so many different AI and Internet of Things and all of these things happening, and the human brain is still functioning, I think, gradually, not coping with the revolution of this technology, which means that we have got faster technology growth rather than human capacity to analyze and absorb. The second thing is that the quality of the data that we are gathering from the sites. I was part of a Crossrail in London monitoring system when we use a real data sensors, which we call it health infrastructure, because it brings to us a real-time stress-strain relationship in every single minute or every single second. At the end of the day, you've got a file in a very big computer and you can't even absorb what happens. So I think we need to look at ways how to improve the quality of the data that we are collecting from the site, not only the amount of the data, because there are quite different layers. When you have a poor quality data, you have different layers of processing this data until you reach the point of decision making. But if you have really good quality of data, you combine some of these layers and you are going to be able to make a decision at a shorter time and with a more appropriate and accurate data that you are collecting from the site. I think one of the good things and one of the important things in resilience and preparedness, which is very much linked with the smart cities, because we are combining the physical structure with the digital structure, and we have to get something out of it. So one of the main things about the preparedness as well, which is part of the project management and asset management, is to how to improve our quality of data that we are getting and gathering in the collection, not only what we need to collect, but also in terms of the quality and the frequency of how much we collect the data, where we need this data, what is the purpose of this data, and how much capacity can we absorb from this data.
Thank you, Dr. Ziad. Thank you for your insight on the project management, which needs to be incorporated with the disaster risk reduction in every project cycle, and also your insights on the data, which is also a very important component in this project management cycle. Now, I wanted to turn to Miss Jocelyn, which is a part of civil society. This Miss Jocelyn, I just learned that has a very interesting background. She was a finalist of Miss Tanzania and now turned into a founding of NGOs in Tanzania. So I heard that you have extensive work and experience in environmental protection and sustainability. How do you see the role of these technologies that is always developing and innovative technologies such as what we heard from the other panelists about early warning systems and others? in enhancing the local community resilience. So we want to know, especially, for example, in your region, in Tanzania, or maybe in East Africa in general. Could you share some example how these technologies has been integrated in the community and benefited by the community?
Thank you very much. Just for context, for the first time last year, Tanzania witnessed mudslides. We had never had mudslides before, and it was a really horrible experience. One, because most Tanzanians, especially since it was in a rural area, did not have any knowledge on what mudslides are, how to prevent them, and what to do. So I can say that we don't have really good early warning systems, but after the mudslides now, the government of Tanzania has tried to incorporate indigenous knowledge to real-time climate data, and to give this knowledge to local leaders. For example, they do trainings, and we do trainings to people in local regions, and just to give them a perspective of how to manage risks and disasters in case they happen. Because I cannot say in the whole of Africa, disasters are things that people don't expect, but yet they happen. So this knowledge is really crucial. And the government is trying really hard, although we have challenges that I will talk about maybe in the next few minutes. But the government is trying in a way that this knowledge reaches indigenous people, the grassroots, because that is those are the people who really get affected when these disasters happen. So the government is still doing it. Not only the government, but we also have NGOs and other private sectors that really try to give trainings to indigenous people, and also incorporating indigenous knowledge. This is something that people take for granted. Indigenous people have a lot of knowledge on climate change, environmental conservation. So this is what we try to bridge together, indigenous knowledge and real-time climate data, in order to bring about early warning systems that will work for everyone in the grassroots. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think one point that I want to note from her intervention is the importance of community engagement. So with all the recent development in technologies, if we are not involving the people, the community itself, then which is the end user of the technology, then it will be not useless. So before I'm going to the next round, I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions to... All right, Professor. Professor, if I may, the gentleman behind you to give his questions, please. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Julio from Madagascar. I work in the Prime Minister Officer, and our country is very highly exposed of hazard climatic, and I want to know if there is a early warning system in your country. I think it needs a structure to coordinate the early warning system. Is the structure is exist in your country, and how about the data? Because behind the early warning system, there is data to manage to know how work the early warning system. Thank you.
This is for Ms. Jocelyn, or for esteemed speakers who wants to start.
Thank you for your question. When it comes to different kind of natural disasters, you have to be aware of what are the drivers. When I work with floods, it's different. When I'm working with dust storms, it's different. When I'm working with severe cyclones or mudslides or or earthquakes. So you have to be aware of what are the drivers, the forcing agents which are going to be inducing these kind of disasters, so that you would be looking for the right factors or the right data sources that you're going to be looking at for such an early warning system. It is not one solution for all. Like, you are not going to have an early warning system, one thing for everything. Like, you might be having the drivers, but you have to be able to customize based on what you are trying to achieve, what you are trying to be looking at. I want to comment very quickly on the question on the intervention of the second speaker about, like, sometimes we might have lots of data and we are not sure about how we can use it. Like, it's not only a data problem, like, being scarce data, but also sometimes we might have inundated amount of data. And this is what we call the curse of dimensionality. Like, you are having massive number of dimensions and you run into the problem of having like lots of data sets, and this is where the science and technology and innovation comes into play. So when I'm applying, like, for instance, principal component analysis, and that's obsolete, like, in order to maximize the variance in the least number of PCs or components, so that's a dimension reduction technique where you are getting the best out of the data in very, very few components, which can be very useful. But nowadays we are talking about machine learning, and not even machine learning is, by the way, like, for your knowledge, whomever is talking about random forest or neural net or convolution neural net, this is very old, by the way. Like, right now we are talking about deep learning. We are moving into the era of UNet and like deep learning technologies and segmentation, and you can really have customized solutions which can give you really amazing outputs. It's just all about science and technology and the innovation.
Thank you so much. Professor, do you still want to have a question?
Thank you. That was exactly my point also, that, we have so much noise out there. How do you reduce that noise so that you have informative data? And especially with IoT coming out, we are going to have further noise and increase. And if you look at the knowledge increase also, pre-industrial era, it was every 25 years, knowledge was doubling. But now the knowledge is doubling every 13 hours, So how do you, human capacity, like Ziad mentioned also, is not that great to be able to absorb all that knowledge. So what do we do, and how do we reduce that knowledge such that it is within our capacity to grasp it? What reduction methods do we use, and how do we arrive at a reasonable amount of data that at least we in our limited capacity can handle?
I think again this is directed to you, Professor Hissam.
Or if anybody also, like, from our online guests, I can wait if somebody from the online speakers would like to intervene here. Dr. Ziad or the other colleague?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. I think we are coming to your area. That's why. Look, I think we are talking about the same thing. When we say that we have lots of data, it doesn't mean that we need to waste this data, but I'm talking about the aspect of how we can improve the data and we can get less time to spend on analyzing the data. So we have some tools to understand, to improve the quality of the data. I'm just going to go back to the case that I presented about the Crossrail underground in London, where we've got, I think, billions of stress-strain relationships from every single line. And then we need to understand how this is going to be impacted by temperature, by wind, by lots of environmental factors, plus the vibration and other things. Now you will get, definitely, now we are, our technology has nothing wrong. Like it's been developed, it's been like fast, like you're talking about Internet of Things, machine learning. We talk about lots of a new era of technology that's been developed, and we don't have any problem in analyzing the data. We don't have any problem in understanding the data. What is the main point here is that the transition between the data and the human itself, like how we can ensure that we've got an effective way of making a decision based on these data that we are collecting, an informed session. So how these data can be utilized and how we can get this data to be implemented in our decision-making process itself. one of the things I think we need to keep educate people. That's a simple answer. We need to keep train people in this new emerging technology, and that's why we have to get universities and academic institutions are working very close hand by hand with the industries, because one of the key responsibilities in our shoulders as academics is that we need to make sure that our graduates are up to date and they have been coping with the emerging technologies and emerging trends in different industries. And this is what we're trying to do in the academia. We are working with the industries, so we are trying to fill in the gap between what is the theoretical background of the thing and what is the applicable practical things is happening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We unfortunately don't have second round questions, so I would like to ask the esteemed panelists to provide the closing statements, perhaps. Maybe start from Dr. Moe. Dr. Moe?
Yep, thank you everyone. I think every panelist mentioned the point that I wanted to raise today about the data gaps, the accessibility, the accuracy, the quality of data. So I'm not gonna talk about that issue. I want to mention about something that is missed today, is about the public-private partnership models, frameworks, policies, which is very big gap. So when we are talking about the technology, to be honest, the governments are not in, they are investing, but there is not private sector to use that money and invest and make money out of those technologies. That's a big gap in the area of the disaster risk management and early warning system. If we want to be successful, we need to bring private sector and public sector governments all together at behind the same table and make the partnership. This is really crucial these days. So this is the first point that I want to mention. The other one is about the funding and resource allocation. We've got money, the government allocate $1 billion, but we don't have a model to allocate these monies appropriately to which system, to which disaster risk reduction strategies. So we need to have a first framework to allocate the funding appropriately to the system, the early warning system that is required. So also for data that everyone mentioned, we probably, when we want to run a model, we have 10 variables. We've got data for 8 variables, but for 2 variables we don't have the data, and the collection of those data for those 2 variables takes 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So we need to be proactive to develop the framework and understand what are the variables and what data is required. If we've got the data, perfect. If the data are not accurate, we need to work to improve the accuracy of data. Or the data is gap, we need to design a system to collect those data and information over time and then make our early warning system more robust, more accurate, and more effective.
Thank you, Dr. May. Mr. Khalifa?
Thank you. I am conclude my session with the weather and climate didn't know the countries and boundaries. It's across all things. From that, we need to have a cooperation between us, exchanging data, because with this procedure we can follow any phenomena, know the intensity, tracks. That means we achieve early warning. You know the system in advance, not reaching suddenly and take action within the event. So we need to exchange data with high quality, as mentioned of our College of High Quality of the Data. That's my conclusions. Thank you.
Please, Dr. Hisham, briefly.
I can't agree more with you. It doesn't know boundaries, like there are no limitations, and working together is very important. The concept of data fusion, cloud-based data integration, the concept of using AI tools in order to correct data, using multi-source data, and try to build knowledge from that. And on top of all of that, capacity building, so that we close the gap that Dr. Rahil was talking about, in terms of the human knowledge and what is happening around us in terms of access to a lot of data sources.
Thank you. Dr. Ziad? brief comment for the closing one.
Thank you. I think we need just to get out of the session that we are all agree that we need community involvement and awareness as part of the key part of this one. We need to have a continuous monitoring and continuous like maintenance for anything. Our action should be like regional specific standards, and I think this is we are proudly having this in Australia because we have every region has a different thing. So we have regional, and the last thing I think which something that we are starting to implement is that we need to like benefit from the environment, integrate the environment and the nature-based solutions in our action against like the disaster management. So I think if we come out from this session with these conclusions, it's going to be like a good point to build on and then take it forward later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Jocelyn, please.
Thank you very much. Everybody here spoke on more technical terminologies. I'm going to speak for the community. My final call would be to urge governments, NGOs to invest and partner with local NGOs to educate the grassroots on early warning systems and risk disaster management, because without the community involvement, there will be no risk disaster management. Thank you.
With this, we concluded our session today. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our speakers today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
your time. Take your time.
Can you have a
We have a session.
first?
No. Okay.
We have a short video and then I will call you to the stage. We have a short video showing and then I will call you to the stage.
Nobody will just like this.
Okay.
Here to here and this. Thank you very much.
It's going to start?
No, right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everybody can hear me? So we're going to begin our session. We're going to begin our session shortly. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're going to begin our session that's titled The Role of Culture in Environment Conservation. And before we begin, we have a short video by ICESCO that is going to play for a few minutes. It's a short documentary on cultural heritage and environmental conservation. So after this short video, we're going to start our session officially. Thank you.
From oral traditions to artisan crafts, cultural heritage extends throughout the Islamic world. But how are climate changes affecting these treasures? It is undeniable that climate change has profound effects on communities and cultures worldwide, disrupting traditional ways of life, economic stability, and social cohesion. In a way, it breaks the standards and weakens realities according to new unseen circumstances. It's to say, rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and shifting ecosystems threaten agricultural practices, water supplies, and housing security, often hitting marginalized communities the hardest. Culturally, climate change endangers practices tied to specific landscapes, seasonal cycles, and biodiversity. For many indigenous populations, for instance, the loss of traditional lands erodes cultural identity, spiritual practices, and heritage. As communities adapt, cultures face the dual challenge of preserving their heritage while innovating for survival in an altered environment.
Thank you very much. That's the end of a short document. And I am now going to call on our panelists. First, I'm going to call Mr. Kaisar Nawab. Mr. Kaisar Nawab stands as a beacon of hope and inspiration. He is dedicated in forging a brighter and more equitable future for generations to come. A distinguished strategic communication expert, Mr. Nawab is renowned for his unwavering commitment to advocacy in critical global issues such as climate change, democracy, human rights. His guiding philosophy is live for yourself and you will live in vain, but live for others and you will live again. This reflects his deep-seated belief in transformative power of selfless action. You're welcome, Mr. Kaisar. Second, we have Ms. Merincia Mangu, who is Executive Director of Success Hands Initiative Tanzania. Ms. Merincia is a member of the African Women Leadership Network and one of the Safe Spaces online diplomats in Tanzania. Mary was crowned as a Tanzanian Shiro, that is hero for she, and a sustainable development practitioner. Mary co-leads the Ndondo Cup Tanzania tournament as a chair for women under 17 footballers. Mary is passionate about community development, especially SDG number 4, quality education, and she's advocating for the marginalized children well-being. Thirdly, I'm going to call Mr. Irfan Ola, founder of Sustainability Week. Mr. Irfan is a climate adaptation expert and a disaster risk reduction practitioner. He has a vast experience in climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, youth empowerment, community and international development. His previous roles include consultant at UNICEF headquarters, researcher at the United Nations University Institute for Environment and Human Security, youth advisor at Global Center on Adaptation, Munich Insurance Initiative, UNDP Pakistan, Islamic Relief Pakistan, and Provincial Disaster Management Authority. And then fourth, I'm going to call on Ms. Hadia Khan, Director of Center for Climate Change. Ms. Hadia is from Pakistan. She's a passionate climate advocate and a director of the Center for Climate Change at the Society International. While studying law at the University of London, she actively participates in UNFCCC through UNGO, representing youth in global discussions. As a senior research fellow at GSISD and an associate fellow of the Royal Commonwealth Society, Hadia drives research and policy advocacy for sustainable development, youth empowerment, and international cooperation. And then finally, I'm going to call on Mr. Sagar Kala from UNGO. Sagar is 25 years old and he's fueled by his climate anxiety to make the world a better place. The past 4 years have just been about that. From climate advocacy at UN COPs to upscaling youth across Southeast Asia to attracting foreign investments to India and the state government. He has been able to build up quite a resume and anecdotes to share. He is also a part of various youth communities such as ICESCO, Climate Realty Leader, Startup 20, G20 Brazil, Global Shapers. The list is unending, and it's such an honor to have all of you here. And I am going to open the floor with Mr. Kaisar. I'm going to ask you on community involvement. How can communities, especially marginalized groups, be actively involved in designing and implementing disaster risk reduction strategies and early warning systems?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for this nice moderation in the wonderful and generous introduction of all of us. It's a pleasure to be on this forum and, of course, speaking on this important discussion, because culture is what which actually very deep-rooted to my heart. And, of course, I belong from a cultural and traditional society back in my part of the world in Pakistan. And I think this is very important that we should discuss the marginalized community, and then we should discuss how when the community want to go, to lead, to learn, to show their spirit of contributing to the world, then how they are kept marginalized from these kind of spaces. Particularly when you speak about these spaces in the global south, like the country I belong in Pakistan, we have more than 70%, about 70% of population is the young people. So we are actually the holder of the present, and we are the holder of the future as well. And Pakistan belongs to us, the world belongs to us, and we belong to the world. But when it comes to the spaces, then we are kept marginalized. We are kept marginalized by the people who have authoritarian set of mindset. And I think there is a huge generation gap. There is a gap that we need to cover up, and there is a need to resist to such spaces, and there is a need to support each other. And I think this is how we can do through some cultural diversity, kind of harmony. Like we should create the harmonies among the cultural in the communities, and we should engage the young people particularly, because these are the people who are actually hero and shiro. And I think we together can lead, because it's the youth that we are coming, and we have to lead, and we will lead, and we will speak it, and we will speak it out. No way, whatever happen, this is our world, and I believe that we can do and we will do.
My next question goes to Ms. Hadia Khan, Director of Center for Climate Change. Ms. Hadia, I want to ask you, as a young woman from Pakistani who has been to London, you've seen diverse cultures. I want to ask, has it any way positively reflected in what you can do back home concerning climate and culture change, integrating cultures in all the places you've visited? How has it positively impacted you?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, a huge thank to ICESCO for giving me this incredible opportunity to be here with you all today. It's my first time at COP, and I have to say it's truly inspiring to see so many passionate people gathered for one purpose, our planet. Today we are diving into the topic that goes beyond policies and numbers. We are here to talk about something deeply personal, the role of culture in how we care for our environment. When we think of the environment, we often think of things like climate change reports or global treaties. But there's another side to this story, the power of culture awareness. Culture isn't just about art, music, or food. It's a lens through which we view and treat the world around us. And right now, the lens could be the key to more sustainable future. Our generation in particular has grown up with the environmental challenges right in front of us. Deforestation, pollution, a changing climate. We feel it, we talk about it, and now we are ready to act on it. Young people today see the world through a global lens, connected not just by technology but by shared urgency. They are seeing that so many cultures have held powerful environment wisdom all along. Wisdom that's been passed down for centuries. Indigenous communities, for example, have long understood the scared relationship between people and nature, and that's understanding. It's invaluable right now. Think about it. Many cultures already champion environmental respect, whether it's sustainable farming, protecting sacred rivers, or valuing forests as more than just resources. Culture awareness helps us see that environmental conservation is more than a duty. It's a shared responsibility, deep-rooted in our identity. When we start to value the cultural significance of landscapes, forests, rivers, and even animals, we approach conservation as something personal and interconnected, not just as an issue to solve, but as a responsibility that links all of us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hadia. Next, I am going to Mr. Sagar. Your resume is impressive. So, as a person from a diverse background, India is a populated country. I want you to give a little bit of context on how your culture has influenced in what you do, and if it has at all influenced in you getting into platforms where you are right now and what you do. Thank you.
All right. So I would say that India is quite a vast country as well, and each city, each town, each village, each region of India has its own different cultures. So luckily, what's helped us out that way is that if you get so many people in the room who have such different backgrounds, different upbringings, ideas are bound to happen. So I think that is something that's helped in India. I think just conversing with people, you kind of get an idea about what are things that you can replicate in your own communities. But a drawback of this also is that whenever you take out any initiative in India, you have to do it with a local partner. Because certain societies, certain communities work in different ways. So an international player, let's say such as UNDP or someone, will need a local contractor in order to get work through. So I would say that is one. Secondly, this is also the empowering aspect as well, that multilateral organizations and such foundations that are on a high level, they need to focus on grassroots players. So cause they have such a big focus, they kind of spotlight and they recruit people who are actually working on the issues and give them the opportunities to be in platforms such as COP29. So I think that's been a big boost. Lastly, I would say personally for me, what's worked out is the power of community. is you talk to one person. Now I'm on this panel, and I know that I will be friends with the rest of my panelists that are there as well. And through them, I will get to know more opportunities too. So I think it's more about networking, getting to know people, and then one thing ends up leading to another. But at the same time, you still have to build your skill set, because no one's really going to call you out there if they don't know what you're doing. So I think combining a deep level of understanding of what your thematic focus is, plus knowing the right people or being in the right community, is what gets you more opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sagar. Next, I would like to talk to Ms. Marincia. As an educator, I want you to highlight, if you can highlight, if there are any challenges you face as you educate children or young people in communities, because each community has its own culture. So when you take this education, especially quality education that you focus on, when you take this education to those communities, are there any challenges that you face which interact with their culture?
Thank you so much for this opportunity from ICESCO. First of all, I would like to say that if we don't integrate climate action and culture, we won't have culture anymore in our lives, and because environment conservation is going to be totally destroyed. First of all, from your question, Success Hands has been going through educating phases for young children, for young people, 7 to 17 years. Most of the times we go to visit these young people. Most of the times we go to visit these young people to schools, but we also have educating projects outside the school. I would just like to say that, for youth or for children that we mostly teach, for youth or for children that we mostly teach, we have had so many challenges, because most of this youth, due to globalization, they really don't know what culture is. So they've been operating basing on how they know the world is operating right now. So it is our duty to tell them or to show them that they have to know what culture they are facing in their environment. And also, sorry, this is making a lot of noise. Sorry? All right. All right. So it is our duty, to tell these students or these young people of 7 to 17 years what culture actually they face, and if they don't integrate the culture with the environment conservation, they won't have any environment to practice the culture that they have. It has been a very big challenge, as I have said, due to globalization. It is a challenge now that youth don't know what culture exactly they are in, because you might find that maybe people from Tanzania also want to live like people from India or from people from US. So it has actually been a challenge, but in our daily projects, that's what exactly we try and tell them and reach to individuals. We even have clubs that we have developed that helps these children learn the cultures, but also see the importance of them using their culture in environment conservation. For example, we have one of the projects that is called Usafi Kwanza, meaning in English, cleanliness first. And also we have another project called Jukumu Langu, meaning my responsibility. So all these projects do try to teach children that it is their responsibility to take care of the environment. It is their responsibility to actually clean the environment and to come up with solutions by using social media, by using online and offline tactics that are going to reach more youth so that the environment can be conserved and the culture can also remain for even more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marincia. Next, I am going to ask Mr. Irfan. As a founder of Sustainability Week, first I want you to tell us in 1 minute, tell us what Sustainability Week is, the purpose, how you operate, and tell us a little bit about sustainability, climate change, and how you integrate with culture and environmental conservation.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I really appreciate the amazing work ISOC is doing, especially on the natural aspect and also the cultural aspect. I think that's somehow being part of the climate negotiation for some time. I really not seeing cultural, being part of the conversation. So thanks for bringing that as well to this climate conversation. And also to start with, so climate crisis is actually a culture crisis, and we have seen in many countries, like especially my country, Pakistan, I am from, we are losing our cultural values every day because of the different disaster, flooding and other. Briefly talking about Sustainability Week Pakistan, so it's actually a youth-led organization. We work with the young people, and the main focus is to empower young people, providing them with the skill they needed, and also providing them with a platform so they can come together, they can discuss the ideas. So we work with the university students, supporting them, and their ideas to polish their ideas, and then we go one step further. We are actually connecting them with the different financial leaders, to support the idea they have to implement it in their community. But then what we actually do, we also then going to community vulnerable to different disaster, working with them on the ground, and we have actually one project in the north of the country, in one of the province, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where we work with the local community, with the local people, and there we come up with this angle of locally led adaptation. So what actually we have seen, and as I mentioned before, a couple of years, those people, the vulnerable people, are also losing their assets, their culture, and their values. So we are trying to kind of provide them with some sort of support that they are not like losing their cultural values, which is too important to them and too close to their heart. So what we do, we actually uses the resources, the knowledge which they have, though they are not kind of taking it as an indigenous knowledge or cultural knowledge, but culture is a part of, important part of addressing climate impact. So our focus is not to teach them what they want to do. They already know what they are doing, but they are not environmental conservation, because they're already doing a great job. So our focus is also maybe, giving them like a broader picture, the work they are doing in their community level, the cultural aspect, how it can help, in the broader environmental conservation. And I think if we see somehow that the cultural and also the religious aspect and value in my country, the focus is more on environmental conservation, because in Quran and in different books, it's a lot of focus being given to how to conserve the local resources in a more effective way. To sum up, I think there is still we see the linkages between the indigenous knowledge and cultural knowledges, and how that cultural knowledge can contribute to new and advanced scientific knowledge. So I think that's the gap there, and I think you people are doing a great job, to somehow address those gaps. How we can bring the indigenous knowledge, which are working actually to the advanced and new knowledge. And there's a couple of examples, not in my province, but in Sindh, in Balochistan, which is also a province vulnerable to climate impact. They already having cultural approaches, to address water scarcity, and also, to use to have like a sustainable use of grazing places. So to sum up, I think it's important that we really need to to kind of link the cultural aspect, the cultural values to the new scientific knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irfan. Mr. Kaisar, live for yourself and you will live in vain, but live for others and you will live again. That's a very interesting philosophy. I would like to hear a backstory, but a very short backstory for like 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Again, it's a very unexpected question. Probably my profile have been shared hundreds of thousands of times with different people. We all are friends. That's the beauty of the culture as well, in their diversity. But this question is very unexpected, and I believe on this philosophy that, of course, everybody lives for himself or herself or itself. But when you see the people who just, because of your small efforts, they are at some position, then I think you feel more sustainably comfortable and more in a peaceful way. But this also need a big heart to respect the spaces of the people as well. Because when you respect the spaces of the other people and you offer the opportunities to other people, I think you also get the opportunities for yourself as well. So this is what usually I convey to the young people as well, that we need to support each other. We need to be like a rings. We need to connect the dots from different parts of the world, from different communities. And I think this is the way which will take us to lead the world as well. Otherwise, we will be again kept marginalized, and we will be staying away from the basics where we need to be there. So I also believe on this, that supporting others is actually supporting yourself in a bigger way. And this is how the leaders actually brought themselves in the leadership spaces. Thank you.
I would like to go back to Ms. Hadia. As a law student, I think you probably do a little bit of environmental law. Do you think environmental law has any impact or any influence in cultural changes?
I think we should bring cultural awareness into policies. This means working with communities, respecting their traditions, and incorporating them into conservation plans. Often, the places of deepest cultural significance are also the richest in biodiversity. By protecting them, we are preserving both natural ecosystems and cultural heritage. And we need to bridge the wisdom of older generations with the drive and ideas of young people. This isn't about the youth or elders alone. It's about all of us listening, sharing, and working together. Imagine what would happen if we combine the experience of community elders with the energy of young environmental activists. The blend of traditional and innovation could become a powerful force for change, and making policies would help it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hadia. So I would like to head to the floor if anyone has any questions or recommendations before I go back to the panelists.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. It's actually, I'm so happy. My name is Abdul Noor Sekindi. I'm the Director General of Science and Technology Department in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC. It's based in Saudi Arabia. I stayed behind to try and connect culture with environment and science and technology, and it has turned out to be a very interesting topic. And I thank the panelists, and it's good to hear the young people, the youth, talking about environmental conservation so zealously. And with that, you really believe that we have a future, because you are the future. If you are concerned about the environment, it's really encouraging. Just continuing from the previous session about early warning system and engaging the communities, it's very important that we integrate our cultures. We talk about so many early warning systems which are technological based, about telephones, about SMSs and whatever, but we forget that there is that digital gap among our communities. Many people don't have telephones. We have our traditional way of warning. Like in my community, there is a certain kind of drum that when it is sounded, everybody knows there is danger and they will get out of their houses. If you are SMSs, maybe my grandma to read the SMS and run from the house if there is an earthquake or that kind of thing. So this topic of really, integrating culture and traditions and our values into the environment and early warning systems and risky reduction is quite important. And just mine is just commendation and thanking you for your good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I would like, anyone else with a recommendation? I would like to head back to the panelists. I would give each one of you 1 minute to give closing remarks, and then we can be done with our panel. So I will start with you, sir.
I would like to just reinforce the points that the gentleman made, that each community has their own way of being alerted about a climate crisis that's happening. Alongside culture, each generation also has their own way of work as well. So I think it's for us to figure out, I would say, have more of an intergenerational dialogue as well. Because as young people, we are still paving our path towards where we want to go. And we are following the paths that the older generation have left behind for us. And I think that it's time to also get on a table with them to figure out what are the ways in which we can tackle problems, or how can we have more technology innovations coming in from younger people who have the platform to actually create the sort of change that we want to see. So I would say I would like to end at least my segment on just saying that intergenerational cooperation is something that's needed in order to ensure that our communities are climate resilient, because elders and young people do need to connect in order to combat climate change effectively.
Thank you very much.
I totally agree what you mentioned, and also thanks once again for bringing this cultural aspect, to the negotiation. So being part of the negotiation within UNFCCC on loss and damage. So there's much focus on economic losses, but we don't see much focus on non-economic losses. And being part of expert group on non-economic losses, I think we are really trying to bring this to agenda. And it's really important, platform like this, where we talk about the culture, norms, and values, and their importance, So also it's as a culture, norm, and value part of non-economic losses, And whenever there disaster happen, you will see there already they are putting take price that amount of money we lost, But when it's come to the cultural laws, the biodiversity laws, the heritage laws, there is not a standardized method that you can say, okay, let's say this forest disappear, this biodiversity or this heritage site disappear. So first, I think we really need to figure out some sort of, not maybe a universal standardized framework, but I think we really need to have some sort of framework where we can measure the non-economic values. So we can take price at how much that, let's say that cultural aspect or that value added. And also, why is it important? Because maybe coming 2 or 3 or 4 years, the non-economic losses or the cultural loss will be more than economic losses, So I think it's at the moment overlooked in this whole negotiation and climate negotiation. I think it's really, really, really important to bring it forward. And to sum up, cultural value, culture knowledge play an important role, and those people, the indigenous people, are doing a great job in their community. So it's really important to provide them with more supported with platform, and the resources that they need if we really want to have an inclusive approach to address climate impacts.
Thank you very much. I think you sum up very nicely, and of course the gentleman also, and my other friend Sagar as well. But I would like to just focus on how there is a need to involve again the young people in the culture and the scientific part both. Like we need to engage the young scholars, the young scientists, and then we need to engage the generation, the older generation who has a cultural knowledge as well. And then we need to link up those together, the two stakeholders, how they can combine the knowledge and then they can further transform this into towards the era of AI, I mean IT and these tablets, the iPhones. And I think we need to we already adopted the technology. I mean, at a grassroots level as well in the villages, but there is a need to integrate the culture into the technology as well. And this is how I think ICESCO is doing as well. And this is how what we are actually here for. And I think the young people is more innovative ideas, and there is more need of engaging the young scholar in the other part as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and I would like to appreciate all the other panelists. I would just like to say that my vision is a world where cultural diversity is celebrated as a strength in environment conservation. By integrating cultural awareness with education, we can inspire individuals to take meaningful actions and build a sustainable future that respects both our natural and cultural heritage. In Africa, we use the word Ubuntu, means I am because you are. So it is the responsibility of each and every one of us to make sure that the culture is integrated with environment conservation for a better future, for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm inspired by the potential of this movement. My challenge to each of us is simple. How can we use our cultural heritage to deepen our commitment to the environment? Whether we come from big cities or small villages, each of us has something unique to offer. By respecting and embracing cultural wisdom, we can create a world that's not only more sustainable but also more united. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That marks the end of our panel. I think we'll have a group photo, and then that marks the end of our session. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Now it's working. It's okay. A very good afternoon, everyone. We are going to our next sessions. This will be very, very interesting thing because all today, every day, most of the time, we are doing the panel discussions, conversation with people. It was very inspiring, but right now we are going to have a movie screening, which will be inspiring for all of us. First of all, I would like to thank all of you to being here with us today, and especially for the Climate Reality Project Indonesia, who is co-organizing this event with us. So today's screening and discussion movie is the title is Degayu Against the Shore. This movie will take us to see the front line, in the grassroots, in the reality, what is the impact of climate change to the people of Degayu, which is the coastal area in Indonesia. So one of the things that makes this movie is interesting is because this is part of the youth climate-led movement. This movie is entirely produced and developed by youth entirely. So we will see also this, that the movie is telling a story about how the coastal communities get affected by climate change, as well as how they try to get by and having the resilience against this impact. Before we begin, it's privilege to me to hear directly from the filmmaker herself, the director of the movie. Unfortunately, she can't be with us physically, but she sent us a video message that I'm going to present to all of you right now.
Good afternoon. I am Magneta, and I'm the director of The Gayu Against the Shore. The Gayu Against the Shore is inspired by a climate risk and impact assessment launched by the Mercy Corps Indonesia and Zurich Flood Resilience Alliance, which states that by the year 2035, 80% of Pekalongan, which is internationally known as the major batik industry of Indonesia, will sink. What drew my attention was actually this one village that has been exiled since the end of 2022 due to the isolation caused by the sea level rise. Turns out the village is already covered by multiple international media, so I decided to explore further into Pekalongan. Because there are actually 7 other villages that are heavily impacted by the coastal flood in Pekalongan alone, including the Gayu. It was definitely not an instant process. I spent more or less 6 months of research. I followed the subject around, attend many events and discussions that cater the village's issues regarding their struggles with the environment. And in the process, made a personal bonding to be able to reach the depth where the subject is willing to genuinely share their feelings and point of views as the people who live in the sinking village. The biggest challenge to capture the personal and emotional aspect will be because we want this film to be delivered from the villager's point of view, not a film that felt outside looking in. And because the flood, the phenomenon itself, is something that the villagers are very used to. Oftentimes we are struggling to get the angle or statement that emphasizes its urgent situation, that really shows this is the dire impact of climate change. During the filming, the crews also experienced the struggle of living our daily life in permanently flooded areas, and after the project was wrapped, it hits us that we are glad that this project is done and we get to go home. But what about the people of the Gayu? The flood and the struggles are their reality and their homeland. And it makes us wonder, what can we do? What can the film do to lessen the damage of the climate crisis that they suffered? When I started this project, I thought that this will be just another film that tells the untold stories of a coastal community or a way to amplify the message of climate crisis. But after the release, the film got many opportunities to be screened across universities, group discussions, and even multiple international screens. I thought this might be something more than just a film. This could be a trigger to many more movements, many more sustainable innovation, and many more people realizing their roles and ability to address climate issues. And most importantly, how we create this peer pressure that hopefully influences climate policies. I hope we all answered our call to actions. Thank you.
I think we are going to learn a lot from this film that we are going to watch right now. Particularly, this is like only one single example of a small community in Indonesia out of a lot of communities all around the globe, which is affected by climate change. And in the future, this impact of the climate change will just get worse and worse, and people need to be able to adapt and increase their resilience. So without further ado, I'm going to present to you the film The Gayu Against the Shore. Enjoy.
Gayu ini sebuah kelurahan yang salah satu kelurahan di Kecamatan Pekalongan Utara yang paling pojok. Konon katanya ada suatu cerita yang dulu aku pernah dengar waktu kecil. Gayu ini berasal dari sebuah legenda ya. Dulu waktu di pesisir itu ada beberapa orang yang sedang melaksanakan aktivitas pekerjaan, kemudian ada suara kayak suara orang melangkah gitu, dek dek dek kayak gitu. Nanti setiap kali didengarkan suaranya kayak nggak ada gitu, tapi nanti ada lagi dek dek dek. Nah, waktu si pekerja itu menoleh, dia menengok, didapati seorang yang cantik. Cantik itu kan ayu ya, jadi jadinya degayu. Deknya itu dari langkah kaki, kemudian ada perempuan yang cantik, ternyata yang melangkah itu perempuan yang cantik, jadinya degayu.
Ya, kalau Degayu ini ya memang daerah yang luar biasa. Saya juga bangga sekali jadi orang Degayu.
Dulu kita ini salah satu desa yang swasembada berasnya cukup bagus. Dari pesisir sampai ke apa namanya pemukiman itu hampir semuanya itu kita swasembada padi.
Kalau untuk 3 tahun terakhir ini ya berubah suasana karena sudah daerah kami itu memang benar-benar sudah kena rob dan banjir.
Jadi kalau memang tingkat keparahan dari banjir ini memang kalau kita lihat dari landscape pesisirnya Jawa Tengah aja itu ya, itu Pekalongan cukup yang paling parah. Tapi intinya Pekalongan ini sekarang menjadi epicentrum dari fenomena yang kita namakan sebagai banjirop begitu.
Kalau ke pemukiman memang sekitar 2017. Nah, cuman waktu melandanya banjir dan sebenarnya belum tahun itu. Iya. Berarti sekitar 9 tahun itu kami itu sudah mengalami erop. Tapi bertahap itu pertama itu yang di lantai itu persawahan kami, yang tadi yang kami ceritakan sawah yang begitu indah, begitu kuning, begitu menghasilkan, sekarang sudah dilalap oleh rob. Waktu itu memang pohon kelapa banyak, terus mangga, terus pisang itu juga banyak, buah-buah yang lain pun sangat banyak. Sekarang sudah hilang olehnya, sudah dibasmi oleh mereka, baru mereka beranjak ke pemukiman. Pemukiman pun belum puas, yaitu beranjak ke jalan-jalan. Nah, jadi semuanya itu memang sudah tergenang.
Kalau kita suka mendengar perubahan iklim ya, itu kadang-kadang kosakata yang cukup sakti banget gitu ya. Jadi kita kayaknya nggak ada di sini nih, adanya di kutub utara sana kan. Kalau kita dengar-dengar ini karena es mencair, kemudian air lautan jadi ada sea level rise kayak gitu kan. Cuma ternyata memang kalau kita kaitkan ke kehidupan sehari-hari itu sebenarnya sudah relate.
Masyarakat nggak banyak tahu air bersihnya kita krisis, kemudian kita ambil dari dalam tanah, kemudian tanahnya ambles, dan adanya global warming, kondisi es di kutub mencair, kemudian naiknya muka tinggi laut sehingga terjadinya banjir rob yang sudah tidak bisa kita prediksi lagi.
Memang perubahan iklim itu nyata. Cuma kalau kita mau berbicara terkait dengan bagaimana sih sebenarnya perubahan iklim ini kok bisa berdampak ke masyarakat langsung gitu ya. Pekalongan di daerah pesisir itu dari laut, kemudian masih ada sawah-sawahannya, masih ada tanaman melati, terus ada sawah begitu, sawah padi, baru kemudian ada perumahan. Nah kalau sekarang itu sudah menjadi tambak, bahkan ada beberapa yang sudah menjadi lautan permanen. Nah itu tentu dampaknya adalah ke masyarakat yang menggunakan lahan itu.
Kalau dari segi ekonomi, kebetulan bapak saya ini termasuk pembudidaya ikan bandeng dan juga udang. Kalau setelah adanya banjirop itu kita agak bagaimana gitu ya, karena penghasilan kita itu sangat bergantung sekali dari budidaya ikan. Sedangkan banjirop yang sekarang itu datangnya tidak bisa kita prediksi. Kadang tiba-tiba pagi airnya tinggi, tiba-tiba nanti hilang dan lain sebagainya. Sehingga ikan-ikan yang ada itu pada kabur kalau pas banjirnya tinggi. Sama dengan kondisi panen padinya, yang dulunya kita sekali panen bisa dapat banyak, sekarang malah sama sekali tidak bisa kita kelola karena persawahan di Degayu ini hampir semuanya terendam air payau.
Ate iku tilaran ning Boko kasusra ing manca nagri.
Dan
kondisi banjir rob seperti itu, otomatis kayak WC pribadi milik warga itu kan tidak terpakai atau tidak dapat digunakan karena yaitu posisi air sama daratan itu lebih tinggi airnya. Jadi ketika mereka menggunakan MCK milik pribadinya di rumah itu ya nggak bisa disiram, nggak bisa digunakan. Mungkin sapi tanknya penuh dengan air atau gimana. Nah mereka cari alternatif lain. Bagaimana caranya mereka agar bisa BAB, yaitu dengan ditunjukkannya itu WC helikopter. Nah WC helikopter itu kan di sungai ketika terjadi banjir rob dan itu banjirnya meluap sampai daratan. Nah itu kan otomatis tinja atau kotoran ini berhamburan kemana-mana. Nah masyarakat ini kan setiap harinya melakukan aktivitas keluar rumah, entah itu ke warung, entah itu pergi ke sekolah atau belanja. Nah mereka ini kan melewati, kaki mereka terkena air kayak gitu. Nah otomatis disitulah timbul penyakit kayak gitu. Selain penyakit kulit mungkin juga nyamuk juga. Nah itu jadi sarang nyamuk juga karena adanya timbunan-timbunan sampah dan air itu yang mengakibatkan adanya telur atau jentik-jentik nyamuk di situ.
Kalau permasalahan dari dampak banjir itu banyak, sangat banyak sekali. Di antara warga-warga itu sudah mengidap penyakit, di antara penyakit gatal pada itu yang paling sering terjadi itu adalah gatal pada selangkangan kaki. Iya, itu paling sering terjadi. Terus bahkan juga ada kaki-kaki yang sudah terlalu lama gatal, kemudian akhirnya itu kakinya itu pada bolong-bolong.
Bisa kembali nggak ya Pak? Ya kalau halo Pak Yoni. Halo. Sehat nih Pak. Alhamdulillah Bapak, kebetulan saya kesini pengen temani nih ke salah satu rumah warga yang terdampak banjir. Bisa Pak? Oh bisa, ayo.
Saya sih kalau masing-masing ini memang kalau untuk kami memang membantu terkait yang murah. Nah, kemudian juga sekedar banyak kepengurusannya itu masih menewi kondisi ini.
Silakan Pak.
Iya kabarnya Bu.
Baik.
Dengan anak-anak sekolah itu kesulitannya sampai gimana ya?
Kesulitannya pakai dari rumah jalan kaki, terus pakai sepatu di sana. Itu kadang kalau licin kan bisa jatuh Pak.
Iya, benar, iya.
Jatuh nanti pulang nggak jadi berangkat.
Nah, dan dari rumah juga sudah berisiko untuk penjinjing sepatunya gitu ya.
Sepatu dicincing, celana. Makanya ini kok ngagemetan sekolahan ngeten.
Kalau dari rumahnya ke sekolah berarti menggunakan pengaman seperti itu ya kan?
Kadang saya gendong, kalau pakai itu pasti nggak mau, katanya susah kan, kadang pakai saya gendong, pakai itu celananya juga di sekolahan.
Ini pernah ditinggikan nggak Bu sebelumnya rumahnya?
Sudah 2 kali.
Sudah 2 kali.
Kalau nggak 2 kali ya sak niki. Niki asli dereng di hulu.
Sing pundi?
Sing sebelah. Rumah sebelah gitu.
Ini dihuni nggak Bu?
Ya mulai itu kan mulai benah-benah gitu, mulai dipindah-pindah ngeten dapur.
Ya,
Disan sekalian tidur ya di dapur, masak, nonton TV, sekalian makan, sekalian sholat.
Di dapur.
Itu kan di dapur sudah diuruk. Berapa itu Pak? Setengah meter Pak? Nah, setengah meter. Misalkan dari sini nggak masuk, dari pojok-pojok masuk nanti komuno tepung lah dari luar.
Mengganggu nggak sih Bu?
Ya mengganggu sekali. Misalkan mau belanja harus siang, kalau malam kan ular pada ngabar, pada itu ular banyak, ngabar Pak nggih.
Terus kaloka Pekalongan kota batik, warna-warna jinis batik kang cinipta, corak jlambrang boketan sarta papringan, pusaka budaya warisan.
Jadi memang kami di Zurich Flood Resilience Alliance itu kita punya kajian namanya Climate Risk and Impact Assessment atau KRIA. KRIA ini mungkin bahasa Indonesianya kajian dampak dan risiko iklim. Nah, di kajian itu kita melakukan istilahnya simulasi kira-kira faktor apa saja yang menyebabkan banjir itu, kemudian akan separah apa di tahun 2035. Karena kita menggunakan metode proyeksi selama kurang lebih 20 tahunan begitu. Jadi di kajian tersebut kami mengidentifikasi bahwa penyebab dari banjir itu yang paling parah pertama adalah penurunan muka tanah, kemudian kenaikan muka air laut dan juga curah hujan ekstrim. Jadi apa yang kita pahami sekarang bahwa banjir itu airnya datang dari laut, nantinya tidak hanya itu aja begitu. Jadi akan ada juga banjir yang turun dari atas dan juga banjir yang sifatnya karena curah hujan. Jadi tiga faktor inputan air ini akan sangat memperparah dampak banjir.
Sebelum proyeksi Pekalongan tenggelam 2035 itu ditampilkan di televisi, sebetulnya kita sudah ada pembahasan dengan teman-teman Pokja bagaimana jika kita nanti benar-benar tenggelam, kemudian apa yang akan kita lakukan, upaya apa, upaya mitigasi dan adaptasi apa yang harus kita lakukan, dan edukasi apa yang harus kita berikan kepada masyarakat. Teman-teman juga sepakat untuk kita upayakanlah membuat video pendek mengenai The Gayo sekarang, sehingga misalkan 2035 itu benar-benar terjadi, kita ada kenangannya. The Gayo itu dulu kayak gini. Nah, itu yang kita inginkan sih sebenarnya.
Kalau dari sisi effort, memang pemerintah sudah banyak melakukan seperti pembangunan tanggul, kemudian ada juga rehabilitasi di sekitaran pesisir dan juga sungai. Terus ada juga penataan kawasan-kawasan permukiman, kayak yang di sekitaran Kaliloji itu kan program dari Kementerian PU, penataan kawasan kampung kumuh. Terus kalau dari sisi non-pemerintah juga banyak, seperti pendampingan yang dilakukan oleh kemitraan, kemudian dari kami juga untuk komunitas yang terdampak dari banjirop itu. Jadi memang kita harus match antara kebijakan yang sifatnya struktural, kemudian rehabilitasi secara ekosistem, sampai ke yang sifatnya penyiapan dari masyarakatnya untuk mereka bisa beraktivitas secara normal kembali.
Bersama dengan The Gayo pada tahun 2022 sekitar bulan Juli ya, itu mereka mulai menanam mangrove misalkan bersama dengan pemerintah kota dan juga pemerintah di kelurahan dan juga PMU Pekalongan. Dan itu dilaksanakan secara bersama-sama dan ada kelompok masyarakat juga yang sangat bersedia sekali mendukung dan mencoba mengerjakan bersama-sama bagaimana pengembangan mangrove.
Mengenai penyuluhan ataupun edukasi-edukasi yang lain, sekarang ini kita sedang didampingi oleh kemitraan dan ada kelompok kerja perubahan iklim, kelompok kerja adaptasi perubahan iklim yang memang kita fokusnya dalam upaya edukasi, mitigasi maupun adaptasi dalam menghadapi perubahan iklim.
Jadi bagaimana banjir ini dikelola secara institusi, bahwa banjir ini adalah masalah sosial, banjir ini adalah masalah ekosistem, banjir ini masalah kapasitas dari aparat ASN begitu. Kemudian banjir ini juga bagaimana perspektif dari sektor kesehatan dan pendidikan seperti itu. Jadi kita harus membenahi sistemnya dulu, baru kemudian kita kanalisasi semua resource yang kita punya supaya efektif. Karena kalau nggak kayak gitu, semua effort yang kita lakukan itu seakan-akan, wah ini cuma kajian nih.
Wos kaloka pekalongan kota batik warna-warna jinis batik kang tinipta norak jlamprang boketan sarta papringan pusaka budaya warisan leluhur kita.
Sebenarnya nggak muluk-muluk sih. Saya pengen masyarakat kita ini tahu dan sadar bahwa krisis iklim ini benar-benar ada dan sedang kita hadapi. Andai kata kita tidak peduli, kita tidak ingin cari tahu, ya generasi-generasi mendatang bakalan hidup dalam ancaman krisis yang mungkin dampaknya lebih berbahaya gitu.
Dalam hidup di tengah-tengah dom seperti ini kesusahan apa nih Pak?
Ya kesusahan banyak sekali. Di antaranya akses kayak kalau keluar dari desa kan banjir, lewat banjir kan motor kan rusak, nggak bisa dilewati motor, ya kan? Terus kalau pagi anak sekolah juga susah juga sih akses jalannya, melewati banjir kan susah.
Oh, berarti sangat terganggu gitu intinya begitu ya?
Ya nggak terganggu lagi ya. Udah susah
ya. Dari anak sekolah pun sudah merasakan susah.
Udah dari pagi mau ke sekolah kan udah susah. Terus siang dikit kerja susah lagi. Terus pulang kerja kan seharian susah.
Jadi
terus
semua
belum lagi di dalam rumah air kan susah.
Oh iya.
Berarti setiap hari udah susah itu.
Iya, betul.
Banjir itu.
Nah, berarti kita itu tinggal kesusahan ya.
Saya itu pengennya itu Degayu dikembalikan seperti dahulu, dimunculkan sawah lagi, dimunculkan kebun lagi, dan tidak lagi mengalami rop. Itu juga suatu impian yang sangat luar biasa yang saya idam-idamkan. Nah, jadi kami ingin sekali Degayu dikembalikan ke semula. Dalam artian Degayu yang indah, Degayu yang kering, Degayu yang hijau.
Kalau yang kita berikan ke alam itu sesuatu yang indah, pasti alam bakalan membalas dengan balasan yang lebih indah, jauh lebih indah dari yang kita harapkan gitu. Jadi mulai sekarang kita harus mencintai alam kita gitu. Dan alam bakalan lebih mencintai kita. Gitu sih.
Membawaku terbang
Wow, that was a strong film. Like I'm Indonesian myself, and I never thought that there is already a community which is like really, really affected by climate change in the everyday life. So I would like to note some things from the movie. The first one is this coastal flood has impacted the community due to three factors. Why this flood is happening? The first one, it is because of the increasing sea level. The second one is because of the declining soil level, or we called it land subsidence. And the third one because of increasing rain intensity. So all of them, it is a climate-related challenges. So these coastal flood impacts is already affecting the socio-economic and livelihood of the people in the Gayo. Agriculture land flooded, houses flooded, children is prevented to going to school, and even it's dangerous for them to go to school. Health also, there is a repercussion of health, increasing growing disease, insects and pests also growing, and so on and so forth. In 2035, it is projected that the whole area will be flooded and no people can live there. It will have also another problem, what we call is climate migration. So what the community or the government has done up until now is embankment of the coast, preventing the sea to enter the land, and also some mangrove planting, as well as educating communities for the climate change adaptation. So let's hear more about this film. I'm very happy to introduce the woman behind this film, the key figure because of the film, the executive producer of the film, Miss Arifah. Please join me. So Miss Arifah Handayani, she is the executive producer of the film, and she is also the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. She's also a climate activist. Maybe first I'll just going to give the mic to introduce yourself, Miss Arifah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Arifah Handayani, and basically I'm a community action manager. And I should proudly say that the movie was made by my own daughter, which is very got a huge pressure because of the climate impact, as you said. She watched Al Gore movie, The Inconvenient Truth, when she only 8 years old, and she asked question, so we're all gonna die? And I could only say, of course you're gonna die, but not this way. And then after the next movie, the second movie by Al Gore also, The Truth to Power, at that time, the first time Trump got elected, she was going out from the studio crying. If US can be like that, how about us, Mom? And she was only 17 at that time. So the movie was created when she is trying to finish her school. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about the movie, right? So since then, I promised myself I will do anything in my power to shift the situation to, at least slowing it down, because I don't want my grandchildren ask me one day, and why you let Earth dying this way, Grandma? Why you didn't do anything? So my daughter has tried what she can do to make a difference. And Climate Reality is the movement created by Al Gore to raise awareness, not only awareness about the climate crisis, it's also the awareness that every single one of us must use whatever they got, whatever they feel like doing to slow it down, to shift, to do whatever. So we are in COP. And I really do hope when they ask me in so many interviews as a community action manager of Climate Reality Indonesia. What would you hope for the what do you call the delegation, the negotiators, the country representative do in the COP? I only say follow the heart, because only their heart will follow what Earth needs. So it's about the why we create this, because we try to make a difference.
Thank you so much. I have some questions about the movie, actually, about this film. So we see all the negative impacts from this coastal flood and what to such an extent it impacted the livelihood of people in the Gayo. But during the filming process, when you are on the ground in the meeting with people, talking with everyone, and seeing it by yourself, do you see any other like specific things that you see the reason that they get suffered from this coastal flood? Is there any specific things that is affecting them the most?
Well, the thing is, before the movie was taken, I mean, before the production was start, all of the Gayo people said that please don't make us look like a victim. Make us look like the survivor who is thriving. So they are trying to adapt with the condition. But the thing is, they couldn't move from their house. There is no way, right, to tell the sea to back off. There is no way. So they have to live against the shore. And the government of the Pekalongan area hasn't done anything about moving them or create like floating houses through this area. So what I see, if I am a mom and living at there, can you imagine that your house is need to get higher while your roof is not going up? So you have to live in a house like a cage. So if you ask me what impact the most is they are suffered because their daily life has to change. They suffered enough with the economic problem, social problem, but this is physical problem. Your primary need as a human being, housing, food, and clothing, right? Your house is full of water. Can you imagine? In Jakarta, we got flood probably every year, but it goes only 24 hours, and then they back off the water. But this is only coming up. So what I have to say is they suffered because their livelihood is crashed because of the flood.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Professor. I think the audience wants to ask a question, so I'm going to give the floor. Professor, please.
Thank you very much. Very heart-wrenching, the community suffering like this. And especially the opening sequence where you hear the sloshing of the water, but you don't see it because it's dark over there. It touched my heart quite a bit. And I'm really saddened to see such a situation. But the problem is, climate change is a reality, and the projections are that by 2030, the sea levels will rise by half a meter. And that will not just flood this area and the developing countries, but also developed countries are projected to be flooded. A lot of coastal areas of UK will be flooded, New York will be flooded, and all these areas will be flooded. What really pains me is they can afford to, use technology to avoid this. Now, we've seen in the case of Netherlands already that they've, put in, outside on the shores, they've raised the embankment and all that. But here the problem is also rain. And another thing which I, gathered from the movie was that the seepage is there also. So in such a condition, what do we do? The developing countries and the underdeveloped and the poor countries who cannot afford technological innovations, what do we do?
Professor, you asked the wrong person. I am only a mom. What do? We raise our children well. That's what I'm going to do. So when they become political leader or whatever, they will choose the right path to do, even if it's going to make them fighting all over the globe. So what do? We keep screaming to the top of our lung that we have to do something. All of us have to do something. You're a professor with your academic degree, with your knowledge. What would you do? That's ask your heart. That's the question. You ask the wrong person. What do we do? Ask yourself, professor. What would you do about this to slow it down? It's just a matter of time, Fahman, to the flood, the shore, going against all the land, like in Kevin Costner movie, Waterworld. It's just a matter of time. So I would say that every single one of us must do whatever it takes, whatever their power got, to shift this change, to change it into the way that bring the health of Earth back, Professor. I'm not a government. I'm not a political leader. I'm nobody. I'm just a mom with a will to shift the paradigm. I'm an educator. I will burn every heart so they will feel the anxiety of not doing anything. So even if you are only stop using bottle plastic, stop throwing your garbage in away, not just throwing it into the garbage place, but only recycle it before you throw it. Small step matters, Professor. So with your academic degree, you will be able to do more than me, a mom of 4 kids and 8 cats. Can you imagine my 8 cats when the flooding coming? So that my answer. There is no answer except inside you. So if you see the movie touching you, we are trying to voicing the voice of those who is voiceless. So that's what my daughter can do. And me as a community action manager, I try to, bring all the community to, okay, let's do what so-called collaborative action to create a massive shift on our way of thinking that this planet's not belong to this generation. We borrow it from the next generation.
All right. Well, the powerful message. One message that I take from your statement is like every single individual has a responsibility for this climate action, and a single simple action for addressing this climate will be very meaningful. So I think I'm going to ask again to the audience if there is any follow-up questions. No? Okay, so we'll just ask because we are running out of time. This is the last question, and also maybe you can also give your last messages. So we see that this is your way of raising the awareness, like from the storytelling, from this documentary film. Do you think this is an effective method to deliver your message to the public? And do you think this is the way forward? Okay.
Okay. First of all, people ask me, how would you do to make people see? How would you do to tell people to do what they must do? I said that what would you do to put this thing inside their mind? I said that I will never put anything inside one mind because it's already flooded with many things. I will only touch their heart. So the heart will tell the mind how to react. And you say that this movie, Professor, you said that your heart touched by the movie. That's what we do. So after it, well, once your heart touches, you cannot stop it. You cannot even sleep. You're going with this anxiety that you have to do something. You know that the part when the Payahoni and the woman with a scarf walking. I was behind them. I was behind them in the flood into the house of the villagers. I was asking, what is the solution of this? What is the solution of this? I was asking. Please give us a clue. What can I do about this? I was asking. And till now, the answer is the movie is screened many places, including the one in the Gayo, and we make them strive, make them have the bravery to fight for their right of better livelihood, maybe to the government, to the whatever. So people will see what they can do, and people will gather to strengthen the movement. I think that the movie will break the shell. The movie will go straight into the heart and make them have a urgency to create a change.
Thank you so much. With that, we are ending our sessions. I want to invite you to give a round of applause for this movie and as for Miss Alifa. Thank you so much, Miss Alifa. Appreciate it.
This is the same person
Okay,
who's going
okay.
to have a
And
presentation.
What sequence are you going to do? First?
as you like. I mean, protocolly, what's
I'll just do like 2-3 minutes.
you prefer to
opening.
go first?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good
Then
pleasure.
we can talk about
Good pleasure.
more detail.
Okay, okay. So, is it working now? Yeah, shall we start? Please have your seats. Let's start. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So we'll start this session. Excellency Ambassador Dr. Nafi Zakaria, Executive Director of COMSAT. Dear Professor Rahil Qamar, Head of Science and Environment Sector at ICESCO. Distinguished panelists, participants, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the Commission on Science and Technology for Sustainable Development in the South, COMSAT, and Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, ICESCO, for gathering us here today. And my thanks also to the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, TÜBİTAK, and the Food Security and Agriculture Center of Excellence, FACE, and Eco Think Tank for supporting this event. My name is Jawad Al-Kharras, Senior Advisor at Eco Climate Think Tank, which is based in Italy, and co-chair of the Mediterranean Clean Energy Network. So it's my pleasure to moderate this high-level session on enhancing multi-stakeholder collaboration for advancing emerging energy technologies with distinguished panelists. But before calling them to the seats in the panel, I'm pleased to give the floor to Professor Rahil to give some opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jawad. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. I hope we will have a tremendous session today. I'm really grateful to His Excellency Ambassador Nafis for collaborating with us on this very important topic, and to his team, Mahvesh sitting in the back and Huma roaming about somewhere over here. So we are very grateful to be discussing, a very important topic. Certainly, the problem is a huge problem, but I think using technology and all that, we can solve most of the problem. We have been talking since the last couple of days about photovoltaics and using solar panels and all that. We need to be careful about the flip side of the technology also. On the outside, I'll say that photovoltaics are much better than fossil fuels. For sure, there's no doubt about it. But there are some long-term disadvantages of using photovoltaics also. First of all is the life cycle of photovoltaics is only 20 years. So you are adding to a lot of landfills and problems and regenerating of the things. I saw a study a few days back where they were saying that if we cover 50% of the Sahara with photovoltaics, we can supply the energy needs of the whole world. But the problem is at 20% coverage, what you do is you create a feedback loop where you increase because the albedo effect of the sand is higher and it reflects back a lot of solar energy. When you put solar panel, it absorbs a lot of energy. With 20%, you increase the temperature, local temperature by 1.5 degrees centigrade and the global temperature by 0.16 degrees centigrade. And if we do a 50% coverage of the Sahara, you'll increase the local temperature by 2.5 degrees and the global temperature by 0.39 degrees. And what happens, like I said, in the 20%, when you have 20%, if you do coverage, you create a feedback loop where you increase the temperature as opposed to the sea temperature, and you will have more and more evaporation from the sea, and you would have a higher rainfall over there, which is obviously not bad. But the problem is then you create a lot of vegetation and Sahara can go back to the old green Sahara that it used to be, and that will create further increases in temperature and everything. So really we have to be careful about what we do with with technology and things. And on top of all that, wind energy and solar energy are not 24/7. And there are a lot more technologies out there which are 24/7 and which are not as contaminating as these. Space-based solar system, we've been talking a lot about that. I think that is one of the solutions which will not only decrease the radiation on the Earth, but will also generate power. Ocean waves, which is something which is clean artificial photosynthesis, and one of my favorites is geothermal. I think we have not really exploited geothermal to the extent that we can. With the well, again, I'll do the qualifying that solar energy is the best. In one day, there is so much solar exposure on the planet that you can power the whole planet for 1 year. But geothermal is not very shabby either. Geothermal has a potential of 190 terawatt hour generation per annum, and our annual consumption is 60 terawatt hour that we need for running the planet. And that is substantially, geothermal is 25% more. Geothermal is much more energy efficient, where we know photovoltaic cells are only 20 to 30% efficient. Geothermal is 90% more efficient and more cleaner also. So these technologies, I think in future we will be developing many more technologies, but the existing capacities also, if we tap all of them, we would really take care of not only the climate change, but also move towards cleaner environment and cleaner energy. So let's carry on with the discussion, and hopefully we'll come up with some more viable solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rahil, for these insightful remarks and for highlighting some of the promising emerging energy technologies that should be exploited further in our developing countries. So now I give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Nafis, Executive Director of COMSAT, to give some opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum, and very good evening, I would say. We are stepping into it. I am representing the Commission on Science and Technology for Sustainable Development in the South. It's a forum of developing countries. 27 member states are its member, and we have a network of science and technology centers of excellence from across Asia, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. Now, I'm grateful to the collaborators of this event, particularly ICESCO. You named everyone actually, FACE, Tubitak, and UNESCO, and of course ECCO, which you are representing. When COP28 last year happened, they set the pace for energy transition. And energy transition is not a new phenomena. Basically, the manifestations, when you go back to the Industrial Revolution in 18th century, they did the transition from biomass to wood, coal, and many other things. And to date, we are now into renewable energy as well. Nuclear energy and fossil fuels, and so on and so forth, hydropower, so on and so forth. So these are the sources of power at the moment. Now, despite that, today, globally, the fossil fuel dominates basically as an energy source. 2/3 of the energy comes from fossil fuel. So that means that we are still have a long way to go to do away with fossil fuel, and we have to actually maybe speed up our pace for adapting to the renewable energy. Before me, Professor Rahil took us to the top of the globe, and we had a panoramic view of what is going to happen if we enter into this domain of renewable energy and all that, and there are the downside of that. But I think we should keep in front of us the upside of these technologies, emerging technologies, because they need to be promoted. And I'm bringing you down to the surface level, where we are actually facing all the formidable challenges created because of the carbon emission and all that. Now, you talked about the renewable technologies, in which wind energy, solar energy, PICO. I believe even if it is like 20 years of time frame, that's good enough for us. It doesn't really matter. You never know after 20 years or during these 20 years what might come, and you may be getting into some new domain of energy generation. Wind I prefer more, because wind blows for about, on the average, it blows at least 5 times more hours than compared to sun. So sunlight remains there. If you even pick up country like Pakistan, which is called a country of sunlight, even there the average sunlight time is 5 hours, whereas the average time in Pakistan for wind flowing is about 20 hours. So it is 4 times more. So I think we should look into these things, and pico solar technologies are also emerging, and the sources of emission of carbon, wars, nobody talks about wars. Nobody talks about the military equipment. Nobody talks about the military excesses. I don't know why. So I think if you look at the wars that have taken place in just recent times and which are also ongoing, how much heat they are generating, how much destruction they are causing to the environment, and nobody has talked about that. So I always talk about that actually, and we should talk about that. Then industrial sector is another contributor. Household energy sources, we have talked about in other occasions also, that in Africa, like people do use the fuel for cooking, and they actually damage the environment because they don't have access to clean energy at the moment. And then transport sector, it's a very, very big sector that contributes significantly to the carbon emission. And I believe that shifting to EV is inevitable and it's really essential. We have undertaken case study in Pakistan. In Pakistan, there are more than 37 million vehicles on the road at any given time, and they generate at one point in time in 2021 the record level of carbon emission from transport sector was about 52 million tons of carbon. So I think that's a very, very high number, and we really need to look into that. So adapting to EV would be something which I think should be supported. Now we talk about multi-stakeholders, and this is where when you reduce the carbon emission, you actually generate carbon credits. And when carbon credits are generated, then the governments come in, the private sector come in, the industrial sector come in, and there are many other actually sectors that actually come in. So they all become a beneficiary of the carbon credit and reduction in the carbon emission. So I think this is where we need to look into those initiatives which reduce carbon emission, and they should get proper support from the private sector as well as from the government sector. So with these few words, I thank everyone for joining us here and sponsoring this, collaborating in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Ambassador Dr. Nafis, for this insightful opening remarks. So I will now call the panelists to come to the stage. I will start by Mr. Hong Peng Liu, Director of the Energy Division at the United Nations Economic and Social Commissions for Asia and Pacific, ICESCO. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. I also call Mr. Mehmet Aslan, the Director Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, a role he has held since March 2015. Thank you very much for coming. Dr. Baber Majid is a highly accomplished executive leader with over 25 years of experience on IT, telecom, and cybersecurity. Most welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Lincoln Theo, the founder of IntelligenceWise, iWise, Managing Director of 013 with international data management experience and participant of Singapore Government Intergovernmental Cooperation Project. Thank you very much for coming. So thank you again for making it to this session. Before starting the discussion, I would like to emphasize on the vital importance of enhancing multi-stakeholder cooperation for the advancement of emerging energy technologies that would help the developing countries shift to clean energy while impacting positively on its socio-economic development and environment. Ambassador Dr. Nafis mentioned Africa. In Africa, we have more than 600 million people without access to clean energy services. So that's huge. We know that the potential, for example, of PV in Africa is also huge. We can probably if we really take advantage of this potential, we can maybe, for example, irrigate 6 million hectares. So that would be a huge through solar pumping. So we can definitely impact on the food security, for example. But again, that said, I mean, obviously we have some constraints and we need to be careful because sometimes we give the PV or photovoltaic, to the farmers. Sometimes we end up by over exploiting the aquifers, so we have water issues. So obviously any technology has its advantage and constraints, so we need to make sure that we use it in a very smart way. So talking about smart, so now with the era of digitalization, AI, big data, so I think we can do really a big progress, in particular for developing countries. So we can definitely make use of many grids, for example, remote areas and isolated areas. So we have many solutions that come from the technology and from emerging technologies. So to mention few, obviously renewable PV or wind energy, including maybe in some cases wave energy. But again, some laboratories and the research institute, they are developing interesting technologies, different technologies. But it takes time to go to the commercial scale, because obviously we need scaling up this demo or this pilots, and this needs obviously financial resources. It needs collaboration that we are trying to discuss in this panel, and it needs also obviously support from the government, partnership, PPP, public-private partnership, international finance if possible, international organization like ESCAP and others who can provide also support, capacity building to eventually the energy officer of the ministries, etc., etc. So I know that your time is very limited, especially our first speaker. So I will give you the floor, Mr. Hong Ping. So in your view, in ESCAP, what are the major implementation challenges in fostering regional cooperation to drive the adoption of emerging energy technologies for climate change mitigation? And specifically, I wonder, how do differences in policy frameworks, economic capacities and infrastructure across the diverse economies impact the effectiveness of such cooperation? So if you could give us your perspective. I guess you have a presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to share with you what we do at ESCAP to support the regional cooperation. I think Ambassador Nafis knows very well about ESCAP, but I just want to see in ESCAP we mainly support our member states through regional cooperation, and at we call it three track. The first one is intergovernmental. It's mainly to exchange the policy recommendations. And secondly is capacity building. We support member countries, in particular these developing countries, for capacity building for sustainable development, economic, social, environment. And the third one is analytical studies, like what you do here, this kind of in-depth analytical studies in the different kind of areas and to support these policy recommendations. So in terms of energy, I just want to go quickly, for energy in this region. As you said, globally, there are, you mentioned Africa, there are 600 million population without access. But in Asia Pacific, we did quite well for access to electricity. Now, overall in Asia Pacific, we have 98% population access to electricity. Even in a lot of developing countries, this was done very well. But the 2% is almost 50 million population in Asia Pacific without access to electricity. That's the last mile. It's much more challenging, to have these 50 million people access to electricity. I think decentralized renewables will be one of the practical solutions for those 50 million. But on the other side, the energy access issues for clean cooking, that is a big challenge for Asia Pacific. Now in Asia Pacific, we have 1.2 billion population without access to clean cooking. So when I say clean cooking, it's mainly like the LPG, electricity, those like we call the cleaner fuels. But most of those people without access, they are using traditionally biomass. They're using coal, so which causes a lot of indoor pollutions. According to WHO, each year there's 4 million population premature deaths. It's from indoor pollution. So a lot of this because indoor pollution from the cooking side, especially women and the children suffered a lot. So that's a big challenge for Asia Pacific. But if you look at the renewable energy, although in Asia Pacific renewable energy, the total installation annually we are leading the global. We actually installed but per capita installation, if you look at this, we are much less than Europe, than America, than Latin America. So that means there's a great potential for renewable energy development. For energy efficiency, under SDG 7, there are energy access, energy efficiency, and renewable energy, 3 targets. But for energy efficiency, we also lag behind. Globally, we need an annual reduction of energy intensity 3.8%. But in Asia Pacific now, we are less than 3%. So that means that there are great gap to catch up. So that's what I want to see, the technology side, how the technology can play a role. Like what we are doing now with the country is we support the country to develop the SDG 7 roadmap. This roadmap, also including Pakistan, we worked with the government to develop this SDG 7 roadmap. We already support the 20 SDG 7 roadmap. So what we do is we mainly compare with the country's existing energy policies and strategies and their target with the 2030 agenda. So then most of the countries, there are gaps. So we just prepare some kind of policy recommendations, how to fill the gap. What kind of technologies are valuable and how much investment you need. So that is exactly provide this for the government consideration. Some of the government actually in Asia Pacific, they take this roadmap to their cabinet level and as a feedback to their existing national energy plan strategy to review it. So I think technology takes a very important role in this kind of implementation of the roadmap. And I also see the great potential from the developing countries in Asia Pacific for regional cooperation on energy. There are some areas I just want to mention briefly. One is the power grid connectivity. We also have the regional roadmap to support cross-border power grid connectivity, which is mainly to integrate more renewables into the power grid. Like Singapore did a very well job last year to sign this agreement with Laos, Thailand, and Malaysia. It's actually Singapore bought electricity hydropower from Laos to Singapore to support the net zero target. And Singapore also signed the MOU with Cambodia, Vietnam, and also Indonesia to do the similar kind of work. I think that's one of the areas, probably regional cooperation through this kind of technology innovation will be very important. And some of the technologies, like 10 years ago, you never can imagine e-vehicles and support, the speed up this development. Now you can see e-vehicles in particular in Southeast Asia country. In Thailand, now 1 of the 5 new cars is e-vehicles. That means 20%. And this grows very rapidly. And also for decarbonization, there are a number of other technologies. I think it's practical and need to replicate in different countries. So I just want to mention how ICESCO will work together to support this. We have the regional platform through technical assistance. I think technology, South-South cooperation will be one of the priorities. We'll be very happy to work with you and to support the countries on technology cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Homping, for this very insightful presentation. So you have still time, or? Okay. So I would like now to pass the floor to our second panelist, Mr. Mehmet Aslan. Given the rapidly evolving landscape of emerging energy markets, innovative technologies, and economic drivers propelling growth in developing countries, what do you see from your perspective as primary barriers to bringing new energy technologies to the market? And while the private companies are the major driving forces for innovative R&D projects, it is seen that they are in difficulty to provide new products into the markets. So what strategy or policy interventions do you believe could help overcome these kind of obstacles to facilitate the provisioning of newly developed product into the market? Thank you very much.
Dear moderator, thank you. And I would like to start with a short summary in the global sector, energy sector of globally. Actually, in the opening remarks, we get some good information. Especially His Excellency Ambassador talked about the effects of war in the environment. That's a serious issue actually, but does not exist in the statistics. Only the ambassador's reminder actually brings it out. Okay, the global energy system has entered a new era where the transition to clean energy is accelerating and renewable energy sources are playing an increasing significant role. The significant economic opportunities associated with the production of clean energy technologies have now become one of the top priorities for both government and the industries. The global market value of 6 key technologies, solar photovoltaics, wind, electric vehicles, batteries, electrolyzers and heat pumps has quadrupled between 2015 and 2023, exceeding $700 billion. This amount is nearly half the value of global natural gas production. This growth has been driven particularly by the widespread adoption of electrical vehicles, as well as the clean technologies such as solar, photovoltaics and wind energy. Under current policies, this market is expected to nearly triple by 2035, reaching a value of $2 trillion. This is close to the average value of global crude oil market. This transformation highlights more than ever how crucial clean energy technologies are for future economic, commercial and social development. On the other hand, carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies and low-emission hydrogen are emerging as key complementary technologies in the transition. These technologies not only help reduce emissions but also have a positive impact on the energy transition by rapidly gaining traction. In parallel with the global energy transformation, Turkey is taking significant steps to enhance energy security, sustainability and the use of renewable energy resources. As of 2023, Turkey's energy product imports decreased by 28% compared to 2022, falling to $69 billion. This indicates that Turkey is increasing its energy competency and reveals the necessity of continuing these efforts. Affordable access to energy and supply security have been key priorities for Turkey in 2023. In line with this, Turkey is making substantial investments to rapidly increase in the share of renewable energy sources, particularly solar and wind energy, combined with Turkey's geographical advantages, have great potential. Large-scale solar and wind power plants are being established. Additionally, with its significant hydroelectric potential, Turkey is also making important steps in this area. Under these conditions, what TÜBİTAK can do as the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey? TÜBİTAK carries out support programs to foster private companies. In TÜBİTAK, in my organization, we provide grants and reimbursable support to private companies for their R&D and innovation technological projects. From all subsectors, companies can apply to our support programs, and energy sector, the projects in the energy sector are all welcome and Okay. Considering the interdisciplinary nature of emerging energy technologies, support programs encourage joint project applications and university-industry partnerships. The main energy-related topics that are supported include the following: clean, accessible, and secure energy supply, use of clean energy in energy-intensive processes, raw material use and innovative material applications, sustainable smart transportation, artificial intelligence-based energy loss theft prevention systems, network and communication security in the energy sector, hydrogen and fuel cell materials, climate change, environment and biodiversity. In last 5 years, for energy sector, we received almost 1,500 project applications, and we took support decision for almost 600 of them, with a total budget of $65 million. Turkey is a member of Eureka community, and we support project applications under Eureka network, Eureka clusters, and Eurostars programs. Under these international Eureka programs, we supported until now in last 5 years $6 million projects. We may think that this much of support to private companies is good enough, but actually when we see the real situation, we see that it's not that good, because many of the projects that are supported and successfully completed cannot be presented into the market as real products. So why do some of the projects are stalled in the prototype level? TÜBİTAK support programs are only for R&D levels and innovation, but they start from technology readiness levels from 3 or 4. And these supported projects mainly completed successfully, and most of them reached their technical targets. However, most of the time, these projects may remain at the technology readiness levels 5 or 6. That means the prototype stage, due to the technical and economic concerns of the companies. We see that companies need additional support for the scale-up activities like validation and certification, pilot production and demonstration kind of things. The other observation that we made while supporting private sector projects, especially in green transformation studies, we have seen that for these projects a long value chain is followed, starting from suppliers and raw materials to R&D studies carried out within the organization and including customers. Therefore, it's a field of study that requires multidisciplinary and collaboration. In the process of developing a new product or improving an existing product, organizations need to plan inclusively for all these processes. In 2023, we started a new program which is called as Turkey Green Industry Project with the help of a World Bank fund. The total fund is $450 million, and TÜBİTAK has a share of $175 million. This program aims to support the sustainable and efficient green transformation of industry in Turkey. Under this World Bank program, TÜBİTAK has prepared 2 separate calls, and these calls are devised to address the deficiencies that I just mentioned. One of the two calls is for supporting scale-up studies of the companies that have prototypes still not presented into the market. The second call is for supporting directly the consortium applications. The consortiums apply with a bundle of projects, including all of the actors in the value chain, even including universities and research institutes and customers. Another Turkish partner in the World Bank program is COSGAP, the SME Development Organization of Turkey, with $250 million budget. COSGAP supports investment expenditures of SMEs. They prepared 2 special calls under this program. In the first, they will support the investment of SMEs for the expenditures of rooftop solars rooftop solar panel establishment. In the second call, COSGAP will support the investments in this circular economy area, including changing the old equipment with the new energy efficient ones. All seems to be a good measures for the private companies to make them to present into the market their projects. However, we think that it's early to say these good solutions because the World Bank project has started newly. It's a new program, so we need time to see the outputs. But we hope that it will provide us good results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehmet, for this very insightful achievement and impressive work done by Tubitak, especially in scaling up the technology and reaching a higher technology readiness level. Before giving the floor to Dr. Baber, I would like to give just two let's say success stories or examples. When I was in Oman, there was a sort of platform called IJAD. This platform is accessible to the industry and to the universities' research centers. So the industries, including energy, obviously companies, they have any problems or industrial challenges, they post it there. There is a committee, so the university's research center, whenever they have a solution, eventual solution, they submit it through the platform. The committee obviously see if there is a proposal of solution is somehow mature enough, so they connect then the industry with the university or the research group to develop it further, eventually reach a contract signing and then implement the project. So a very nice also model to how can we bridge the gap between the industry and the academia or research. Another example, very different. I was at RICRI, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency in Egypt as an executive director. And we had a success story regarding wind energy deployment in the Gulf of Suez. Gulf of Suez, it's one of the regions known by the potential of wind energy. There is a big investment there of wind turbines. Actually, now we are targeting 5-6 gigawatt of wind turbines. But also, it's the second corridor of migratory birds. Every year, we have 2 million migratory birds, endangered species that pass by this corridor. So the idea is that RICRI, we did some lobbying, so the government of Egypt put us as a facilitator between the government, Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Environment, the National Authority of Renewable Energy from one side, other side all the developers and the investors. And to get the funding, obviously, they need to fulfill the requirement of biodiversity protocol. So we are responsible on all the socio-economic and environmental impact assessment studies. So we do the zoning, which area have high risk, medium risk, and low risk. We use radar also to monitor the migratory bird. If there is any risk, we can order to shut down the turbines. We call it active turbine management program. It's a very successful program actually. We reduced considerably the fatality in the migratory birds, endangered species, and obviously we also from one side we maximize the production of electricity from the wind turbines for the companies. From the other side we are protecting the biodiversity. So another example of multi-stakeholder collaboration. So with different, we meet frequently every month, especially in the season we have more meeting to make sure that the season pass smoothly and there is no problem. So so now I will be happy to pass the floor to Dr. Baber. I know, I mean, with the era of data and AI, etc., with information and communication technology projected to enable 20% reduction on global CO2 emissions by 2030, the adoption of industrial IoT, Internet of Things, by energy companies is transforming their operational models and accelerating decarbonization efforts. However, the shift introduced not only unprecedented security challenges, but also the need for a new socio-techno-economic model that integrates technical, economic, and behavioral aspects. What do you see as the primary socio-economic and technical factors affecting the rate of adoption of these emerging technologies? This one. And the second, how can we better incorporate behavioral insight into the acceptance, adoption, and sustained use of this energy technology to ensure they achieve their full potential of emissions reduction and system resilience? Thank you very much in advance.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. A very important question that you asked. So let me take it down in a structure. The thing is, the technologies, IoT, digitalization, they are not only reshaping how energy is being managed, but they are also the key enablers and accelerators for the further enhancement. But on the other side, if you see, there are barriers, you can say, and there are factors which we need to understand how we can further improve their adoption, because the adoption challenges we're still seeing. So why is it so? So let's try to understand. So first of all, let's try to understand the factors which affect the adoption of these technologies. So let's divide them into two. The first part, I will say, is the socio-economic factors. So the biggest one is the investment and financing gaps. So to bring in those technologies, how and from where will those financial matters come in, how the investments will come in. And even when they do, as a project, you implement the technology, but their adoption to be sustainable, there has to be a funding model. And I think on this platform and in this COP29, we are deliberating on that. So let's hope we find that. So this is one of the big factors. The other factor is policy and regulatory frameworks. So we need policy interventions. We need to incentivize the technological development so that we can move ahead in proportion to the need that we need to adopt these technologies. Then the accessibility of these technologies is another factor as well. One big driver is the readiness of the workforce. So when we talk about technologies in the industry, what we're facing actually is the availability of the skilled workforce who can actually not only transform, operationalize, but actually develop and adopt these technologies as well. So these are the socio-economic factors. On the other side, the technical factors are, number one, interoperability of the systems. So when the technology are evolving, there is a need for those standardized frameworks so that we ensure interoperability among the platforms. Another thing is now when these technological interventions, digitalization is happening, so a lot of useful data is being generated, and that is a gold mine. So we also need now the infrastructure and the technologies and strong analytics to hone upon them. So for example, artificial intelligence is reshaping the planet and we can use it here as well. But for artificial intelligence to really work on the futuristic models, we need a robust data management and analytics as well. I'll give you an example. Today, you run a ChatGPT program. It won't give you the futuristic scenarios because it's not having that information. So we need to have LLMs on those rich data sets so that we can hone upon them. Okay, now cybersecurity. Traditionally, IoT technologies have not received the cybersecurity attention as the other OT technologies. So and when you introduce IoT, for example, in your energy management system, yes, there is a challenge of greater risk exposure. The risk surface, the attack surface from a cybersecurity perspective is more enhanced. So we actually need to, bring in cybersecurity consideration level. So these are the technical factors which need to be addressed before we talk about the adoption. Now, the other part is the behavioral factors which we talked about. Now, how do we incorporate those behavioral factors? So, first of all, we need to understand why the behavioral challenges are there. So, first of all, human nature is resilient towards the change, and that is what we need to deal with. We can see that when we talk about the technologies, when we talk about energy efficiency, decarbonization, so the effects, are not going to come in one day. It's going to happen over time. And it's a human nature, when you see the effects are going to come after some time, so you kind of, do not adopt it immediately. So that also gives us behavioral factors. Now, what are the strategies that we need to adopt to enhance the adoption? One of them is actually the engagement, co-creation. So in the ecosystem, the co-creation, as you mentioned, academia as well as industry as well. But among the technologies, the government is one important enabler as well. So we need co-creation of this innovation together. I think this one factor can be a big accelerator to the adoption of technologies everywhere. Then awareness and education campaigns, that is required. So in Pakistan, what we've done is, and that has resulted in remarkable advancement of adoption of technologies, when we have actually run down the campaigns together, the federal government together with the provinces, and down to the industry engagement of everyone. And we have run awareness campaigns for technologies adoption, and it has given us good benefits, not only in terms of the co-creation benefit, but also we have created skilled workforce, which is actually triggering the advancement of technology fast. So this has resulted in a very positive thing. Then, moving towards a socio-economic model, I will say, because socio-economic model. So we need to together take all these factors today and co-create a model. So from the technical perspective, if I summarize, it is standardized frameworks, interoperability, and honing upon the data and leveraging AI and the emerging technologies, yet being aware of the cybersecurity threats, because when everything is automated, your entire grid is exposed to a cybersecurity threat as well. And the economic factors, we need to incentivize the structures that balance the investments. Probably one answer could be PPP, public-private partnership. And that seems to be one of the most viable when we talk about the sustainability of the adoption. So we need to explore that. Again, in Pakistan, we have actually started a good co-creation along with the private sector. And this PPP model has actually started giving us the fruit. So I think I can see the ray of light here. Then the social approaches need to be done here in terms of co-creation and in terms of creation of the skilled workforce, because that will be the enabler to bring in new technologies. So I hope it answers of how we can improve the adoption and dealing with the barriers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have your cell phone with you, because Professor Lyndon Roshana has just been sent to you.
Okay, my phone. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Baber, for this very insightful input. Before passing the floor to Mr. Lincoln, you mentioned at the end of your intervention the automation. Obviously, that is very useful. I saw it during the COVID, for example, because many people in the plants, so to avoid cases of COVID, etc. So we started using automation to operate or to monitor the plants remotely, etc. But do you think this could be also on the expense of workforces? This movement of digitalization, automation of everything, etc., may come on the expense of workforces, or maybe companies will reduce then the number of staff and will get rid of many technicians probably that would consider not useful, because with the technology they can do everything without human. So what do you think about this point?
Thank you. Beautiful question, because this is one of the concerns which I've seen exists across all the communities I've come across on this topic. The thing is, look at automation as an enabler. So I don't see automation is going to take away the jobs. It's actually going to transform them, and it's actually going to facilitate them. So I would say with automation, the playbooks are so easy to make today in case of an energy crisis or an incident, to deal with that. In case of a disaster in the energy sector, with the automation, we are able to give better SLAs to respond to the incidents. So automation, in fact, is actually helping us improving the overall experience and dealing with the climate emergency and in enabling the decarbonization. But on the other side, yes, I must say that gone are the days that we don't upskill ourselves and we expect to be in the job. So, I mean, we need to, as we are hoping to expedite the progress, because, I mean, we choose it or not, the climate is changing fast. So we need to act fast as well. So we don't have an option to sit down and do not upskill ourselves. But as far as we upskill ourselves and, take the leverage of this technology automation, we are there.
Thank you very much for this explanation. We still will talk about the data. So knowing that data is the real issue in developing countries. So we don't have national energy information systems, or we don't have these different databases interoperable. It's not a question of centralizing data, but at least making the different data interoperable, so decision maker can take the right decision to manage energy resources or else. Obviously also the problem of no harmonized data, sometimes lack of access to data because some institutions or governmental bodies don't want to share data for X reason. Sometimes we ask them, they say, well, we give data and then they use it to criticize us, so they don't want to share this kind of data. So and we know that we cannot manage energy resources if we are unable to measure it. So how can big data and AI overcome these challenges and ensure more energy efficient energy systems, appliances, etc. in developing countries, while also overcoming the challenge of the huge amount of energy consumed by data centers? So if you can tell us some insights about that, Mr. Lincoln. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening, everyone. Really delighted here, and thank you very much, ICESCO, for inviting me to be part of the panel. Before I go to the question, which is a really good one, I also wanted to talk a little bit about some of the points that were raised by the panel earlier on, especially by His Excellency, Ambassador, who talked a lot about the increased usage of the photovoltaic solar panels, which of course goes in a way towards addressing some of the power needs that we need for the data centers. But I think his concern is actually very, very true, because at the rate we are going, based on the statistics, by the end of 2050, something like about 2% of the global waste will be made up of solar panels. And I think that the big issue here with solar panels as well is the fact that no one has actually found a very good way to dispose or even to recycle them properly. Now over here, for intelligence-wise, my company itself, we work with interesting technologies, which I'll talk a little bit about. But I think the key thing here is that we have also come across companies who are able to deal with this solar panel wastage itself, which I think will increase because as technology comes up, the more efficient cells come into play. Everybody says, I'm going to switch that and go for that, and I'm going to become green, but without actually having found a solution for those things. And we come across the technologies where I could talk a little bit about, where they are able to strip away some of the aluminium, which you know that composes something like 70% for the solar panels itself, and the glass, which is about close to 20%. Some of these things are actually not treated properly. And in a lot of cases, you see that being put into the waste dump, the landfill, which in fact would bring back, all the energy saving, the positivities from those things that we see from the disposal itself. Now, the other thing, of course, just now this director from ICESCO talked about Singapore, right? And we are also in the course of using all kinds of solar energy. We would like to go actually into wind energy, which was very interesting what you just said about that, moderator. It's the fact that everybody considers the use of the technology in its original form, but not making adjustments for the moderation in terms of the environment that we are in. And I think in Singapore as well, we like to consider the fact that wind energy is actually much more readily available than solar. And if you've been to Singapore, you know that we are very small. We have a lot of buildings, but the buildings are very high, and the rooftops are very small to support the entire building's usage. And therefore, wind becomes a consideration, and we are looking at technologies where we talk about low velocity wind. Because some of you will know that most of the wind energy needs to be at least 3 meters per second for it to work. but there are technologies that we're looking at below 2 meters per second. And in fact, of course, we can be creative along the way, because we were talking to a central kitchen who was telling us that if all the emission of their cooking could be directed into the wind turbine, maybe that could kill two birds with one stone. So I think that the use of technology here could be of a variety. It could be varied, and certainly itself could make the world a much better place. But coming back to the subject of big data and the importance of some of these things that we hold very dear to our heart, and wondering what we can do perhaps in some of the developing countries where data itself is perhaps not sufficient, maybe not shared, and perhaps not used properly as well. I would just have to raise the example of the other technology that we are working with, which is from 013. 013 itself is the winner of the Blockchain Tech Spring Award at COP28 last year in Dubai. And I think we are really looking at this whole situation very carefully, because we know that the main problem in the carbon market today is about data. We don't know enough about where the carbon credits come from. We are not getting enough of the IoT for the DMRV, which is the digitalization, the monitoring, the reporting, and the verification. And all these things need a lot of help. Now, we talk about financing, right? But financing is not going to come if the veracity of the data is not there. We don't assemble enough evidence, right? We don't have enough platform, which is what we at 013 is trying to do, to ensure that we have the beginning of the data itself right up to the end, where we are able to generate the carbon credits. So in 013 itself, which we recently just concluded a landmark, at least for ourselves, agreement with the government of Ghana, the Environmental Protection Agency, in helping them digitalize their carbon credit registry and make sure that we could increase the ability to connect properly with the marketplaces, with the registries, and of course the buyers and the sellers. And I think what is more impactful is that we are actually working with a very good carbon project developer called EcoBliss. So EcoBliss itself is the largest carbon project right now under what we call the ITMO Article 6 arrangement. And again, going back to what we do, all these things for the communities become such a big thing, because on the one hand, we are talking about how do we ensure that the communities are going to be benefiting from a carbon project or so. It's all about data, right? And that data itself is something which the project owner, EcoBliss, have to put across to the government in order to earn their qualification for the ITMO or Article 6.2 validation. And I think the job is only just starting when we talk about beginning a carbon project, because we got to look at the land size area, we got to look at what is the methodology that we are going to go into for a particular project. Is it afforestation or something else? And all these things needs the data itself. And I think the key thing about the whole utilization of the data comes from the curation, the collection of it, and having a good platform to make sure that all these things are kept on the blockchain, analyzed, monitored, and rechecked. And I think at the end of the day, it's about creating that trust. And I think trust is important, because without the trust, without the data, then you're not quite sure whether is it going to work or not. And if you're not sure it's going to work, then the problem will be whether that solution that we're putting in for the green efforts may just go to waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lincoln, for this very insightful input. And in particular, you mentioned at the end, a trust. To build a trust, definitely we need multi-stakeholder collaboration, government, industry, research, and civil society organization, etc., to build this trust and have probably a system where we can really have a trusted data and the verified indicators. So I enjoyed really your input. So I would love to stay here for hours, but we came to the end of the session. Unfortunately for the time, I still have to jump to the Azerbaijani pavilion. But really, thanks so much for your presence and your inputs. Thanks to the audience, and thanks obviously to ComSat and ICESCO for having us here in particular. And yeah, so thank you so much for making it to this session. Thank you very much.
Working? It is working. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. No, I prefer, while I'm talking, I cannot listen to myself.
Is my PowerPoint ready? Everything is inside. Just go and sit down.
Yes? Okay, so I'm gonna just follow that other and the PowerPoint.
Exactly.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know we are like in the 5th day of COP, but seems like 10 years already. So I do hope everyone is feeling good and, hydrated, and remember always to drink water because you know how chaotic it is. I'm really, really excited to be here moderating that panel. I am Flávia Bellaguarda, the CEO of La Clima, organization in Brazil working with climate change law. But here we are actually to get to know much better the projects in a domestic level. But before we started our panel regarding the indigenous struggle for climate change justice worldwide, I would like to ask on the stage Dr. Farman Farturman. Yeah, I'm so sorry about the pronunciation, to give the opening keynote speech. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Flavia. So yeah, as Flavia said, today is the 5th day. She said it seems like years. For me, it seems like the first day. And I can see from all your face, you're also seems like this is the first way, because I can still like feel the energy from all of you. And I would like to also welcome all of you here today. This session is our last session of today. So let's keep the spirit up, and we will have a very nice discussions about the indigenous struggle in the worldwide. So I would like to first to thank again to RTCC for this collaboration. We have been having in total 6 sessions with RTCC, and this is also the last sessions with RTCC. This last one, RTCC, for all the sessions that they are co-organizing, has been very important for us. It gives us a lot of colors in our pavilion, and it gives a diverse agenda of pavilion. So for that, I thank you, RTCC. I thank Nicole and all the speakers and participants in the sessions. So this topic right now about indigenous struggle, it is indeed very important. Indigenous people are one of the most important stakeholders that sometimes we are forget about. But actually, if we think about these indigenous people, there are 2 sides of the story. The first one is they are the one that get affected the most from the climate change. The things in the environment of changing are affecting these people a lot. But in the other side, the knowledge and their views and their lifestyle towards the environment is something that we can learn from. We can adopt some things that they are doing to find a solution on how we can deal with this climate crisis. So to make it short, I will stop with this speech, and I wish you, all of you, the fruitful discussion, and I hope that we can learn a lot from this session. Once again, I thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to take my phone out. Just 1 second. It's better. It's really hard to listen to yourself while you are speaking. We are here in that panel to talk about the struggles of indigenous community, but we can be even more broader, not just indigenous, but rural communities, quilombos, and so on. Those who are in the front line of like protecting the lands and so on. We know so far that the indigenous people and those who are protecting the lands are responsible for 22% of the planet's surface protection, and also 80% of the biodiversity. So we must embrace it, and we must pay attention to it. And when you focus a little bit on the legal framework of that, we are far away of getting things right and getting things done. When you look at the international human rights law, environmental law and governance, litigation, legal tools, challenges and barriers, advocacy and reform, we can open up different windows here and spend hours talking about each one of those. But as those legal frameworks that we have to be they have like a better attention on how to deliver on the ground. Here at the negotiations, we can see already how tough it is to bring the key words to protect those in the front line of the community-based approach, and how tough it is to bring the specific and key words in the line, in the negotiations, in litigation, finance, adaptation, loss and damage. And we have been seeing the fight between the global north and the global south, and how it's really challenging to bring down to the agenda those who matter the most. And when you just leave the green zone and go to the real world, the real politics world, things get even tougher. Like as Brazilian, for example, we are the third country that killed the most environmentalists, activists. And those means indigenous people, those means those like the rural producers who are in the front line of protecting the lands. And of course, unfortunately, we do have things like this happening so on worldwide. That's why it's important to bring the lenses on that. And there's no better way of doing that than advocate for those who are already doing something in the ground, who are already doing something to change their community, and bringing awareness of the importance of delivering different agendas. That's why I'm really, really, really excited to be here presenting that beautiful table that we have here in the panel. And I would like to start with Noura Djibo, CEO and founder of African Climate Change Research Center, to explain a little bit of the work you have been doing so far. You do have a presentation, right? Okay, so I think it's already here. Guys, the support, just let me know how it's work. Is that your presentation? Yes? You can pass on the...
Actually, this is not my presentation. It's not my presentation.
Which one is the presentation? Okay, where is the tech? Yes. Is any of you guys the presentation? No. No. So I think we have the
running order.
Yeah. So now it's like the Noura Djibo. No. Here it doesn't have presentation. It's from here. He's gonna double check, but I don't know. Like, are you now? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna pass you the microphone. Okay.
Hello, how do I come back to the first slide, please? Because yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. Sorry, please, for the a little bit of hitch up. It's a technical glitch. I'm actually asked to make presentation on indigenous struggles for climate justice worldwide. So today I will talk from the perspective of being an indigenous man. I would just try to run away from being a modern man. So I would talk about the local people in Nigeria. About the word indigenous, to me, it looks too archaic and very denigrating. You get my point. Because for us to be calling the first people, to me they are the first generations. You know that most of them have been displaced and sent to the bush, and then you call them under the so-called United Nations parlance as indigenous people. It doesn't make sense to me for the first people worldwide to be called indigenous people. So the topic as it is. Now, the indigenous struggles, as you mentioned rightly, Mr. Moderator, the aim of this presentation is to explain the impact of climate change and non-indigenous people's injustice and on indigenous peoples worldwide and their quest for climate justice. The objective is to identify by continent the sorrowful climate change situation of indigenous people globally. Then to explain the way out of their climate change doldrums. Then to seek climate justice for the struggling indigenous people worldwide. The term indigenous people is not people, it's peoples. The United Nations added S to it because it wants to give this term legal interpretation. So the literal meaning is indigenous peoples according to United Nations terminology. So the outcome by the end of this presentation, I only have 10 minutes, I will try to round up. At the end of this presentation, everybody is supposed to know why indigenous peoples are often pushed to the periphery of climate change and world development. So now the methodology that I adapted on this presentation is content analysis, whereby I reviewed the existing literature on indigenous people worldwide. And then I took a case study of Nigeria, case study of Australia's indigenous peoples, and the indigenous people in Peru, especially in Lima. So the global statistics of indigenous peoples and their struggles worldwide, you could see from the statistics, these people from this, if you check these percentages, they are of 6.2% worldwide against 93.8, which is very significant. So, but more than 5,000 different indigenous people are found across the globe. They constitute 6.2% of the world population spread across more than 90 countries. This is according to Amnesty International. But then, why are we not giving them the deserved attention? Because we have succeeded in following the United Nations agenda. Instead of giving these people climate justice, they ended up being despised in a way that they don't really feel among anywhere in the world development, not even on climate change issues. You could see the life expectancy of indigenous people worldwide, 20% lower than non-indigenous, you and I. Why is this? Why is it that they have a shorter life than any one of us here? So we need to really do something about this. Then why indigenous people are neglected? Why are they neglected? There are certain behaviors and attitudes they exhibit. Is it because of this that we neglected them? One, their geographical affinity. These guys, they tend to run to the bush. Some of them in the rocks. They live in a remote area where, to me, are geographically inhabitable. Then they isolate themselves. Then the second factor of what made them to become, I don't want to use the term indigenous. Please permit me to use the term first people. These guys, because of the climate, they often stay in harsh condition, which is geographically unbearable. Then the colonial invasion and removals. We will see how the Aboriginals of Australia have been displaced by the so-called settlers of Australia. And then we will see the global, regional, and local leaders' climate governance injustice that is meted on these people. I take a case study of Asayaya village, my village of indigenous peoples, that they have not been given justice in Nigeria, in the northern part of Nigeria. So, indigenous peoples suffering, you could see they suffer marginalization, discrimination, poverty, political injustice, leadership injustice, exclusion, eviction, colonial invasion and subjugation, and then climate catastrophe. Then I took time to get practical application of what we want to display here. These are indigenous people of Asaya village struggles in Nigeria. 30 years ago, I was living in this community. This well was over 100 years. They get drinking water from this well. So why are they pushed to the periphery of world development? Here, it was a picture of me drawing water in the hardest way from the well. So why did we neglect these people and call them indigenous people in Nigeria? Why are they not getting the deserved attention? Here, you see these cows. They also adapt to climate change. You could see even animals adapt to climate change. They had to seek refuge under this tree because this is a semi-arid region of Niger Republic. These cows, every blessed day they come to this well to get water, drinking water, for them to survive. Not to talk of human beings. This is an indigenous man. And this man is doing local irrigation in his own way of salad in a climate-ravaged Asaya village. So now we have climate-ravaged indigenous people's local transportation system. They use donkeys to transport themselves. Then other countries have excelled globally. If you talk of transportation system in Azerbaijan here in Baku, transportation system in the United States, and other developed and developing nations, why are these people left like this? They have been left wretched, dejected, without any help. Now, this place that you saw me there, because if I'm going to talk on indigenous people, I have to get involved. This place, it was an oasis of luxury amid deprivation. Baba Kanoni was an indigenous man that lived more than 100 years ago, and in this village, he has an orchard that was evergreen. In the whole village, everybody's farmland would get dried up except Baba Kanoni because he had a regenerative vision. Now he died, nobody was there to salvage his orchard and garden. That's why you see climate has already ravaged this place. Now, what I did to salvage their situation and to get them to feel among, I feel like I must turn that village into a regenerative city. So I have 2 minutes. I say I have people hope for climate justice. This is why I had to do the needful. I got 70,000 British pounds grant to turn this village into a habitable environment. I created 3 hectares tree shelter belt for them with more than 2,500 trees. Now, I don't have time. Let me talk about the Aboriginals of Australia because I have only 1.5 minutes. The Australians also, they feel the same thing. When the British colonial masters were not, some of them that were not needed by the Queen of England, they were pushed to Australia. And when they went, they met these indigenous people in 1805 or thereabout, when the Queen feel like it doesn't, the significant number of population in the United Kingdom had to be reduced and pushed to Australia. And when they went, they met these indigenous people, they displaced them, they killed most of them. So centuries ago, after British colonization ravaged their population, they are still pushing for recognition of the sovereignty. Why? Climate justice to the Aboriginals is still at large. Aboriginals in Australia are pushed to the periphery of world development. Look at their situations here. That was in Canberra in 1972. The last people that I want to talk about are the Peruvian in the Amazons. You could see back in Lima, when I was there in 2014, I intermingled with the indigenous communities in Lima. They have been pushed to the rocks. And then they were even having these earthquake disasters day in, day out. In the Amazon region, they were living very terrible and comatose life there. So typically, we have to do something about them. Climate crisis is disproportionately impacting on these people. Government often neglects their calling for climate justice. Then the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous People need to do more here in Baku. We need to give these people justice. The conclusion is they are found genetic more than 50 years ago. These guys, they have been neglected. Current theory holds that those early migrants themselves came out of Africa 700 years ago, or 70,000 years ago. So African indigenous people are the oldest to me and the most enduring world population. Indigenous people worldwide are the cradle of mankind. Thank you so much. I'm here ready to listen for your questions, observations, and criticisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nura, for explaining like what we see worldwide, but bringing examples in your own land, and also as well bringing examples from the other side of the world, showing that it doesn't matter where we are, everyone is facing this challenge regarding like the indigenous communities worldwide. And I'd like now to pass for Maria Hiskoski from Lunelli, yes, to bring the case Respect Inspires Respect. It's a case that you're going to show, right? You have already your PowerPoint on?
Okay, thank you for sharing with us. I learned lot now. So I'm very glad to be here in this panel to share our case about Respect, Inspire, Respect, which is a diversity inclusion project with our work in Lunelli. It's a textile company in Brazil. So, okay, it's working. Before we're talking about our project, I would like to share some information about our company to give more information and about our textile company. Here we can see our ideology, so our mission, our vision, values, and purpose. For us, making meaningful fashion means improving people's lives. So when you buy a piece of clothes, you take home more than a new outfit. You take a story and a professional and personal achievement. So every cloth from our brands comes with a tag, with a testimony about the people behind the process, to share with our customers the passion, dedication about this process. We are very confident that your choice today and our vision for the future will lead us to the sustainable growth. So now we'd like to share some information to give you a better idea of our operation. Our headquarters are in Guaramirim. It's a small city in Santa Catarina, a state located in the south of our country. We operate with 14 factories in Brazil and Paraguay, and we have more than 4,800 employees. So it's a lot of people involved in this process. We are very focused and caring about our people, so align this action in our ideology. We share 3.2 million in profits with our employees last year. So these actions are connected with our sustainability vision, which is making meaningful fashion that promotes a positive impact in the world and for all. We align our strategy with ESG pillars. So we create the sustainability strategy with 5 axes and 8 initiatives, which direct and address the themes to actions, and we align our actions with the SDGs too. So for diversity and inclusion, we are connecting the axis about promoting a good environment to people with SDGs aligned with this theme too. So to move on our project, I would like to introduce the social pillar. At Lunelli, the care comes from the inside out. So based on our ideology, we work and direct our efforts for 3 priority themes. So we work with social responsibility, a responsible communication with our stakeholders, and with diversity and inclusion. And I would like to share some information about our project, Diversity and Inclusion, what's named Respect, Inspire, Respect. We started this program in 2022. We do many interviews and for listening to the representative groups and making workshops with our managers and board of directors to collect information and to understand the internal environment. To this project, we will hire a consultant to help us in this process, and especially to conduct the interview and make the process more transparent, and the people feels free to talk about this agenda. For this process, after this process in 2023, we define our priority topics. I will talk about further ahead. Also, we launched our internal communication campaign to engage our employees. For the third stage, we build a diversity inclusion policy to present to our representative groups and leaderships. So it's a collaborative process. They could suggest changes and needs to improve our final document. I want to show some results about this process. We collect information and suggestion for 61 participating employees, and also we have trained 65% of our leaders in unconscious bias to understand this agenda and can direct some actions. And here some pictures to show our people and how we do our workshop. Here are example of the campaign we carry out in 2023, and in the 2025 we are continuing this campaign with our employees, with protagonists of this process. We have our priority topics too, which is generation, gender, race, LGBT, and people with disabilities. To show a little more about this process and our people, we have a video to show to you our employees telling what about the word respect, which is a flag of our project. So let's see.
A palavra respeito significa para mim liberdade, sabe? A liberdade de você ser quem você é, como você é, da forma que você quer ser.
Eu me aceito, na verdade eu estou me aceitando que eu estou envelhecendo. Eu estou fazendo 54 anos e eu quero seguir normal, como tudo acontece, as mudanças no corpo normal, para mim vai ser assim.
Eu fui em busca de muita coisa que eu própria achava que eu não tinha essa capacidade. Aqui dentro eu vi um mundo totalmente diferente e eu consigo também levar isso para as pessoas que eu convivo lá fora.
É um ajudando o outro e a gente vai chegar lá. Cada dia vai ter um desafio, só tem que saber ouvir, respeitar o tempo de cada um.
Eu acho que o respeito em si, quando você se respeita, você dá ao outro respeito. A forma com que o respeito ele se relaciona com as pessoas é a forma com que se vivencia o amor. Se você respeita, você ama. Se você ama, você respeita.
Eu acho que respeito ela é uma palavra que não precisa de significado. É um sentimento. Respeito ele está dentro da gente. Se eu quero respeito, então eu tenho que transmitir respeito aos demais.
O respeito, sabe, do nome social tá no seu crachá e você poder bater no peito e falar, sou eu. Me chamem assim, sabe? Não me chamem da forma que me constrange. E ver isso hoje tudo acontecendo é maravilhoso. Principalmente para mim, no caso, que faço parte da comunidade, é realização, que a gente só quer o respeito.
A gente aprende no dia a dia. Nosso dia a dia é uma escola, né? Onde a gente ensina, mas a gente também ganha uma lição.
O respeito, ele acontece no dia a dia quando você dá o respeito ao próximo, com as pessoas que você viva no seu dia a dia. Então não adianta eu, como alaô, querer cobrar respeito da outra pessoa se eu mesmo não pratico.
Aqui ninguém me trata com diferença, todo mundo são amigos, eu sou muito bem querida, até porque eu sou bastante popular, né? Adoro fazer amizade e gosto mesmo de aprender, sabe? É tudo que bota para fazer, eu faço com o maior carinho, porque aqui, graças a Deus, eu me identifico, né?
O que eu posso deixar é pra gente cultivar essa via de mão dupla, respeitar para ser respeitado.
E aqui a gente trabalha Respeito, inspira respeito. Muito bom.
So thank you. That's it for our presentation. We believe that fashion has the power to transform, and we are very committed to making meaningful fashion with a positive impact on the world and for all. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think like the word that resonates more, it's opportunity, and how you open doors to so many opportunities so people they can feel engaged and they can transform their lives, and also connecting with the sustainability issue that it's core to everyone. And I do believe that we provide opportunity worldwide. We can create a much better place. And I'm really excited about that panel because we're popping up from one country to another. And now we are just leaving Brazil again to introduce Bronson. He's the CEO of the... I didn't write the name here. It's the Pollination on... You can... Sorry. But you can say later on. But like I just missed like the name of the organization. But it's like he has been working on the pollination field in his country, and I'd like to pass the word for you to introduce yourself and the work you have been doing so far.
Good evening. So yeah, I'm Bronson Enogwa, as she said, the CEO of Africa Apiculture Consortium. We majorly focus on sub-Saharan Africa and of course trying to expand our works. So one major question I've gotten is why pollinators before I jump into indigenous? As the cell is the basic life of unit, these are the basic, as the cell is a basic unit of life, these are the basic unit of biodiversity. Without pollinators, especially the bees, we'll have no plants, and in 4 years, human will cease to exist. And that's why actually the interest came into that. So our focus, as I said, is within sub-Saharan Africa. But today I'll be talking about Kenya. Why Kenya? Because we've done a lot of work there, and it's quite really interesting what we've been able to collect in terms of data and also the community we work with. And I'll take you through our projects, what we do, whereby we'll focus on environmental and social impact of indigenous communities, the approach we're using, and so on. So in the current climate change, indigenous community, as my panelists, of course, fellow panelists have stated, it's a key critical thing for indigenous community. They get to be affected more than any other party. In Kenya, for instance, we have the Ogiek and Turkana and Samburu, of course, and the Maasai community. Maasai might be common across the globe. They are really actually highly impacted, and this is due to some of the activities that we conduct as government within or NGOs or whichever the department within these closer to their household and whatever to the activities they are doing. Thus threatening the knowledge and cultural heritage that they really preserve. And in ways in which they really approach the key things. So this also has led to displacement of these communities. And the other hand, we talk about climate change, we have flooding also. In contrary, also lead to displacement of these communities. They end up losing their ancestral land, which is a quite key challenges among this community. So our approach actually to how we engage them is actually we try to bring them on the table in forefront of climate conservation, of course, and adaptation, in building the resilience, and of course look at in ways in which you could learn from them, because there's a lot they share, and we could learn from the indigenous communities across the world. And one way or the other one, we are related. So what we do also as part of our approach is community networking, where we develop indigenous groups, helping them form alliance to strengthen their voices and advocacy within the climate platform. And I'm glad, of course, we're not there, but at least we have indigenous communities, actually in UNFCCC, CCC, here at Baku, of course, advocating. And that comes from the voice and union which we have within them. They also play a critical role in biodiversity, and as indicated now, why bees, I think I've explained why it's quite a key areas. Because without the biodiversity, as human beings will cease to be there. Also, of course, no plants, no grass, no animals, and eventually, I would say, end of world. That's according to the scientists who have really conducted their studies. And now that's where we're coming in as an organization to fill the hotspot of critical for pollinators and other species aligning to conservation of indigenous rights among the communities in sub-Saharan Africa. So ignore the details in terms of the scientific side of it. I need you to focus on the red cell and the orange that are below, where we have 19 and 37 and 29. So this is a study and data we did collect in Kenya, and we were trying to highlight the importance of pollinators within the biodiversity and in their relationship with indigenous community. When you go to Kenya, most of the community actually associated with beekeeping or apiculture, they are these indigenous communities. As mentioned earlier, Maasai, Samburu, we also have the Ogiek community, and they play a critical role as eco rangers within the country. And in turn, we look at now the ecosystem health, which actually is prevalence, and of course, other subsequent effect of what they do within the society. So I just narrowed down to the side K, the red side at the far west, 37 and 29. That's what we've narrowed down to get site K2 and L2. So we had to collect data and look the interaction between the data we have, in this case specifically bees, with the ecosystem and how we could inform future conservation efforts and of course retain the cultural heritage of this community. And we went further and looked at the interaction, of course, of forest to cropland, or when we do the agriculture, of course, the habitats, which are critical in supporting the pollinators and of course essential for the both ecosystem health, where we talk about wetland, peatland, birds, animals. A lot happens within that forest. It's actually one of the only Neo-Congolian forests that remains currently in the world, and thus creating a critical element within the society. So went further, and of course we had a lot of species, but what we highlighted was key, important, unique species. We call them indicator species that were able actually to help us narrow down to specific efforts in which you could share with the community and of course the policymakers on the higher level, and of course with other NGOs within the country. And thus actually it informed our key prospect as an organization and our key actions as an organization. So one of the key other elements we were able to deduce from our research or our project is that temperature and of course bee health really affect the ecosystem. Where we have high temperatures, bees migrate, or we have low temperatures, they don't really move out. And this actually has adverse effect of climate change. And we need to be considerate and concerned of what we're really doing in regards to this. But as I said, it's more pronounced to the indigenous community because this is their way of livelihood among the communities which we work with. Other aspect was cropland, where we looked at the crop offering the flower resources to attract and sustain bee within the ecosystem. And now that's leading to conservation implications, whereby we are able from all these stories that I've given you to deduce and to see what are the key immediate effects or key immediate steps we should take as an organization, not only towards biodiversity, but the indigenous community within Kenya in this case. So this is about the indicator species. Sorry, ignore the table. There's too much numbers there. So yeah, but what I just trying to say in this table, these are the key indicator species that we picked out to enable us actually identify conservation efforts and also see what we could do in relation to the communities that live around the biodiversity. I would like to bring your attention to the map, and this is the key areas. We're still in site K2 and L2. So the green and the red regions, these are the government protected areas, of course, highlighted as the biodiversity area, and of course with the conservation areas. The yellow side is actually after what we did, we recommended the expansion of the areas within in which the government works to be in the yellow side. So these are the recommended biodiversity and conservation zone that we recommended to expand so that we can be able to incorporate the local communities and of course indigenous communities within the region, and also to be able to bring about the ecosystem healthiness and of course protecting the ecosystem health within the region. So as stated earlier, this now leads further to inform our conservation efforts within the community, and what we tend to do, of course, we don't do it alone. We sit down and normally when we say capacity building, people always think about training, but it's beyond that. We have capital, we have social, we have mental. It's a lot of all that. And we sit down with this indigenous community, trying to understand what's their knowledge they would like to share with us. And from there, we inform perspective in which you could combine the modern innovations with their local or indigenous innovations to bring about solutions that to bring about solutions that we tend to work with them. So above, there are more of those traditional and indigenous knowledge, of course, in terms of beekeeping, using the hives, but they have their challenges in terms of production, in terms of pests. Of course, sometimes you also have pests like snake, which also cause harmful to the community. What is below is what we've been able to do, but we still retain the sites and the locations in which what we do and where we do them. So other initiatives, since we mapped out the agroecological and biodiversity region, so what we've been able to achieve also from our side is to come up with alternative source of income among these communities to develop their resilience towards the climate change, and of course to benefit them and also make them well adapt to the climate change. So we not pushing away from what they're doing, we just retain their traditional or their knowledge in which they have been practicing for years ago, up to date, just continuation of what they're doing, but in a way, in a sustainable manner, of course, helping them navigate the challenges of the climate change we have. So what we have also is a technology called Apitrace. One major key thing that it does is we are able to safeguard the farmers against the communities against the climate change. And how do we do this? Through the technology is a blockchain and of course machine learning and GIS. As you've seen, we've had a lot of mapping previously. System that's able to map out and of course protect them through. So part of the system we have is parametric insurance that triggers when we have a climate crisis among this community, and we're able to rush into aid and of course help them adapt or minimize the crisis in which will be happening. Apart from that, also we're able to outsource their honey and of course push it to the global market so that they have better returns or income towards their doing, and of course motivate them towards expanding their knowledge to other communities and of course to other regions which we've proposed. So our impact has been huge in 2023, of course, whereby we've shifted from, of course, conventional farming to back to the traditional or organic farming, beekeeping, of course, and agroforestry among the communities. So thus, this in turn will be able to reduce harmful chemicals that kill bees, of course, and other pollinators, which is quite critical. We've been able to create self-employment jobs, of course, retaining their local knowledge among women and youth. And of course, during this year, we were able to actually achieve 86 kilotons of carbon sequestration, verified by also our partners, CGI and the community lot. Yeah. If you want to get more and understand what you're doing on the scientific aspects, unfortunately, you'd have to scan that. Of course, if also you want to understand our work, you could always go to our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited because we had from Nura a beautiful overview of like the indigenous people situation worldwide. And after that, we went to Lunelli, the business fashion in the south of Brazil, who has embracing a lot of people. And after went to Sub-Saharan Africa, and we had the opportunity to see the Africa Culture Consortium and the brilliant work we have been doing so far on the ground. And now I'd like to call Malang Sambu, the Mibolo Association, work on creative venues for small artisanal fishing and farming through renewable energy. And here's just a few examples of what amazing people are doing worldwide in order to work on the people who are in the front line of protecting environment. And I'm really excited to be here, guys, with you, sharing and learning so much. And I'd like to pass the word for you right now.
All right. Good evening. I would like to thank my colleagues, all the presenters who are here, and then thank you very much for letting Gambia present here in this pavilion. In my case, I would like to showcase something, but then due to time constraint, we are told that we could not get that time to present a PowerPoint or a video. So for that, it's going to be a talk so that you can understand what we do. Gambia is a very little country in the West Coast, which is almost 2 million people. We have 12,000 kilometers square with a fantastic river, a river that has a singular, demographic justification because it has almost 11 kilometers from Banjul to Bara, and then starting from Guinea down to the Atlantic Ocean. So you can see in the wall that the river that goes, it moves from one side to another, from the river to the other side. So we take that chance that we have the river. And then people who live along the river have problems. And sometimes it's flooding, or sometimes it's animals. So people can move out and take boats also come down to Europe. So these are habitual problems that are moving. So obviously using the intelligence of science, technology, and then motivating and bringing solutions to people, we create a center called Fandema, which means help yourself. So this is a school which is giving opportunity to young girls who don't get the opportunity to have a good examination results to get to higher education. So they educate there, become practical owners of creating small companies in solar industry. So for that, we have created in a very little town called Katong, which is just around the coast, a solar multifunctional platform to address the issue of wastage of fish, and also to create that these fishermen can go anytime that they want to go to the beach. So amazingly, they've created 18 kilowatts powered, and then a machine that can really produce ice. And you have washing machines there, plus a very cold storage, so which is making a big change in that region. And obviously now we go to the hinterland, up to Kudamayo, we install a small version of that. So obviously these fishing communities have really seen progress that from selling the fish so cheap, they can really maintain it, and then their livelihood have changed. And from that day, we've also created boats, smart boats that they can charge them and they can go in. So for that, the fish is really much more cheaper than anywhere because they are not using fossil fuel. So with that impact, we realized that we can go a little bit further. So currently with the EU, we're going to make a mini grid inside that. So that is going to be totally on solar, built by women. And this mini grid will be giving them a possibility to expand the solar power plant so that they can have a bigger, much capacity of production of ice. So basically you can see if you bring little solutions to people that can solve their thing, they're not going to move out. They move out because maybe they're not comfortable in their home, but if they have all those kind of comforts, they will be sitting. So our intervention is in line with the NDC, that is National Determined Contribution of the Gambia. So NGOs and governments, they can work together and then see the progress of impact of lives in the people. So obviously, as a lead negotiator for Gambia on mitigation work program, I'm really seeing it inside the negotiation rooms to see how this can be, trickle down to people's life. So definitely, it's a pleasure to be with you here, to see that our nations, they need the NDCs to be financed. This is one of the things. And then give us the technology transfer, an avenue to learn from each other, like my brothers and then sisters have presented from other places. So this gives us an avenue to make sure that we are able to learn best practices from each continent, from each where we are to another land. So basically, I'm really so immensely proud to see that, little things done by small people in small places can bring a massive change in people's life. So obviously, thank you very much for all of you. Anybody who have questions for that, later we can just give you our website, and then you can get in there and find a lot of videos that we have on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think to close the panel, two things that you mentioned. It's about exchanging knowledge and the importance of that, and how can we strengthen, our forces and our synergies within countries and within experience. That's something seems easy to do it, but it's not that easy, and we have to be proactive in order to develop, and also access to finance. When you see all the struggles, we know as far as you are on the front line, as far as you are from the accessing funding, and how tricky it is. And I can see you all as like bridge builders, in order to make that go to the ground, and having people like indigenous people have better access and easier access to funds throughout the projects you have been doing. So I'm really honored to be here in that table. I think we do have like 5 minutes for some questions. We do? Yes? So, okay, you can. Do you want the phone here?
Good evening. My questions will go to the two gentlemen from Kenya and Nigeria. The first from Nigeria, when you were presenting, you talk about a man who during drought everybody's farm will go dry except him. Do you make any research to know why is it that his farm is always green, even every other farm goes dry? I want to know, and if there is any research done about it, the outcome will be interesting to know, because this is something that can be helpful. And from the guy in Kenya, we currently start beekeeping in our forest. We have one forest in the Gambia called Morukunda Community Forest. It's 36 hectares. The first activity that we start there is beekeeping. We have 25 hives. We were trained by some group of people from Gambia Beekeeping Association. We have 3 days training with them, and at the end of the 3 days training, we take a bold step by having our own hives in the forest. So about 18 of our hives, like right now, have bees in it. So we want to know, how can we maintain the bees, like you are talking about temperature and all that. How can we monitor our bees to make sure that they have all that they need to give us what we need? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll give you 2 minutes each, to reply the question.
Many thanks for your question. Actually, this old man that has this skill and intellect to make his own farm to be evergreen, I call that farm an oasis of luxury amid deprivation. He has a regenerative vision, because he used to plant perennial crops that could withstand 2-year period survival. So once you do your research on perennial crops, they will stand the test of time. The minimum, when you plant them, the minimum lifespan is 2 years. That is why in Nigeria, in the northern part of Nigeria, where we have 4 months of rainfall, everybody's land would go dry, but his own would remain evergreen because he also dug a well inside. Unfortunately, climate change has ravaged that regenerative vision. I had to revive it. And for your own information, I'm making an attempt to turn the village into a SAR generative city. And currently we are into partnership with Thomas Jefferson University in the United States to make it happen. I hope I have answered you, sir. Thank you.
Mine, I'll keep it short because we're out of time. So I think we can see how we can engage and collaborate and see how we can discuss after this, probably. I would give you attention and we can pick out how we can do that. If you want us to come to Gambia, I think next year we are planning to visit some few countries in West Africa, including Liberia. We can discuss when we add Gambia and we do the same for you, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we are out of time right now. I'd like to thank you all for the presence, for being here, and for you all to exchange all the experience you have been doing on the ground. Thank you so much. Have a good COP ahead, guys.